Volume 1, Chapter 13 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Dissolution of Parliament. On the 27th of April, 1807, the short but busy Parliament was dissolved, "His Majesty being anxious to recur to the sense of his people." In other words, it was dissolved for political reasons, not within the scope of the present work to enter. In the following month of May, writs were issued for a general election, and as my Honiton constituents, even during the short period I had been ashore, had heartily sickened me of further connection with them by the incessant cry for places with which they had assailed me, I made up my mind to become a candidate for Westminster, with the object of adding the weight of an important constituency to my own representations on naval or other abuses whenever opportunity might occur. Or, as I told the electors of Westminster at a meeting convened at the St. Albans Tavern, my motive for soliciting their suffrage was, that "a man representing a rotten borough could not feel himself of equal consequence in the House with one representing such a city as Westminster; that, disclaiming all attachment to parties or factions, it was not only my wish to be independent, but to be placed in a position where I could become so with effect; and that as this was impossible with no more efficient backers than my late constituents, my connection with them had ceased, and I had taken the liberty of soliciting the suffrages of the electors for Westminster." The candidates for Westminster were the Right Honourable Brinsley Sheridan, Mr. Elliot, Mr. Paul, and myself. It was not till the poll had commenced that Sir Francis Burdett, at that time confined to his bed by a dangerous wound received in a duel with Mr. Paul, was put in nomination without his knowledge, the nature of his wound not permitting any person to communicate with him except his medical attendant. I was regarded as the opponent of Mr. Sheridan, and, for want of better argument, that gentleman's partisans in the press sought to deprecate me in the estimation of the electors by representations of the utmost unjust character, a far more reprehensible act than that of pointing out to them the advantage of retaining an eminent and tried man in preference to one of whose political tendencies they could practically know nothing. In electioneering, all devices are considered fair, so in place of resenting or retaliating, they were met by my declaration that "whatever gentlemen might say of their long political services, to the electors belonged the privilege of judging for themselves, and that in looking for security for the performance of pledges, they should also consider the character of those who gave them. I was not a mere professed reformer, but the zealous friend of reform, earnestly desiring to see it thoroughly carried out, as regarded many abuses which had crept into our constitution. Much had been said of profligacy and profusion of public money, but what was to be said of a Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, who would give away those commissions which formed the stimulus, and should be the reward of honourable merit, in exchange for borough interests? If I had the honour of being returned for Westminster, I should feel confident in rising to arraign such abuses, but in representing a rotten borough, I was under restriction." This explanation was favourably received, and the result was, that on the 10th of May, I was at the head of the poll, whilst my detractors were at the bottom, Sir Francis Burdett being third, and Mr. Sheridan fourth, a circumstance which called forth from the latter gentleman one of those diatribes for which he had become famous. To this I replied as follows: "I perfectly approved of the sentiments professed by the right honourable gentleman that (internal quote) begins, with respect to his own principles, he would prefer the approbation of his country before the favour of any administration or other set of men." (Internal quote ends.) It had, however, been said that naval officers were unfit for representatives of the people in Parliament. But how were abuses in the Navy to be pointed out or redressed by Parliament without the presence of men competent to point them out, give accurate information, and suggest remedies? For 6 years past, such abuses had prevailed as were paralysing the Navy. It was not the place to enter into details, but a few of the more prominent points might be mentioned. Under what was called the system of economy adopted in the fleet, ships were kept at sea month after month, and in such a crazy state of repair as scarcely to be in a condition to float. The system was that when such vessels came into harbour for repair, the Admiralty artificers were sent on board to examine them. These men were afraid to tell the truth, if they considered it unpalatable to their employers, lest they should lose their places. They therefore reported that such ships would do a while longer, with some slight repairs. The vessels received those repairs without coming into dock, and were sent to sea, where they were wrecked or foundered. This was the case with the Atalante, ship of war, which was 4 months off Rochefort last winter. I was ordered to victual that ship for a long voyage, and remonstrated, declaring my opinion that she was unfit to go to sea, and that if she was sent, the first intelligence from her would be that she had foundered. The result was exactly as I had foretold. In spite of the remonstrance, she was sent to sea, and ship, crew, and all went to the bottom. (Loud laughter). It was no laughing matter. Like the fable of the frogs, it might be fun to some, though anything but fun for the brave men whose lives were so valuable to their families and their country. A similar fate attended the Felix schooner, which was compelled to proceed to sea in a like condition, and went down with officers and crew, of whom one man only was saved. Another point might be mentioned. What could be said of a man at the head of the Navy who would lavishly grant away in exchange for rotten borough interests naval commissions which ought to be the reward of those brave officers who had for years devoted their lives at every hazard in the service of their country? Yet it was notorious such things were done. It had been asserted that naval and military officers were ineligible to seats in Parliament because they might at any time be called away by their professional duty. But such men might, and often did, effect more for their country in a few days, sometimes in a few hours, than half those gentlemen who continued for 7 years sitting on their cushions in the House of Commons, without speaking a word for the public good, nay, very often voting against it. (Laughter and applause). With regard to reform, it would be my wish to bring back the constitution to its ancient purity, to exclude altogether from Parliament those placemen and pensioners who, by ancient laws, were excluded from it, but whom modern practice had deemed it expedient to place in the legislature. What had the Committee of Reform done, of whose labours and intentions so much had been said? When the dissolution came, they were found sitting where they began their task, without having effected anything whatever." At the final close of the poll, Sir Francis Burdett and myself, being at the head, were declared elected, and I had the honour of representing a body of constituents whose subsequent support, under the most trying events of my life, forms one of my most gratifying recollections. I must also record it to the honour of my Westminster friends, that during my long connection with them, no elector ever asked me to procure for himself or relatives a place under government, whilst the multitude of applications for place from my late constituents formed, as has been said, a source of intolerable annoyance. This election was remarkable as being the first in which public opinion firmly opposed itself to party faction. It had become unmistakably manifest that the two great factions into which politicians were divided had no other object than to share in the general plunder, and as a first step to this, to embarrass the government of the "ins" by the factious opposition of the "outs." Indeed, so obvious had this become, that the appellations of Whig and Tory were laid aside by common consent, and the more descriptive names of "outs" and "ins" substituted in their stead. My election had no doubt been secured by the emphatic declaration that I would belong to neither party, supporting or opposing either, as in my judgment might seem conducive to the national good. The animosity of these respective parties against each other was favourable to such a course. Each accused the other of grasping at offices for the sake of personal or dependent advantage, and averred that the aim of their opponents was neither the administration of government, which, as has been seen, was left to administer itself in its own way, nor the good of the country, but the possession and distribution of the public money. So virulent did these mutual recriminations become, that it cannot be wondered at if people took the disputants at their word. The more so, as the moment either party was in power, they threw aside the principles which had gained momentary ascendancy, and devoted their sole attention to their former practices, knowing that, as their possession of office might be short, a tenure so uncertain must be made the most of. Statesmanship amongst such people was out of the question. Neither party could even foresee that the very disgust which their scramble for office was exciting in the public mind must one day overthrow both factions. It was at this very Westminster election that the patriotism of the electors made itself felt throughout the length and breadth of the land, and laid the foundation of that reform which has been obtained by the present generation. To the error which had been committed, both factions became speedily alive, and each in turn persecuted the expression of public opinion whenever opportunity offered. The press, as far as possible, was gagged, public writers and speakers heavily fined, and sentenced to lengthened imprisonment, and, where the rank or position of the offender rendered this impracticable, both parties joined in the most uncompromising hostility to him, as afterwards I had but too much reason to know to my cost. On the 24th of June, the electors of Westminster insisted on carrying Sir Francis Burdett from his house in Piccadilly to a magnificent entertainment at the Crown and Anchor Tavern in the Strand. A triumphal car was provided, which on its passage through immense crowds of spectators was enthusiastically greeted, the illustrious occupant reclining with his wounded leg on a cushion, whilst the other was placed on a figure, inscribed with the words "Venality and Corruption," which were thus emblematically trampled underfoot. On the 26th, the House was formally opened by the delivery of His Majesty's speech, through the instrumentality of commissioners, viz. Lord Chancellor Eldon and the Earls of Aylesford and Dartmouth. In the course of the debate on the address, during which much party recrimination took place, I excited great animosity by expressing a hope that, "as each party charged the other with making jobs in order to influence the elections, the conduct of both might in this respect be inquired into, and that hence some third party would arise, which would stand aloof from selfish interests and sinecure places, for that, as parties were at present constituted, I would not support either, unless they were prepared to act on other principles than those by which their present course appeared to be guided." On the 7th of July, pursuant to notice, I brought forward a motion to the following effect: "That a committee be appointed to inquire into and report upon to this House an account of all offices, posts, places, sinecures, pensions, situations, fees, perquisites, and emoluments of every description, paid out of or arising from the public revenues or fees of any courts of law, equity, admiralty, ecclesiastical, or other courts, held or enjoyed by or in trust for any member of this House, his wife, or any of his descendants for him, or either of them, in reversion of any present interest, with an account of the annual amount of such, distinguishing whether the same arises from a certain salary, or from an average amount; that this inquiry extend to the whole of His Majesty's dominions, and that said committee be empowered to send for persons, papers, and records." My argument was, "that if this motion were granted, the result would prove whether there was any possibility of making those who had lived on and enriched themselves by the public money feel for the extraordinary burthens under which the people laboured. The late plan of finance proved that as much as could be extracted had been drawn from the people, and that it was not possible to extract more, ingenuity having exhausted itself in devising new sources of taxation, so that it was necessary to satisfy the greed of dependence on the public purse by the expedient of profligate advertisements offering for sale the public patronage, and even seats in a certain assembly. It was proper to show the public that there was nothing in the character or habits of those composing that House which they desired to conceal." There was nothing factious in this, but the fear of the government was, that were such a motion agreed to, the country would perceive that the vast accumulation of the national debt did not arise so much from the warlike expenditure, defensive or aggressive, as from political profligacy. The motion was, therefore, opposed by one of the leading members of the House, on the ground that it was invidious and improper to convey to the public an insinuation that members of Parliament were influenced by considerations of private advantage for themselves or their dependents, and that it was most essential, at this critical period, the character of the House of Commons should not be degraded or depreciated. In this view both factions joined con amore, but the question as to which it was aimed at was only that of being in or out of office, that there was any chance of such a motion being passed was not expected by any one, and least of all by myself, but the predicament in which it had placed the House was that of either assenting to the correctness of its principle, or of asserting boldly that there were no grounds for the inquiry. The latter course was too high to be taken with safety. Mr. Whitbread, a most excellent man, and a great peacemaker when practicable, came to the rescue, by stating that though he concurred in principle with my motion, yet it might be sufficient to refer it to a Committee of Finance, with instructions to inquire into and report upon the matters therein contained. Such a course would be useful without being invidious, and a report based upon such alteration would probably be attended with beneficial results. Mr. Perceval caught at the alternative thus presented, and immediately proposed that the motion should be thus altered. Quote, that there should be an instruction to the Committee of Public Expenditure to procure a list of all places, pensions, etc., specifying by whom they were held, with the exception of those belonging to the Army and Navy, and officers below 200£ a year in the revenue, and that they should cause this list to be laid on the table. End quote. To this compromise I demurred, stating that, quote, my motive had not been made in expectation of pecuniary saving, but because a general feeling existed in the country regarding the corruption of the House of Commons. It was notorious that commissions in the Army and Navy had been given for votes in that House, and to such an extent was the system carried, that the best way to preferment was considered to be by the purchase of a house or two in usually contested boroughs. I could not accept as a substitute for my motion an alphabetical list of pensions and places, though it would be an object of great curiosity, and though many might be ashamed of holding such offices if their names were exposed to public view. On these grounds I would press my motion to a division, end quote, which was carried against me by a majority of 29. Mr. Perceval then moved his amendment, which elicited from Mr. Whitbread a declaration that, quote, it was unquestionably Lord Cochrane's meaning that there should be exhibited, during the present session of Parliament, a list of all the members of that House, which holding sinecure offices, places, etc., under government, and in that way liable to have their conduct influenced. If such a return were not made, the House would disgrace itself. Those who at present respected the House would suspect that all was not right, while those who already suspected it would have their suspicions confirmed. End quote. Mr. Sheridan also pronounced Mr. Perceval's amendment, quote, to be nothing but an evasion of my motion, intended to overwhelm the inquiry, and thus to suffocate the object Lord Cochrane had in view. End quote. The House, however, was not inclined to publish its own shame, and Mr. Perceval's amendment was carried by a large majority. So far as the production of the general pension list was concerned, my first essay in the House was thus a success. The ill feeling, however, engendered towards myself amongst men of both parties, the greater portion of whom were either implicated in or recipients of the corruption denounced by a few servants of the Crown, cannot at the present day be conveyed to the imagination of the reader. To appreciate it, he must have been conversant with such matters 50 years ago, and have witnessed the first onslaught made upon them from a quarter so unexpected. On the 10th of July, I brought forward a motion on naval abuses. As in the present day, any discussion of a matter so remote would be tedious. It will suffice for the continuation of the narrative to transcribe from the pages of Hansard all that need be said on the subject. Quote, Lord Cochrane rose and said, Sir, I wish to avert part of the impending dangers of my country, has made me resolve to move for certain papers relative to the naval service, not with a retrospective view to blame individuals, but that unnecessary hardships may cease to exist. I am willing to believe that members of this House, whose talents are capable to do justice to the cause, are ignorant of circumstances which for years have embittered the lives of seamen employed in His Majesty's service, and that as to the gentlemen of the naval profession who have seats here, I suppose that the diffidence occasioned by the awe which this House at first inspires has prevented them from performing this important duty. I shall be as brief as possible, but as the nature of some of the papers for which I am about to move is unknown to many members of this House, it will be necessary that I should give some explanation. The first motion is, that there be laid before this House copies of all letters or representations made by commanders of His Majesty's sloop Atlante and schooner Felix, addressed to Captain Keats (open bracket, commanding off Rochefort), close bracket, respecting the state and condition of those vessels, and the sick therein. The object of this motion is to prove that vessels under the present system are kept at sea in a dangerous state, and that the lives of many officers and men are in constant peril. Lieutenant Cameron, who commanded the Felix, and since lost in that vessel, was one of the best and ablest officers I ever knew. He found it incumbent on him to report that the Felix ought to be sent into port to repair. I shall read part of 2 letters from the surgeon, dated 3 months before they all perished, and previous to Lieutenant Cameron's being appointed to command that vessel, the other dated 8 days before that melancholy event. On the 14th of November he says, quote, "Our noble commander has been very active in his endeavours to get confirmed to this vessel, much more than I should be. She sails worse and worse, and I think the chances are against our ever bringing her into an English port." End quote. On the 14th of January, 1807, the surgeon says, quote, "Every endeavour has been put in force by Cameron and myself to get her into port, but without success. He attacked the Commodore with most miserable epistles of distress throughout, and I attacked him with a very formidable sick list, but all, my friend, would not do." End quote. I may be told that there is danger in agitating such subjects, but there can be none at any time in bringing to the knowledge of the legislature, for redress, that which is notorious to those who have a right to claim it. No, sir, let grievances be redressed in time, and complaints will cease. When the Imperious, the ship I command, was about to leave Rochefort, I was ordered to revictual the Atlante for 6 weeks, though she had then been out 8 months, a period sufficient to ruin the health, break the energy, and weary the spirit of all employed in such a vessel. The Atlante was hauled alongside, the commander and several officers came on board, and informed me of the bad condition of their sloop. They said she was wholly unfit to keep the sea, and that a gale of wind would cause her inevitable loss. I think they said the foremast and bowsprit and foreyard were all sprung. Besides, the vessel made 20 inches of water per hour. I thought it well to mention the circumstances thus reported to the commanding officer off Rochefort, for I well knew that the minds of subordinate officers ordered to survey were impressed with terror, lest any vessel surveyed should not be found, on arriving in port, quite so bad as represented. Their usual plan, therefore, is to say such a vessel can keep the sea a while longer, knowing that if any accident occurs, it will be ascribed to zeal for the good of His Majesty's service. So much impressed was I with the bad state of this vessel, that I said to the builder of Plymouth Yard, in the presence of Admiral Sutton, on my arrival there, that the first news we should have from Rochefort, if there should happen to be a gale of wind, would be the loss of the Atlante. Under the harassing system of 8 or 9 months' cruises, men get tired of their lives, and even indifferent as to the choice between a French prison and their present misery. The next document I propose to move for is, quote, "an abstract of the weekly accounts of His Majesty's ships and frigates employed off Brest and Rochefort from the 1st of March 1806 until the 1st of March 1807, end quote. From this the number of men employed, the number of sick, the time the ships have been kept at sea, and the time they have been allowed in harbour to refit the vessels and recruit the crews, will appear. The Plantagenet, for instance, was 8 months within 4 hours' sail of England. She was then forced by stress of weather into Falmouth, where she remained 12 days windbound. But an order existed (open bracket), which I shall presently make the subject of a motion, close bracket, by which neither officer nor man could stretch his legs on the gravel beach within 50 yards of the ship. In order to show how little benefit has been derived from supplies at sea, as a substitute for refreshment and recreation, which crews were formerly suffered to enjoy, I shall next move that there be laid before this House an account of the quantity of fresh provisions, expressed in days' allowance, received at sea by each of His Majesty's ships off Rochefort and Brest, from the 1st of March 1806 to the 1st of March 1807. Formerly, when the 4 months' provisions were expended, the return of a ship to port was a matter of course, but now they are victualled and revictualled at sea, so that an East India voyage is performed with more refreshment than a Channel cruise. Lime juice is the substitute for fresh provisions, a debilitating antidote to the scurvy, unfit to re-establish the strength of the body impaired by constant use of salt provisions. The next motion (open bracket) which I shall propose (close bracket) is, that there be laid before this House all orders issued and acted on between the 1st of March 1806 and March 1807, respecting leave to be granted or withheld from officers or men, distinguishing who was Commander-in-Chief at the times of issuing such orders." It is a hard case that in harbour neither officer nor men shall be permitted to go on shore. These orders I do not hesitate to condemn, and the injustice appears the more striking when it is remembered that the Commander-in-Chief resided in London, enjoying not only the salary of his office, but claiming the emolument of prize money gained by the toil of those in active service. I shall not be surprised to find the office of Commander-in-Chief bestowed on some favourite as a sinecure by some future minister. With respect to the sick, I feel it necessary to say a few words, but I shall first read my motion on that subject. That there be laid before this House all orders issued and acted on between the 1st of March 1805 and the 1st of March 1807 by, or by the authority of the Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's ships and vessels in the Channel, allowing or restraining commanding officers from sending men to the naval hospitals or restricting their admission to such hospitals. In consequence of regulations established in these institutions, men have frequently refused admittance. No man, whatever his state of health, can be sent to an hospital from any of the ships in the Channel fleet unless previously examined by the surgeon of the Commander-in-Chief. Deaths, amputations, and total loss of health were the consequences of the impossibility of this officer going from ship to ship in bad weather, when opportunity offered to convey the sick to port. So pertinaciously were such regulations adhered to, that although I sent a sick lieutenant, and a man ruptured, to the hospital, they were not admitted. The disease of the one (who was under salivation) was declared to be contrary to the order regulating admission, and he was returned through sleet and rain. The other was refused because everything possible had not been done to reduce the rupture, as he had not been hung up by the heels in a rolling sea, which might have proved his death. The system of naval hospitals is thoroughly bad. Mistaken economy has even reduced the quantity of lint for the purpose of dressing wounds. To the ships there is not half enough allowed. Unworthy savings have been unworthily made, endangering the lives of officers and seamen. Indeed, the grievances of the Navy have been, and are, so severe, through rigour and mistaken economy, that I can see nothing more meritorious than the patience with which these grievances have been endured. Sir Samuel Hood, Admiral Harvey, Admiral Markham, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Wyndham, and others, spoke against the motion. Lord Cochrane rose in reply, and said, "I disclaim, sir, any motive whatever, except a regard for the real interests of my country, though I confess that I cannot help feeling in common with others the treatment received. Improper motives have been imputed to me, and I might reply to one of those gentlemen, who has denied facts which I can prove, that he was one of those who established this abominable system. What his abilities may be, in matters not connected with the naval service, I know not, but it is a known fact that his noble patron, the Earl St. Vincent, sent the master of the Ville de Paris to put his ship in some tolerable order." Here there was a cry of "Order, order," from Admiral Harvey and others. With respect to the assertion made by the same gentleman, that the health of the men is increased by long cruises at sea, and that the Commander-in-Chief is improved by being on shore, he may reconcile that if he can. I shall not follow the example of imputing improper motives (looking at Captain Sir Samuel Hood), but another complaint is that, under this obnoxious system of favouritism, captains have been appointed to large commands of 6 and 7 sail of the line, as many frigates, and as many sloops of war, the right of admirals who have served and can serve their country, and who have bled in its cause, but perhaps for such times their ranks did not afford a prospect of their being sufficiently subservient. This House, I believe, need not be told that from this cause there are admirals of ability who have lingered in neglect (a cry of "Order, order," from Admiral Harvey and others). So, two parts of the statement of the Honourable Knight are especially worthy of notice, so far as they were meant as a reply to my statement. He said he had 100 men killed and wounded in his ship, and no complaint, no inconvenience, arose from want of lint, or anything else. First, this occurred when the surgeons supplied their own necessaries, and next, the wounded men were sent on the day following to Gibraltar Hospital. Now, sir, with respect to the blame said to have been attributed by me to Lord St. Vincent for the loss of the Felix and Atalante, I have to say that it is of the general system and its consequences of which I complain, of endless cruises, rendering surveys at sea as a substitute for a proper examination of the state of ships in port. The honourable knight is a little unfortunate in the comparison he has made, saying that Lord St. Vincent was no more to blame in the case of these vessels than for my getting the Imperieuse on shore on the coast of France. Now, since this subject has been touched on, I must state that I made application for a court-martial on my conduct, but it was not granted, because the blame would have fallen where it ought, on the person whose repeated positive commands sent the ship to sea in an unfit condition. The people of the yard had not finished the work, all was in confusion. The quarter-deck guns lay unfitted, 40 tons of ballast, besides provisions of all kinds, remained on deck. The powder (allowed to be taken on board only when the ship is out of harbour) was received when the ship was in that condition, and the Imperieuse was hurried to sea without a cartridge filled or a gun loaded. The order issued was to quit the port the instant the ship would steer, regardless of every other material circumstance. Another cry of order, order, from the same gentleman. The Speaker said the noble lord must confine himself to the motion before the House. Well, sir, it is asserted that a profusion of oranges is supplied to the fleet at Lisbon, in reply to my statement that none are allowed in the hospitals at home. I have not heard from any of those who have so zealously spoken on the other side a defence of the obnoxious order to keep all officers and men on board. All such grievances may seem slight, and matter of indifference to those who are here at their ease, but I view them in another light, and if no one better qualified will represent subjects of great complaint, I will do so, independent of every personal consideration. In the course of the debate it has been asserted that I said lime juice was a bad cure for the scurvy. No, it is a cure, and almost a certain cure, but debilitating. It destroys the disease, but ruins the constitution. An honourable member (Mr. Sheridan) has said that all this should have been represented to the Admiralty, that this House is an improper place for such discussions, and he has threatened to call for all letters from me to the Board. To the first I answer, that Boards pay no attention to the representations of individuals whom they consider under their command. Next, that if the right honourable gentleman calls for my letters, he will find some that will not suit his purpose. Sir, besides the public abuses, the oppression and scandalous persecution of individuals, often on anonymous information, has been, and is, matter of great complaint. Sir, if the present Admiralty shall increase the sum allowed for the refreshment of crews in port, instead of corrupting their bodies by salt provisions, and then drenching them with lime juice, they will deserve the gratitude and thanks of all employed. In the Navy we have had to lament the system that makes the Admiralty an appendage of the Minister of the day, and that just as a Board begin to see, and perhaps to plan reform, they are removed from office. I trust, sir, that I shall not be denied the papers moved for, and that my motion will not be got rid of by a blind vote of confidence, or the subterfuge of the previous question. The motion was negatived without a division. From the preceding extract, it will have been seen that my motion produced no effect upon the House. It however produced a cessation of my legislative functions, for immediately afterwards I was ordered to join Lord Collingwood's fleet in the Mediterranean, it being perhaps anticipated that I should vacate my seat in consequence. But this the electors of Westminster prevented by giving me unlimited leave of absence from my parliamentary duties. End of chapter 13. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of Autobiography for Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 14, Voyage of the Imperieuse. On the 12th of September 1807, the Imperieuse sailed from Portsmouth to join Lord Collingwood's fleet in the Mediterranean, having in charge a convoy of 38 sail of merchantmen destined for Gibraltar and Malta. We reached Malta on the 31st of October, and finding that Lord Collingwood was cruising off Palermo, sailed on the 5th of November to join his fleet. On the 14th, under the land of Corsica, 2 strange sail were discovered, and it being calm, the boats were manned and gave chase, the larger of the vessels showing English colours. Finding that this ruse did not check the progress of the boats, she hove to, and when they advanced within musket shot, hauled in her colours, and commenced firing with musketry and long guns. The boats, however, dashed alongside, and in 5 minutes, after considerable slaughter, were in possession. She proved to be a Maltese privateer of 10 guns. Her crew, however, consisting of Russians, Italians, and Sclavonians, the captain only being a Maltese. In this affair we lost 1 man killed, and 2 officers and 13 men wounded. The loss of the privateer was far more considerable, her treachery being severely punished. I was much vexed at this affair, for the vessel, though hailing from Malta, was in reality a pirate, and ought to have been treated as such. After despatching her to Malta, I addressed the following letter on the subject to Lord Collingwood. Letter begins: HMS Imperieuse off Corsica, 14th of November 1807. My Lord, I am sorry to inform your Lordship of a circumstance which has already been fatal to 2 of our best men, and I fear of 13 others wounded, 2 will not survive. These wounds they received in an engagement with a set of desperate savages collected in a privateer, said to be the King George of Malta, wherein the only subjects of his Britannic Majesty were 3 Maltese boys, 1 Gibraltar man, and a naturalised captain, the others being renegadoes from all countries, and great part of them belonging to nations at war with Great Britain. This vessel, my lord, was close to the Corsican shore. On the near approach of our boats, a Union Jack was hung over her gunwale. 1 boat of the 3, which had no gun, went within hail, and told them that we were English. The boats then approached, but when close alongside, the colours of the stranger were taken in, and a volley of grape and musketry discharged in the most barbarous and savage manner, their muskets and blunderbusses being pointed from beneath the netting close to the people's breasts. The rest of the men and officers then boarded and carried the vessel in the most gallant manner. The bravery shown and exertion used on this occasion were worthy of a better cause. I have the honour, &c., Cochrane, the Right Honourable Lord Collingwood. Letter ends. This pirate, for the capture of which, as was subsequently learned, 500£ had been offered, was, after much trouble, condemned as a droit of Admiralty, it being evidently hoped by this course such influence might be brought to bear as would eventually procure her restoration, for it was currently reported at Malta that certain persons connected with the Admiralty Court had a share in her. Be this as it may, we never obtained the premium for her capture, but in place thereof were condemned by the Court of Admiralty to pay 500 double sequins. After this, the Maltese Court always threw every obstacle in the way of condemning our prizes, and when this was effected, with such costs as to render the term prize almost a misnomer, a subject on which some strange stories will have to be told in another place. On the 19th we joined Lord Collingwood's fleet off Toulon, consisting of the Ocean, Malta, Montague, Tiger, Repulse, Canopus, and Espoir. The Imperieuse was forthwith ordered to Malta to land the wounded, after which we were directed by Lord Collingwood to proceed to the Archipelago, his lordship giving me an order to supersede the officer in command of the blockading squadron there. On the 26th we again fell in with the fleet off Sardinia, and on the 29th anchored in Valletta, our pirate prize having arrived on the preceding evening. On the 6th of December the Imperieuse sailed for the Archipelago, and on the 8th passed between Zante and Kefalonia. On the 11th we joined the blockading squadron in the Adriatic, consisting of the Unity, Thames, Porcupine, and Weasel, which were then watching some French frigates in Corfu. On the 12th the Imperieuse overhauled 3 Russian vessels, one of which threw overboard 3 bundles of letters. By prompt exertion we were lucky enough to rescue these, and found them to contain important intelligence. On arriving off Corfu, and pending the necessary arrangements for transferring the command of the blockading squadron to myself, I asked leave of the senior officer still in command to take a run to the north end of the island. This being granted, we sailed forthwith, and to our surprise soon afterwards fell in with 13 merchantmen, as leisurely proceeding along the blockaded coast as though we had belonged to their own nation. Singling out the 3 nearest to us, we took possession of them, and to our astonishment found that each had a pass from the officer I was ordered to supersede. Despite this unlooked for protection, I sent them to Malta for adjudication, and they were, I believe, condemned. The immediate result to myself, however, as Lord Collingwood long afterwards told me, was the withdrawal of my appointment to the command of the blockading squadron. The commanding officer, whose passes I had intercepted, promptly took the initiative, and without apprising me, despatched one of his vessels to Lord Collingwood with a letter stating generally that, "From my want of discretion I was unfit to be entrusted with a single ship, much less with the command of a squadron." Lord Lord Collingwood acted on the representation without making inquiry into its cause, and the consequence was my recall to receive further orders from his lordship, this amounting to my deposition from the only command of a squadron that was ever offered to me. I was, of course, ignorant of Lord Collingwood's reasons for recalling me, though greatly disappointed at such a result. It was not till some time afterwards, when too late to remedy the injury, that I ventured to ask his lordship the reason for such a proceeding. He frankly told me, when I as frankly informed him of the intercepted passes, and that my senior officer had traduced me to his lordship by way of the first blow in a serious scrape. Lord Collingwood was very indignant, but from the lapse of time, and probably from having neglected to investigate the matter at the time, he thought it better not to reopen it, and thus my traducer continued his pass trade with impunity. I give the above incident as it occurred. Those to whom such a statement may appear incredible will find on consulting the pages of Captain Brenton that it was not an isolated instance. I shall add that on my return from the Mediterranean in 1809, an officer, who shall be nameless, waited on me at Portsmouth, and begged me not to make an official or public mention of the preceding circumstance, or it would be his ruin. I made him no promise, but having then the preparation for the Basque Roads attack on my hands, there was no time to attend to the matter, and as the circumstance had not been officially reported by me at the time, as indeed it did not come within my province to report it, I never afterwards troubled myself about it, though this shameless proceeding has deprived me of the only chance I ever had to command more than a single ship. The excuse offered to me was that the purser had been making use of the captain's name for his own purposes, a very improbable story, as in such a case it would not have been difficult to convict the purser and exonerate himself. The disgraceful letter to Lord Collingwood, however, clearly pointed out the delinquent. On the 17th we fell in with a brig bound from Trieste to Lord Collingwood with despatches, announcing that Russia had declared hostilities against England. This intelligence was fortunate, as there were several Russian ships of war in the Gulf, with one of which, a line of battle ship, we had fallen in only 2 days previous. The professed origin of the declaration of Russia against England was our questionable conduct at Copenhagen, but notwithstanding the assumption by Russia that she had endeavoured to serve our cause at Tilsit, there is no doubt but that she was secretly leagued with Napoleon against us. I never knew what was in the letters we rescued, as they were sent to Lord Collingwood, but no doubt they contained important intelligence for the French squadron then in the archipelago, and coming from a Russian source, there was little question as to the nature of their contents, which appeared to be conclusive in the estimation of the British authorities. On the 22nd, the Imperieuse stood in the Gulf of Valona under French colours, and saw some vessels close in under the batteries. As soon as it became dark we manned the boats, and brought out a Turkish vessel under the fire of a battery. On the 30th again joined the squadron, and learned that the Russian fleet, consisting of 5 sail of the line and 3 frigates, had left Corfu and gone up the Adriatic. On the 2nd of January 1808 we joined Lord Collingwood, the fleet then bearing up in the direction of Syracuse. On the 8th gave chase to some vessels off the south point of Kefalonia, sending the boats out after them into the bay, but the enemy being on the alert, and the vessels being run on shore, it became necessary to recall the boats. On the 12th, when off Otranto, we captured a vessel from Corfu to that place, laden with clothing and iron. On the 23rd we again joined Lord Collingwood off Corfu, and were despatched to Malta with sealed orders, arriving there on the 28th. Having filled up our water and provisions, the Imperieuse was then ordered to Gibraltar, for which port we sailed on the 31st, my expectations of increased command, thanks to the adroit turn given to my seizure of the intercepted passes, being thus at an end. The instructions now given me by Lord Collingwood were to harass the Spanish and French coasts as opportunity served. These instructions, though forming a poor equivalent for the command of a squadron, were nevertheless considered by me complimentary, as acknowledging the good effected by my former cruises in the Speedy. Consequently, I determined to make every exertion to merit his lordship's approbation in the present instance. On the 9th of February we made the high land of Spain to the eastward of Barcelona, and at daylight on the following morning fell in with 2 vessels bound from Cartagena to Marseilles, both of which were captured, and sent to Malta with the prisoners. On the 11th looked into Barcelona, where a considerable number of vessels lay at anchor, but knowing the fortifications to be too strong to warrant success in an attempt to cut any of them out, the Imperieuse again made sail. On the 18th we ran in close to Valencia, and having on the previous day perceived some vessels anchored within a mile of the town, the boats were sent out after dark to capture them, but as they unfortunately proved to be American, our labour was abortive. On the 15th we arrived off Alicant, and at daylight stood close to the town under American colours. 2 boats came out, but finding their mistake when within gunshot, they immediately made for the shore, and the batteries opened fire upon us. As there was no purpose to be answered in returning this, we passed by Cape Palos, where 4 gunboats showing Russian colours were observed at anchor under the protection of one of the numerous batteries with which the Spanish coast was studded. On the 17th entered a bay about 8 miles to the westward of Cartagena to intercept some vessels observed running along shore. After a long chase with the boats, we succeeded in capturing 2. As I had made up my mind to get possession of the gunboats seen 2 days previously, we stood off out of sight of land in order to lull suspicion, and at sunset on the 19th again steered for the bay in which they were at anchor. At 9 p.m. we distinctly saw them quit their anchorage, on which we cleared for action, remaining undiscovered till they had passed the point which forms one extremity of the bay. They now attempted to return, but too late. Running in amongst them, we opened both our broadsides with effect, and dashing at them with the boats, took one, armed with a 32-pounder, a brass howitzer, and 2 smaller guns. Another sank with all hands, just as the boats were alongside, and a third sank shortly afterwards. A fourth escaped by running for Cartagena, where we did not think it politic to follow her, lest we should bring upon us the Spanish fleet at anchor there. A brig with a valuable cargo also fell into our hands. Having received information from the prisoners taken in the gunboats that a large French ship, laden with lead and other munitions of war, was at anchor in the Bay of Almeria, I determined on cutting her out, and, the night being dark, it became necessary to bring to. At daylight on the 21st we found ourselves within a few miles of the town, and having hoisted American colours, had the satisfaction to perceive that no alarm was excited on shore. The boats, having previously got in readiness, were forthwith hoisted out, and the large pinnace, under the command of Lieutenant Caulfield, dashed at the French ship, which, as the pinnace approached, commenced a heavy fire, in the midst of which the ship was gallantly boarded, but with the loss of poor Caulfield, who was shot on entering the vessel. The other pinnace coming up almost at the same moment completed the capture, and the cable being cut, sail was made on the prize. Some smaller vessels were also secured, but before we could get clear, the wind died away, and the Imperieuse and her prizes were becalmed, the batteries of the town and citadel opening upon us a heavy fire, which lasted till 11 a.m., when a light breeze carried us out of gunshot. Of these batteries, our most formidable opponent was a 4-gun tower situated on an eminence above us, but by exercising great care in laying our guns, we contrived to keep this battery from doing mischief, except that now and then they managed to hull the prize, which had been placed between the battery and the frigate. By midday, however, we were clear of the batteries, and the prize was safe. It was fortunate for us that a breeze sprang up, for had it continued calm, we could not have brought a vessel out in the face of such batteries, not more than half a mile distant. Neither, perhaps, should we ourselves have so easily escaped on another account, for about 4 o'clock in the afternoon a Spanish ship of the line suddenly appeared in the offing, no doubt with the intention of ascertaining the cause of the firing. We, however, kept close to the wind, and got clear off with the French ship, mounting 10 guns, and 2 brigs laden with cordage. The scene must have been an interesting one to the people of Almeria, great numbers of the inhabitants lining the shore, though at some risk, as from our position many shots from the Imperieuse must have passed over them. On the 23rd the frigate arrived at Gibraltar with the prizes in company, and on the following day we attended the remains of Lieutenant Caulfield to the grave. On the 2nd of March we received orders again to proceed up the Mediterranean together with the Hydra, with which vessel we sailed in company on the 4th. Heavy weather settling in prevented our return to Almeria, as had been intended, but on the 12th we stood close in to the entrance of Cartagena, where only the guardship and a sloop of war were at anchor under strong fortifications. As nothing could be done here, we anchored about 2 miles to the eastward of the port, in the hope of catching vessels running along shore. At daylight the next morning we gave chase to a ship rounding Cape Negriti, but she escaped into a bay in the vicinity under the protection of a powerful battery and several gunboats. As we knew nothing of the anchorage, we did not attempt to molest them. On the 13th the Imperieuse steered in the direction of Majorca, near which on the 19th we captured a vessel bound for Port Mahon. At daylight on the 21st went in close to the entrance of Mahon, where we found the Spanish fleet at anchor, and captured a brig within 3 miles of the shore. sending her on the following day to Gibraltar with some prisoners taken out of another brig on the previous evening by the Hydra. On the 23rd fell in with the Renome, to which we reported that the Spanish fleet was in Man Harbour. After supplying us with water, she parted company for Gibraltar. On the 26th we again made Port Mahon, where 6 sail of the Spanish fleet appeared to be in readiness for sea. Seeing a sloop to leeward, we made sail in chase, and captured her in the evening. She was bound from Port Mahon to Sardinia. On the 28th, at daylight, having observed some vessels in Alcudia Bay, we sent in the boats, these soon afterwards returning with a tartan laden with wine, which we sent to Gibraltar. Soon afterwards we captured another partly laden with wine, which we took out, and set her adrift. On the 29th gave chase to 2 vessels rounding an island. One succeeded in getting in safe, the other, under Moorish colours, we took, notwithstanding the fire of the forts, and sent her to Malta. She had several male and female passengers on board, who were highly delighted when, 2 days afterwards, we put them on shore. On the 2nd of April the Imperieuse was again close to Minorca, when reconnoitring a small bay, we discovered a strong tower apparently just built, landed, and blew it up without molestation from the inhabitants. Though ready for an armament, none had been placed upon it. On the 5th at daylight, passed close to Cittadella in chase of a vessel which escaped, made sail after a brig coming from the direction of Majorca. At 3 p.m. she ran in shore and anchored under a small fort, which opened a smart fire upon us, but was soon silenced. The crew then abandoned the brig, which was brought off and sent to Gibraltar. On the 6th, again reconnoitred Port Mahon, and saw 3 sail of the line at the entrance of the harbour, ready for sea. On the 8th captured a French brig, laden with 163 pipes of wine, for the use of the Spanish fleet at Port Mahon. Sent her to Gibraltar, and put the prisoners on shore. On the 11th, off Cittadella, we captured another vessel sailing under Moorish colours, but laden with Spanish wine. Took out the wine, and as she belonged to the unfortunate Moors who manned her, to their great gratification, we gave them back the vessel. On the 13th it blew so hard that we were compelled to anchor within range of a pile of barracks placed upon a high cliff, a position certainly not taken by choice. The troops commenced firing, which we returned, and by 4 p.m. had pretty well demolished the barracks. I then despatched an officer in the gig with a barrel of powder to complete the work, but just as they had got up, a large reinforcement of troops came upon them and compelled them to make a retreat, leaving the powder behind them. After this we got under way. On the 18th fell in with the Leonidas, which on the previous day had left Lord Collingwood with 16 sail of the line. Parted company in quest of the fleet, but did not fall in with it. On the 22nd we re-entered Alcudia Bay, and sent the pinnace ashore, where she captured some sheep. On the following day another boat's crew managed to procure some bullocks and pigs, which were very acceptable, but all their efforts to obtain water failed. A few days previous to this, when close in to Majorca, we had been fired upon from the small battery of Jacemal, and having subsequently reconnoitred it more closely, it appeared practicable to destroy it by a night attack. Accordingly, we again ran in, and soon reaching the tower, blew it up, dismounting 3 guns. A guardhouse near the battery was set on fire, after which we returned to the frigate without loss. At daylight on the following morning, we had the gratification to perceive that our work had been effectual, the whole being in ruins. As the place stood on an eminence very difficult of access, and commanding 2 bays, its demolition was desirable. On the 26th fell in with the Leonidas, which had been in quest of, but had not succeeded in falling in with, Lord Collingwood's fleet. From her we learnt that the French fleet was at anchor in Corfu. On ascertaining this, I determined on paying another visit to the Spanish coast, and accordingly parted company with the Leonidas. At daylight on the 27th, observing a brig and a smaller vessel in shore, made sail in chase. The brig got safe into Palamos Bay, where there were several other vessels deeply laden, but well protected by forts and gunboats. The smaller vessel was boarded by Mr. Harrison in the gig, before she had time to get under the forts, but perceiving a large galley full of men in pursuit of him, he was obliged to relinquish the prize and make for the frigate. The galley pressed him hard, but on perceiving the Imperieuse bringing to for her reception, she gave up the chase, and the gig returned in safety. We were now in great distress from want of water, and as it could only be obtained from the enemy's coast, we sent a boat on shore to the westward of Blaines, but she returned without success, having been fired upon from a fortification on an eminence in the vicinity. As a supply of this essential fluid had become essentially necessary, even if it had to be fought for, we made every preparation for a second attempt on a sandy beach between Blaines and Calella, where a large river was found, on which the frigate was brought to an anchor about a quarter of a mile from the place, and, thanks to our bold front, we obtained an abundant supply without molestation, though as we came off, a considerable body of troops showed themselves, and a fire of musketry was opened upon us, but the frigate promptly replying with round shot, our assailants retreated into the woods as hastily as they had emerged from them, and we again made sail. On the 5th of May, observing a vessel under Moorish colours to leeward, we made all sail in chase, and by 10 o'clock she was in our possession, proving to be a xebec from Marseilles to Tripoli laden with lead. Her crew were Genoese, and having given us information that on the previous evening they were in company with a large French ship, also laden with lead and other munitions of war, destined for the use of the French fleet, we despatched the prize to Gibraltar, and made sail for the mainland, in order to intercept the Frenchmen. On nearing the coast, we observed several vessels running along shore, and singling out the one which most nearly answered the description given us by the Genoese, she struck after a few shots, the information thus proving correct. She was bound from Almeria to Marseilles, laden with lead and barilla. Despatched her after the other to Gibraltar. At daylight on the 6th gave chase to 3 ships running under the land. On observing us, they parted company, one going round a shoal near Oliva, and another running into a small harbour. The third, a fine vessel, we chased into Valencia, but she escaped, as we did not venture after her. Retracing our course, we saw on the following morning one of the others anchored close in shore, and sent the boats to bring her off. On nearing her, she opened a smart fire, which being steadily returned by our own men, her crew abandoned her, and we took possession without loss. As soon as she was boarded, it was found that she had just touched the ground, but the boats promptly taking her in tow, succeeded in getting her afloat, and brought her safely off, despite the fire of 2 towers close to the town of Calera, in the neighbourhood of Valencia. A considerable number of people assembled to witness the attack from the neighbouring hills. On the 8th, perceived a vessel rounding Cape St. Antonio. On seeing us, she made sail, as we also did in chase. At sunset lost sight of her, and, despatching our prize to Gibraltar, altered our course so as to cut her off from Marseilles, whither we suspected she was bound. At daylight we again caught sight of her, and by 10 o'clock had gained upon her considerably, when, to our disappointment, she sent a boat on board, proving to be a Gibraltar privateer instead of a Spaniard. At daylight the following morning we ran close to Tarragona, and captured a large xebec under Moorish colours. At 12 o'clock observed a fine vessel coming round the shoals of Fangalo, and knowing that she could not have witnessed the capture of the xebec, we immediately furled all sail in order to escape observation. An alarm was, however, promptly raised along the coast, and this causing her to alter her course, we immediately started in pursuit. At sunset it fell calm, the ship being then distant about 12 miles. At 3 a.m. she was discovered close in shore, when we hoisted out boats and pulled smartly for her, but on arriving almost within gunshot, she caught a breeze and went away from us, endeavouring to get into a creek, but the boats being in a position to cut her off, and making every effort to head her, she bore up, and at 7 a.m. anchored under a 2-gun battery, which kept up a constant fire on the boats. The Imperieuse, now rapidly approaching, gave the tower a gun, and recalled the boats, in order to send other crews, those engaged in the chase being necessarily much fatigued. About 3 p.m. we were joined by the Gibraltar privateer, which bore up to engage the tower, keeping up a smart fire, as did also the ship. The Imperieuse now came to an anchor, and opened her broadside on the tower, which was soon silenced. The boats were once more manned, as were those of the privateer, and the prize towed out, proving to be a large Spanish ship, the same as we had chased into Valencia, bound from Alicante to Marseilles. We learned from her the unpleasant news of one of our lieutenants, Mr. Harrison, having been captured by some gunboats and taken into Denia. This intelligence being subsequently confirmed by a fishing boat boarded off Denia on the 17th. On the 20th passed close to Cape Paleos, the forts on which fired several shots at us, but without damage. At 9 o'clock on the 21st observed 12 vessels coming round the cape, 4 of which were evidently gunboats. We at once made all sail in chase, but as we tacked, the gunboats opened a smart fire upon us, continuing this till we again tacked and stood towards them, when they made off, with the exception of one which stood towards the cape. the other 3 running aground on the beach. As we were now very close to the gunboats, the Imperieuse, whilst in stays, also took the ground, but luckily got off again, and opened a fire of musketry upon them, which in about 20 minutes obliged 2 crews to quit their vessels, the 3rd keeping her colours flying till her captain was mortally wounded. It now came on to blow hard, and as there was no probability of saving the prizes, we set fire to the 2 gunboats and a large vessel laden with barilla, the crews having all escaped on shore. The other gunboat, which had gallantly kept her colours flying to the last, we got off, bringing her wounded captain and 2 other officers on board the frigate. About 6 p.m. both gunboats blew up with great explosion. Our own situation was at this time critical, as we were in only 4 fathom water, and it was blowing a gale of wind. By 9 o'clock the wind fortunately came off the land, which enabled us to run out a couple of miles and anchor for the night. We learned from the officers that the convoy was bound from Cartagena to Barcelona, and that each gunboat had a long gun in the bow, and 2 aft, and a complement of 50 men. 2 other vessels having run on shore on the morning of the 22nd, we again despatched the boats to bring them off if possible, as well as to recover our anchor and cable, which had been slipped when getting the Imperieuse afloat. They succeeded in bringing off one of the vessels, which was laden with barilla, but the other vessel, being immovable, was set fire to. This done, we put to sea with our prizes in tow. In the course of the night, the Spanish captain died, his wounds having been from the first hopeless. Every attention possible was paid to the poor fellow, from admiration of his gallantry, but anything beyond this was out of our power. On the following morning we committed his remains to the deep, with the honours of war. We now made sail for Gibraltar with our prizes, one of which was with difficulty kept afloat. On the 25th passed Malaga, and on the 31st arrived at Gibraltar, with all the prizes except one, which had been placed in the charge of the Honourable Mr. Napier, the late Lord Napier, then a midshipman. Footnote: afterwards ambassador to China, where his lordship died. End footnote. On the 1st of June the Trident arrived from England with convoy, and the intelligence of a revolution in Spain, which being shortly afterwards confirmed by proclamation, a friendly communication was opened between the garrison and the Spaniards, and on the 8th Lord Collingwood arrived at Gibraltar in the Ocean, to be in readiness to act as circumstances might require. A few words on our altered relations with Spain, though coming rather within the province of the historian than the biographer, may here be necessary, in order to account for so sudden a change in my own personal operations. On the 6th of June 1808, Napoleon issued a decree, notifying that, as it had been represented to him by the Spanish authorities that the well-being of Spain required a speedy stop to be put to the provisional government, he had proclaimed his brother, Joseph, King of Spain and the Indies. To this extraordinary proclamation, the Supreme Junta, on the same day, replied by another, accusing Napoleon of violating the most sacred compacts, forcing the Spanish monarch to abdication, occupying the country with troops, everywhere committing the most horrible excesses, exhibiting the most enormous ingratitude for services rendered by the Spanish nation to France, and generally treating the Spanish people with perfidy and treachery, such as was never before committed by any nation or monarch against the most barbarous people. On these and other accounts, the Junta declared war against France by land and sea, at the same time proclaiming durable and lasting peace with England, and commanding that no further molestation be offered to English ships or property, whilst, by the same proclamation, an embargo was laid on all French ships and property. Another proclamation, more immediately concerning the ensuing chapters, is an order by the Junta, forming the Spaniards generally into an organised national militia for the defence of the country. The French, pretending to consider this militia in the light of non-combatants, having no right to engage in war, committed against them the most barbarous atrocities, in retaliation for which many of the succeeding operations of the Imperieuse were undertaken, in pursuance of orders from Lord Collingwood to assist the Spaniards by every means in my power. End of chapter 14. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 15 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 15, Cruise of the Imperieuse continued. Shortly after Lord Collingwood's arrival at Gibraltar, his lordship ran down to Cadiz to watch events, and wait instructions from the government. On the 18th of June, the Imperieuse sailed from Gibraltar to join Lord Collingwood's fleet before Cadiz, and on the 21st was ordered by his lordship to cruise in the Mediterranean, and render every possible assistance to the Spaniards against the French. On the 22nd we returned to Gibraltar for our prize tender, which had been fitted as a gunboat, and manned with 20 men under the command of a lieutenant. At daylight on the 23rd we passed close to Almeria, with English and Spanish colours flying at the main, and on the evening of the 25th came to an anchor in the outer road of Cartagena. On the following morning a number of Spanish officers came off to bid us welcome, and at noon we paid a visit to the governor, by whom, as well as by the populace, we were received with every mark of friendship, notwithstanding our recent hostile visits in the vicinity. Indeed, our whole passage along the coast was one continued expression of good feeling. On the 2nd of July, the Imperieuse arrived off Majorca. The inhabitants were at first shy, apparently fearing some deception, but as we were bearers of the good news that the English and Spaniards were now friends, confidence was soon restored, and presents of all kinds were sent off to the ship, payment being resolutely refused. We had also the satisfaction of here recovering our lost midshipman, Harrison, and the late Lord Napier, who, whilst in the charge of prizes, had been taken and carried into Port Mahon. On the 5th the Imperieuse passed close to Barcelona, and hoisting English and Spanish colours at the main, fired a salute of 21 guns. The French, who were in possession of the place, to our great amusement, resented the affront by firing at us from all their batteries, but their shot fell short. [Footnote: Barcelona had been seized by General Duhesme just before Bonaparte announced his intention of placing his brother on the throne of Spain. Having arrived in the vicinity of the city on the 15th of February, he requested permission to halt and refresh his troops for a few days before going on to Valencia. The gates were forthwith opened, and the French treated as friends and allies. On the 16th the Generale was beat, as though they were about to proceed on their march, and the townspeople came out to bid them farewell. To the surprise of the latter, the French general ordered one part of his force to the citadel, and the other to Fort Monjou, possessing himself of both. Pampeluna was occupied on the same day by similar treachery. Footnote ends. We could distinctly see the inhabitants crowding the housetops and public places of the city by thousands, and the French cavalry and infantry meanwhile patrolling the streets. Knowing that the French held their own with difficulty, especially in the adjacent towns, we again hove to and displayed English colours over French, and then Spanish over French, firing an additional salute, which increased the cannonade from the batteries, but to no purpose. We then bore up along the coast, and when clear of the enemy's lines, a number of boats came off complaining bitterly of the French troops, who were burning their towns on the least resistance, or even pretended resistance, and were permitted by their officers to plunder and kill the inhabitants with impunity. Perhaps it would be more in accordance with military justice to say, that with the ideas of equality and fraternity then prevalent amongst the soldiers, their officers had no control over them. On the 6th, the Imperieuse came to anchor between the towns of Blanes and Mataro, in nearly the same position as that taken up on the last cruise. Great numbers of people came off, and the frigate was speedily filled with visitors of both sexes, bringing with them all kinds of presents, being most politely oblivious of all the mischief we had been effecting in their vicinity for the months past. On the 7th, after paying a visit to Blanes, we got under way, the Spaniards having sent us word that the French had entered the town of Mataro, at the same time requesting our co-operation against them. On the 8th we were becalmed close to several villages, one of which had been nearly destroyed by the French on pretence of some trifling resistance. A deputation from the inhabitants of one village came off, and informed us that their church had been plundered of everything, and that 45 houses had been burned to the ground. A wretched policy truly, and one which did the French great harm by the animosity thus created amongst the people, who were treated as rebels, rather than in the light of honourable adversaries. The Imperieuse could effect nothing against the French in Mataro, from its unassailable position, but having received intelligence that a considerable force under General Duhesme was advancing towards Barcelona, it occurred to me that their progress might be checked. Landing, accordingly, with a party of seamen, we blew down the overhanging rocks, and destroyed the bridges so effectually as to prevent the passage either of cavalry or artillery, at the same time pointing out to the Spaniards how they might impede the enemy's movements elsewhere along the coast by cutting up the roads, an operation on which they entered with great alacrity, after being shown how to set about their work. The nature of these operations will be readily comprehended by the statement that a considerable portion of the main road ran along the face of the precipitous rocks nearest the sea. By blowing up the roads themselves in some places, and the overhanging rocks in others, so as to bury the road beneath the debris, it was rendered impassable for cavalry or artillery, whilst removal of the obstructions within reasonable time was out of the question. Indeed, so long as the frigate remained in the vicinity, impossible, as any operation of the kind would have been within reach of our guns. Having effected all the damage possible, and there being no beneficial end to be answered by longer stay in the vicinity of Mataro, we again made sail, and on the 17th the Imperieuse arrived at Port Mahon, where we found a squadron embarking Spanish troops for Catalonia, the crews of the 6 ships of line in harbour taking their places in manning the batteries. On the 19th the troops sailed under convoy of some English frigates, as did others destined for Tortosa. Having filled up with provisions and water, we quitted Port Mahon for another cruise on the Spanish coast, and on the 22nd were close to San Felin, when the whole of the convoy entered the harbour, to the great delight of the inhabitants, who reported that, despite the obstacles created, the French had, in the absence of the Imperieuse, forced the pass from Mataro, and marched for Gerona, to which place the Spanish troops just disembarked were next day despatched, together with 1200 militia, raised from amongst the peasantry in the neighbourhood. Heavy firing was heard shortly afterwards in the interior, and at night it was ascertained that the French had made an attack on Hostalrich and were beaten back. This place was about 9 miles from San Felin. On the 24th we again anchored about 4 miles from Mataro, and there learned the mode in which the French had surmounted the obstacles interposed by the Spaniards in cutting up the roads, viz. by compelling the inhabitants to fill up the gaps with everything movable, even their agricultural implements, furniture, and clothes. After this, the French, by way of deterring the Spaniards from again interfering with the highways, sacked and burned all the dwelling houses in the neighbourhood. Taking a party of marines on shore, we again blew up additional portions of the road to the eastward, and as the gaps made on our last visit had been chiefly filled up with wood and other inflammable articles just mentioned, we set fire to them, and thus not only renewed the obstacles, but created fresh ones, in the assurance that as everything movable was now destroyed, the obstruction must become permanent. Whilst this was going on, the seamen and marines of the Imperieuse destroyed a battery completed by the French, and threw over the cliff the 4 brass 24-pounders. These were next day recovered. On the 26th we dropped down to the town of Carnet, and embarked some more brass guns, which the enemy had placed in position on the top of a high cliff. These guns were got on board by means of hawsers carried from the frigate to the cliff, one end being made fast to the masthead. By the application of the capstan and tackles, the guns were thus hopped on board. After these had been secured, I took a party of seamen and marines on shore, and broke down, or blew up, the road in 6 different places. On paying a visit to the town, there was scarcely a house which the French had not sacked, carrying off everything that was valuable, and wantonly destroying the remainder. The inhabitants were in a miserable condition. The 2 next days were employed in blowing down rocks, and otherwise destroying roads in every direction which the French were likely to take, the people aiding heart and soul, anxiously listening to every suggestion for retarding the enemy's movements, and evincing the greatest alacrity to put them in practice. In short, I had taken on myself the duties of an engineer officer, though occupation of this kind was, perhaps, out of my sphere as a commander of a frigate, and there is no doubt that I might have better consulted my personal interests by looking after prizes at sea, for, except from Lord Collingwood, not so much as an acknowledgment of my persevering exertions was vouchsafed. I was, however, indignant at seeing the wanton devastation committed by a military power pretending to high notions of civilisation, and on that account spared no pains to instruct the persecuted inhabitants how to turn the tables on their spoilers, making, as throughout life I have ever done, common cause with the oppressed. Having effected all the mischief possible, we weighed for Mongat, 10 miles from Barcelona, and anchored off the place at sunset. I had previously received intelligence that General de Hesme was approaching Barcelona with a strong force to relieve the French garrison in possession, and my object was to destroy the fort at Mongat before de Hesme's force came up. For this, however, we were too late, the advance guard having occupied the fort before our arrival. The people, however, came off with an assurance that, if we would attack the French, 800 Spaniards were ready to assist us. As as the destruction of the fort was my principal object, I at once assented, and we commenced blowing up the road between Barcelona and Mongat, so that the communication on that side was effectively cut off, whilst the guns of General Duhesme's force were rendered immovable on the other. These he afterwards abandoned. On the 30th it fell calm, and having weighed anchor, we drifted down as far as Mataro, but too distant from the shore to attempt anything. Having received intelligence of the continued advance of General Duhesme, we again returned and anchored within 5 miles of Mongat, the inhabitants coming off to beg for assistance, as the French in the fort were keeping up a constant fire on their party in the woods, though without venturing to dislodge them. It is perhaps here necessary to explain that General Duhesme had, on the 26th of July, been compelled by a well-executed movement on the part of the Count de Caldagues to raise the siege of Gerona, in which he had been employed for upwards of a fortnight, his force being driven to Sarria, where they were protected by their cavalry. During the night they separated into 2 divisions, one retreating toward Figueras, and the other in the direction of Barcelona. It was to the latter division that my attention was directed. To reach Barcelona with heavy guns, the enemy must of necessity proceed by way of Mongat, the castle or fort of which place commanded a pass on their way. By breaking up the roads, the passage of the guns was impeded, as has been described, but as the French had possession of the castle, it was essential that they should be dislodged as speedily as possible. The Spanish militia being eager to second our efforts, I determined to make the attack forthwith. At 8 A.M. on the 31st, the Imperieuse got under way, and stood towards the castle, whilst I landed in the gig, and mounted the hills overhanging the position for the purpose of reconnoitring. Finding an attack practicable, I returned on board, and we cleared for action. The Spaniards, seeing the Imperieuse stand in, and being eager for the onset, gallantly dashed up a hill where the French had established an outpost, and either killed or took the whole prisoners, upon which the garrison in the fort opened a heavy fire to dislodge the victorious Spaniards, but without effect. By this time I had got the Imperieuse well in, and had given the castle a couple of well-directed broadsides, when the enemy hung out flags of truce. On this I landed with a party of marines, but the exasperated Spaniards, elated by their recent victory, paid no attention to the flags of truce, and were advancing up the hill to storm the place, the French still firing to keep them in check. I was immediately conducted to the castle, where the French troops were drawn up on each side of the gate. On entering, the commandant requested me not to allow the peasantry to follow, as they would only surrender to me, and not to the Spaniards, of whose vengeance they were evidently afraid. After giving the commandant a lecture on the barbarities that had been committed on the coast, and pointing out the folly of such a course, insomuch as, had his troops fallen into the hands of the Spanish peasantry, not a man would have escaped with his life, I acceded to the request to surrender to us alone, and promised the escort of our marines to the frigate. The commandant then gave me his sword, and his troops forthwith laid down their arms. We had, however, even after this surrender, some trouble in keeping out the irritated Spaniards, who were actuated rather by the excitement of vengeance than by the rules of war, and it was not without a few blows, and forcing some of the assailants over the parapet, that we succeeded in keeping them off. The Spaniards were with some difficulty made to understand that, however exasperated they might be at the conduct of the French, the latter were British prisoners, and not a hair of their heads should be hurt. When we were somewhat assured of their safety, the prisoners were marched down to the boats, and glad enough they were to get there, for the Spaniards accompanied them with volleys of abuse, declaring that they might thank the English for their lives, which, had the Spanish party succeeded in storming the fort, should have been sacrificed. What became of the men forming the captured outpost, I never knew, and was not anxious to inquire. Having placed the troops on board, we took off 4 brass field pieces with their appendages, and threw the iron guns over the parapet, after which the Spanish were allowed to ransack the fort. At 6 p.m. we laid a train to the French ammunition, and soon after the whole blew up. Spanish colours were then hoisted on the ruins, amidst the hearty cheers of thousands with arms in their hands, who had by this time flocked to the spot, though when we landed not a single inhabitant was to be seen. Soon after we gained possession, men, women, and children came from their hiding places in abundance, expressing grateful satisfaction at the capture of the enemy. It would have been well if the leaders of the French army in other parts of Spain could have seen the exasperation produced by the barbarous propensities of these detachments of troops, who appeared to be under no moral discipline, except perhaps in actual fight, their officers had no control over them, so that their path was marked by excess of every kind. This is a fatal mistake in armies, as the French afterwards found elsewhere. It degrades war into extermination. Our prisoners did not even deny that the Spaniards would only have exercised a just retaliation by immolating them, but contented themselves by saying that they would never have given in to the Spaniards whilst a man remained alive. After we had blown up the castle, the Cambrian arrived, and to her, by permission of her captain, we transferred half our prisoners. On the following morning we sailed from Mongat, having first presented the chief commanding the Spaniards with 2 of the field pieces taken the day before, together with a sufficient supply of powder and ammunition. General Duhesme reached Barcelona by making a detour into the interior, after an absence of about a month, during which the destruction of the roads had been going on. He was highly exasperated with the unfortunate inhabitants, though for no better reason than that all his plans had been thwarted, and pointing the guns of the citadel on the town, he threatened it with destruction unless his force was supplied with 12,000 rations daily, with wine and brandy in proportion, following up this injustice by seizing the most respectable inhabitants for the purpose of extorting ransoms for their liberation. Great credit is due to the Catalans for the spirit thus manifested at a time when all the more important strongholds of Catalonia were in the hands of the enemy. I say Catalonia as being concerned with that province only, though there was reason to know that the like patriotism was manifested in the western provinces, though from the preponderance of the enemy with less effect. Even when Duhesme had reached Barcelona, he had great difficulty in maintaining himself, as the activity of the patriots in cutting off his supplies by land was worthy of their cause, and the Imperieuse and other English vessels of war took care that he got no supplies by sea. On the 31st of July, I addressed the subjoined despatch to Lord Collingwood. Despatch begins: HMS Imperieuse off Mongat, Catalonia, 31 July 1808. My Lord, the Castle of Mongat, an important post, completely commanding a pass on the road from Gerona to Barcelona, which the French are now besieging, and the only post between these towns occupied by the enemy, surrendered this morning to His Majesty's ship under my command. The Spanish militia behaved admirably in carrying an outpost on a neighbouring hill. Lieutenant Hoare of the Marines took possession of the castle, which, by means of powder, is now levelled with the ground, and the pending rocks are blown down into the road, which in many other places is also rendered impassable to artillery, without a very heavy loss of men if the French resolve to repair them. I enclose to your lordship a list of the prisoners, and of the material part of the military stores, all of which that could be useful to the Spaniards have been delivered to them. I have the honour, etc. Cochrane. The Right Honourable Lord Collingwood. Despatch ends. Having effected everything possible at Mongat, we made sail on the 4th of August, and anchored off San Felin, where, whilst the ship was employed in filling up water, I rode 5 miles into the country to inspect a battery which the Spaniards had erected to prevent the French from marching on the town. It was situated on an eminence commanding the road to Gerona and Mataro, and was completely surrounded by high trees, so as not to be visible from the road. If properly defended, it would have presented a formidable obstacle, but as it was, the French infantry would have taken it in a few minutes. I gave the Spaniards instructions how to strengthen the position, but as they told me they could, in a short time, collect 3,000 armed peasantry, I bid them rather rely on these by maintaining a guerrilla warfare, which, if conducted with their usual judgment and activity, would harass the enemy more than the battery. The Catalans made capital guerrilla troops, possessing considerable skill in the use of their weapons, though previously untrained. A character for turbulence was often attributed to them, but in a country groaning under priestcraft and bad government, the sturdy spirit of independence, which prompted them to set the example of heroic defence of their country, might be, either mistakenly or purposely, the latter the more probable, set down for discontent and sedition. At any rate, the descendants of men who, in a former age, formed the outposts of the Christian world against Mohammedism, in no way disgraced their ancestors, and became, in the end, the terror of their enemies. One quality they preeminently possess, viz. Patience and endurance under privation, and this, added to their hardy habits and adventurous disposition, contributed to form an enemy not to be despised, the less so that they were in every way disposed to repay the barbarities of the French with interest. At 8 A.M. on the 6th, the Imperieuse got under sail from San Felin, and passing close to Palamos, arrived in the afternoon at Rosas, where we found the Montaigne and Hind, to the latter of which we transferred the prisoners. The Hind was bound for Port Mahon, with the Governor of Figueras and his family, who had to be escorted to the ship by the marines of the Montague, in order to protect them from popular vengeance, so exasperated with the Spaniards on account of the Governor's cowardice or treachery in allowing the French to enter the fortress he had commanded, though from its position and strength he could easily have held out. The fortress of Figueras was about 12 miles from Rosas, and was a place of amazing strength, having been constructed for the defence of one of the principal passes on the borders of Spain, and being well garrisoned and provisioned, it ought certainly to have withstood a considerable force. The Rosas people had a right to be indignant at its pusillanimous surrender, for not only did this expose their town, but it formed a marked contrast to one of their own exploits, when, being attacked by a large French force, they drove them back with the loss of 300 men. On the 7th we filled up with water at a wretched place on the opposite side of the Bay of Rosas, and on the 8th sailed for San Felin, where we arrived on the 9th. On the 10th we were again off to Barcelona, when a flag of truce was sent by the French to ask what had become of the troops we had taken at Mongat. On the 11th we bore up for San Felin, and were joined by our gunboat, after which we proceeded to see what was being done on the French coast, and bore up for Marseilles. My object in proceeding in this direction was, that as the French troops kept out of our reach, there was no beneficial object to be gained by remaining on the Spanish coast, and it occurred to me that by giving the French in the neighbourhood of Marseilles a taste of the evils they were inflicting on their Spanish neighbours, it would be possible to create an amount of alarm which would have the effect of diverting troops intended for Catalonia, by the necessity of remaining to guard their own seaboard. It is wonderful what an amount of terrorism a small frigate is able to inspire on an enemy's coast. Actions between line of battle ships are no doubt very imposing, but for real effect I would prefer a score or two of small vessels well handled to any fleet of line of battle ships. On the 15th we stood into the Bay of Marseilles, and anchored off the mouth of the Rhone, which was distant about 8 miles. Sent the gunboat in chase of a small vessel, but the crew ran her on shore, and escaped. The gunboat burned her, and joined us again on the following morning, when we anchored abreast of a telegraph employed in signalling our appearance on the coast. Here was a hint, the beneficial nature of which could not be doubted, and at once I decided on destroying the enemy's communication along shore. As a commencement, this telegraph was demolished without opposition. On the 16th sent the gunboat in chase of 2 vessels close to Sete. They escaped, but she brought back a boat with 4 men, who gave such information as induced me to send her on a cruise. On the 17th, there being nothing in sight, we made preparation for destroying the signal station on the island of Bonny, which commands the entrance to the Rhone. Landing 90 men in the boats, we were just in time to see the troops in charge of the station abandon it, and having possessed ourselves of the signals, we blew up the place and returned to the ship. We then got under way, and by 4 o'clock were close to Montpellier, firing on a fort as we passed. Perceiving another signal station in the vicinity, we again out boats, and proceeded to destroy it, but found this not so easy a matter as on the last occasion, for we had 2 rivers to ford, each mid-leg in mud, and had moreover to encounter a fire of musketry, but at a distance which did no harm, so that with some difficulty we accomplished our object. This station was called Frontiguan, the last one blown up being named La Pinede. At 8 p.m. we returned to the Imperieuse, with no other damage than being thoroughly encased in mud. In the night we ran out about 10 miles, having no confidence in the anchorage, and at daylight on the 19th again went in shore, carefully feeling our way by the lead, which showed us that the soundings were highly dangerous. We nevertheless came to an anchor off a place called Dummet, where we again out boats and destroyed another signal tower, together with 4 houses connected with it. At 2 p.m. we got under sail and bore up, joining the gunboat to leeward. Supplying her with a new yard and bowsprit, her former spars being carried away, we sent her in shore. On the 21st it fell so calm that the Imperieuse had to be brought to an anchor in Gulf Dummet. At 3 a.m. the boats were manned to destroy a building which we had been informed was a custom house. This having been set fire to, they returned on board, and were shortly afterwards despatched to destroy another signal station, but as troops were now perceived on the look out, it was not worth while to risk the men, and the boats were recalled. We then got under sail, passing once more close to Montpellier and Cette, where we again joined the gunboat, and stood in the Bay of Perpignan, forming the western portion of Marseilles Bay, where we destroyed another signal station called Cannet. At 3 a.m. on the 24th, the morning still being dark, we manned 3 boats to destroy another signal station called Saint Maguire, about 3 miles distant, and at about 4:30, when within 10 yards of the beach, were saluted by 2 heavy guns with grape, which, passing over the boats, luckily did no damage. Fearing an ambuscade, we pulled out of reach of musketry, but calculating that the French would not venture far in the dark, my favourite time for attacks of any kind, instead of returning to the ship, we made straight for the signal station, and blew it up, amidst a dropping fire of musketry, which, as we could not be distinguished, failed in its direction, and consequently did no harm. Having completed our work, we next marched along the beach in line towards a battery, observed on the previous evening, skirmishing as we proceeded, our boats meanwhile covering us with their 9-pounders, the French also keeping up a constant fire with their guns, but in a wrong direction. On storming the battery, with the usual British cheer, the enemy rushed out in an opposite direction, firing as they went, but without effect. We then took possession of 2 brass 24-pounders, but whilst making preparations to get them off, were alarmed by recall guns from the frigate, from the masthead of which, as day was now beginning to break, a force of cavalry had been seen making for us over the crest of a hill. We had already had one narrow escape, for on taking possession of the battery it was found that the magazine was prepared for blowing us up, but fortunately in the hurry of its late occupants to escape, the match had not caught fire. There was, however, now no time to be lost, so placing a barrel of powder in each gun, and setting fire to the matches, both were blown up, as was also the battery itself, by lighting the match attached to the magazine. This somewhat staggered the cavalry in pursuit, but they soon recovered, and some smart skirmishing took place on our retreat to the boats, which all the time maintained a well-directed fire on the enemy, keeping them in check, so that we got clear off with the loss of 1 seaman only, a gallant fellow named Hogan, who was blown up and terribly shattered in consequence of a cartouche box buckled round his waist having exploded while setting fire to the trains. We otherwise arrived safe on board about 7 a.m., somewhat fatigued by the night's adventure. We now got under sail, passing close to Perpignan, and were fired upon from Point Vendre, where a French brig of war lay at anchor under the fortifications, and therefore was too well protected to be safely interfered with. In this cruise against the French signal stations, the precaution of obtaining their signal books before destroying the semaphores was adopted, and in order to make the enemy believe that the books were also destroyed, all the papers found were scattered about in a half-burned condition. The trick was successful, and the French authorities, considering that the signal books had been destroyed also, did not deem it necessary to alter their signals, which were forwarded by me to Lord Collingwood, who was thus informed by the French semaphores, when re-established, of all the movements of their own ships, as well as the British ships from the promontory of Italy northward. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 16 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 1, by Thomas Cochrane. Chapter 16. Cruise of the Imperieuse continued. On the 2nd of September the Imperieuse rejoined the fleet off Toulon, and received orders from Lord Collingwood to renew operations on the enemy's coasts. As the French, though by our previous operations, and by the spirit thereby inspired amongst the inhabitants, were disinclined to advance into Catalonia, they were nevertheless in considerable force in the neighbourhood of Figueras and Rosas. We therefore leisurely sailed in the direction of the latter port. Keeping well in with the French coast, some gunboats were observed at 8 a.m. on the following morning, close in with the town of Ciotat, between Toulon and Marseilles. One of these being somewhat detached, we hoisted out all boats in chase, but on the remaining gunboats and a battery on shore opening a heavy fire on them, they were recalled, and we cleared for action. At 10 A.M. 6 sail of French line of battle ships were observed to quit Toulon, but as they were far to leeward, there was nothing to apprehend from their interference. Indeed, after manoeuvring for a short time, they returned to port, no doubt satisfied that the firing which had taken place was of little importance. At 11 A.M. we anchored under an island within range of our main deck guns, but in such a position as to shelter us from the fire of the battery, which, finding that their guns could not be brought to bear, commenced a constant discharge of shells, but as no accurate aim could be taken, these inflicted no damage, though occasionally dropping near us. Taking no notice of these, we out boats, and sending them to a point out of sight of the battery, commenced throwing rockets into the town, which was twice set on fire, but as the houses were for the most part built of stone, the conflagration was confined to the spot where it had broken out. Our reason for molesting the town was that the inhabitants everywhere showed themselves in arms to oppose us. Finding the place impervious to rockets, and the ship being too far out for a successful cannonade, we got under way and took up a position within range of the fort, on which we continued firing till 8 P.M., almost every shot falling in place. As it now came on to blow hard from the northwest, we were obliged to anchor. During the night the enemy had got up a large gun close to the lighthouse, and by 10 o'clock on the following morning, a squadron consisting of 4 lines of battleships and 3 frigates left Toulon and commenced beating up towards us. We therefore did not again open fire, being unwilling to excite the squadron to pursue us. However, at 3 P.M., as a large settee was running into the mole of Ciotat, we discharged 2 shots at her, which went over and fell in the town. Upon this, the mortar battery, seeing their squadron approaching, again opened fire, but as before without effect. We took no notice of this, but seeing the enemy manning the gun at the lighthouse, we beat to quarters, and prepared everything in case they should fire upon us, which was done at 4 P.M. We again opened a heavy fire upon the town, every shot telling upon the houses, from which the inhabitants fled, no person being anywhere visible. At the expiration of an hour, the lighthouse people left off firing, and the gun was pointed eastward, to show that they did not intend to renew the conflict, upon which we ceased also, my object being not to batter the town, but to get possession of some of the numerous vessels anchored within the mole. This purpose was, however, defeated by the perseverance of the Toulon squadron, the headmost ship of which, a fine frigate, was now within 6 miles of us and coming up fast, supported by the others. We therefore thought it best to get under way, and did so under the fire of batteries and mortars, none of which touched us. As soon as the enemy's fleet saw us under sail, they bore up and again ran into Toulon. On the 6th at midday, we anchored in the Bay of Marseilles, within half a mile from the shore, just out of range of the strongly fortified islands in the bay. Our appearance created the greatest alarm on the coast, from which people were hurrying with their movables beyond the reach of shot. We had, however, no intention to molest them. The Imperieuse was now becalmed till midday on the 7th, when a breeze springing up, we again got under sail, and exchanged signals with the Spartan, which shortly afterwards joined company. Having discovered 3 vessels lying in a small cove, we out boats and brought out 2 of them, setting fire to the other. As the enemy had numerous troops ashore, they opened a brisk fire on the boats, and would probably have defeated our intention had not the ships kept up a fire upon them whenever they approached. Thus aided, the boats lost only 1 man, with another wounded. On the 8th, the Spartan and Imperieuse stood towards the Gulf of Foz, where, seeing a number of troops placed for the defence of a signal telegraph, both ships manned boats, and in addition to the seamen, the marines of the Imperieuse were sent with a 9-pounder field piece, one of our prizes from Duhesme's army. On effecting a landing, the enemy's troops retired to the interior, when, firing 2 volleys after them, the telegraph named Tignes was taken and blown up, the signals being secured as before. On the 9th we passed close to Port Vendre, Spartan in company, and anchored about a mile from the shore. But an alarm having been raised, and the troops on shore having got our range, we were at 3 A.M. on the 10th compelled to shift our position. Before daylight the boats of both ships were manned and pulled on to shore, a battery firing at us, but as the shot went over, no mischief was done. Our seamen and marines having landed to the right of the battery, the enemy's troops fled, and we took possession, spiking the guns, destroying their carriages, and blowing up the barracks. These operations were scarcely completed when a considerable body of troops made their appearance in the distance, and by the time we returned on board, a number of cavalry and artillery had assembled on the site of their demolished battery. We now passed close to a small fishing town, where other guns were observed in position, both on the right and on the left, these being manned by regular troops, and backed by hundreds of armed peasantry, who showed a bolder front than had the garrison of the battery recently destroyed. By way of feint, to draw off the attention of the cavalry, both Spartan and Imperieuse manned their small boats, and the rocket boats with the ship's boys, dressed in marine scarlet jackets, despatching these at some distance towards the right, as though an attack were there intended. The device was successful, and a body of cavalry, as we anticipated, promptly set off to receive them. Meanwhile the ship stood towards the town, under a smart fire from the batteries, the shot from which several times took effect. When close in, the Imperieuse opened her broadside, and the Spartan following, an incessant fire was kept up for an hour, at the expiration of which the marines of both ships were landed. As soon as the boats touched the shore, the enemy fled from the battery, the guns of which were immediately spiked. The cavalry which had gone off to repel the sham attack to the right, having found out the trick which had been played upon them, were now seen galloping back to save the battery, which had just been rendered useless, and from which our marines were now re-embarking. So intent were they on rescuing their guns, that they did not appear to have noticed the altered position of the ships, which, as soon as the horsemen approached within musket shot, opened upon them with grape so effectually that all who were not knocked out of their saddles rode off as fast as they could, and the marines leisurely returned to their respective ships. As the French troops had now taken shelter in the town, and the people were everywhere armed, I returned to the Imperieuse for the large boats, in each of which a gun was mounted, with the object of clearing the beach and silencing the other battery. By 6 o'clock this was accomplished, not only the battery, but many of the houses and vessels being destroyed. As our boats neared the town, a numerous body of troops again began a brisk fire with musketry, and by the time one of the largest vessels, which yet remained undemolished, could be blown up, the fire became so warm that it was advisable to cease from further operations, and we returned to the frigate. In this affair a considerable number of people must have been killed ashore during the 5 hours and a half continued firing, the cavalry and infantry engaged amounting to several hundreds, whilst the armed inhabitants mustered in equal, if not superior, numbers. Neither Spartan nor Imperieuse had any killed, and only a few wounded, though from their proximity to the shore, the rigging of both ships was a good deal cut up, and several shots passed through their hulls. Besides the seamen, we had only 50 marines engaged, 30 from the Imperieuse and 20 from the Spartan. On the 11th, at 8 p.m, we anchored off the town of Cette, just out of gunshot, the batteries on shore, however, maintaining a brisk fire, which was consequently thrown away. At midnight, 2 boats were despatched from the Imperieuse and 1 from the Spartan to throw rockets into the town, the batteries continuing their fire in all directions till daylight, but doing no damage. At 4 a.m. on the 12th we got under way, and when within a mile of the shore between Cette and Montpellier, sent the boats to burn 2 large pontoons close to the signal station, which the Imperieuse had attempted to destroy on the 18th ultimo. One of the pontoons was burned, and the other one blown up without opposition, together with the signal station and other public buildings which we had not been able to destroy on the former occasion. A number of troops showed themselves, but were contented with firing at a harmless distance. As nothing more remained to be done, we again made sail. On the morning of the 13th, the convoy was discovered in shore. As soon as they saw us, the vessels composing it altered their course, and by 12 o'clock had taken refuge in a deep bay in the vicinity, it being no doubt calculated that we should not venture to pass over an extensive shoal, which almost closed up the entrance of the bay. By careful sounding we, however, managed to effect a passage, and 3 of the smaller vessels, perceiving that we should attain our object, passed over the opposite end of the shoal and got away. About midday it blew a hurricane, and both ships were rapidly driving towards shore, but by letting go another anchor they were brought up. In about a couple of hours the wind abated, when we weighed and anchored close to the remaining vessels, taking possession of the whole that remained, viz. a ship, 2 brigs, a bombard, a xebec, and a settee, but all aground. We, however, succeeded in getting off the ship 1 brig, the bombard, and settee. The remainder were burned. During these operations a body of French troops lined the beach, We did not, however, attempt to molest them, as it was still blowing so hard that the prizes were with difficulty got off. On the 16th we despatched some of the prizes to Gibraltar and the remainder to Rosas. The Spartan now parted company with us to rejoin the Toulon fleet, and the Imperieuse held on her course for Rosas with the prize in tow, she having been so much damaged by beating on the shoals before she was captured, as to require the greatest exertion to keep her afloat. On the 18th we came to an anchor off Rosas, and on the 23rd, having patched up our prize, she was sent to Gibraltar in charge of Lieutenant Mapleton. On the 24th the Imperieuse again sailed for the French coast, and passing Cette, stood into the Gulf of Foz. In these cruises our greatest difficulty was to procure fresh water, which was only to be obtained on the enemy's coast, so that the men had frequently to be placed on short allowance. As we were now destitute of this necessary, I determined to run for the entrance of the Rhone, and fill up with water by a novel expedient. Our fore topmast studding sails were sewn up and converted into huge bags nearly watertight. These, as the water at the river's mouth was brackish, were sent in the boats higher up the stream, where it was pure. The bags being there filled, were towed alongside the ship, and the water pumped as quickly as possible into the hold by means of the fire engine, the operation being repeated till we had obtained a sufficient supply. Having thus replenished our water, we made an attempt to obtain fresh meat also at the enemy's expense. While engaged in watering, a number of cattle had been observed grazing on the banks of the river, and a party was taken on shore to secure some, but this time circumstances were against us. The lowlands on the banks of the river having been flooded, we found on landing a complete morass. The men nevertheless gave chase to the cattle, but they were so wild that after a run of 3 miles, often up to the middle in water, nothing was caught, but the herdsman, a poor wretch, who no doubt believing, according to current report in France, that the English killed all their prisoners, began to prepare for death in the most exemplary manner, scarcely crediting the existence of his senses on being liberated. In this excursion we had perceived a new telegraph station, about 3 miles from Foz, the building being complete with the exception of the machine. We set fire to the building, but the destruction not being fully accomplished, the boats were again sent on shore to blow it up, which was done in the presence of about 100 troops assembled for its protection. A shot from the ship was so well aimed that it fell right amongst the party, killing one man and wounding several. A few more shots completely dispersed them in such haste as to compel them to relinquish their dead comrade. On inspecting the abandoned body through a glass, it evidently appeared to be that of an officer, and hence it occurred to me that he might have papers about him which would prove useful. In order to secure them, if there were any, the frigate's barge was again despatched on shore, but before the men could land, a horse was brought from the interior, and the body being laid across him, a shot was fired from the ship over the heads of the party in charge of the horse, which becoming restive, the body was again abandoned. The boat's crew having by this time landed, found it to be that of an officer, as I had conjectured, the poor fellow having been nearly cut in two by a round shot. As no papers of any consequence were found, our men wrapped him in a sheet, which the troops had brought with the horse, and again returned on board. The Imperieuse continued her course along the coast, and on the 30th, seeing some small vessels at anchor near Bonny, the boats were sent to destroy them. This being effected in the face of a detachment of troops, and the armed population of a small fishing town, the latter also shared the same fate. Passing close to Bonny, we saw several vessels at anchor, and made preparations to attack them, but it coming on to blow hard from the westward, we held on our course towards Marseilles, off which a large polacca-rigged ship passed astern of the Imperieuse out of gunshot. The boats were lowered, but the wind increasing, they had to be taken on board again, and the polacca got into Marseilles, which was then distant about 8 miles. On the 1st of October, we again passed close to Ciotat, but saw nothing to attract our attention. On the 2nd, some French ships were discovered at anchor near the land to the westward of Toulon, and several guns were fired at us from 4 batteries on the coast, but without damage, as we were not within reach of shot. Seeing a frigate to leeward, we exchanged numbers, and found her to be our former consort the Spartan, which had been engaged in reconnoitring the enemy's port. Shortly afterwards she bore up and made all sail, the French line of battle ships quitting port in pursuit. When within about 4 miles of these, we came to the wind, and the Spartan signalled that, since the previous evening, 5 of the enemy's frigates and a store ship had sailed from Toulon. As the Spartan again signalled for us to pass within hail, I went on board, and from the information communicated, bore up in search of the admiral. Not finding him where we expected to fall in with him, we ran with a fair wind for Minorca, arriving off Port Mahon on the 5th. As there was only a Spanish ship of the line in harbour, we again proceeded in quest of the flagship, and soon after midday fell in with her on her way to Minorca. On communicating to Lord Collingwood intelligence of the escape of the 5 frigates from Toulon, his lordship ordered the Imperieuse to Gibraltar with despatches. We therefore wore ship and made sail for that port, where we arrived without further incident. For these operations on the coast of France I never received the slightest acknowledgment from the Admiralty, though, regardless of prize money, I had completely disorganised the telegraphic communication of the enemy, from the seat of war in Catalonia to one of the principal naval arsenals of France, and had created an amount of terrorism on the French coast, which, from inculcating the belief that it was intended to be followed up, prevented the French government from further attempts at throwing a military force on the Mediterranean coast of Spain. This, as has been said, was my object, as the Spanish were now in alliance with us. For the panic thus created on the French coast, and its consequences, French writers have given me credit, but the British government none. By people of narrow views it has been said that such operations formed no business of mine, and that my zeal exceeded my discretion, which I deny. The Commander-in-Chief, Lord Collingwood, confiding in my discretion, had sent me to do what I could to assist the Spaniards and annoy the French, and I am proud to say that both objects were effected to his lordship's satisfaction, as will appear from his letters. What damage can I do to the enemy was my guiding principle, and the excitement of accomplishing the mischief was my only reward, for I got no other. To the disgrace of the then corrupt British administration, which withheld not only reward but praise, because I had connected myself with a radical constituency, and had set up as a reformer of naval abuses, nothing was manifested in return for these services but hatred. I am proud, however, to make known the subjoined testimony of Lord Collingwood, who gave me the credit of paralysing the enemy's operations by the panic which the Imperieuse created on the coast of France, thus neutralising military expeditions intended to act against Catalonia, or, in other words, preventing by means of a single frigate the march of an army into the Mediterranean provinces of Spain, where it could at the time have operated with complete effect. Posterity may not believe the effect of these exertions as narrated by myself. To Lord Collingwood they must give credit. Admiralty Office, January 7th, 1809. Copy of a letter from Vice Admiral Lord Collingwood, Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's ships and vessels in the Mediterranean, to the Honourable Wellesley Pole, dated on board the Ocean, off Toulon, the 19th of October, 1808. Sir, I enclose a letter which I have just received from the Right Honourable Lord Cochrane, Captain of the Imperieuse, stating the services in which he has been employed on the coast of Languedoc. Nothing can exceed the zeal and activity with which his lordship pursues the enemy. The success which attends his enterprises clearly indicates with what skill and ability they are conducted. Besides keeping the coast in constant alarm, causing a general suspension of the trade, and harassing a body of troops employed in opposing him, he has probably prevented these troops, which were intended for Figueras, from advancing into Spain, by giving them employment in the defence of their own coasts. I have the honour to be, etc., Collingwood. Enclosure. Imperieuse, Gulf of Lyons, 28th of September, 1808. My Lord, with varying opposition, but with unvaried success, the newly constructed semaphoric telegraphs, which are of the utmost consequence to the safety of the numerous convoys that pass along the coast of France, at Boudic, Le Penide, St. Maguire, Frontingan, Cannae, and Fay, have been blown up and completely demolished, together with their telegraphic houses, 14 barracks of gendarmes, 1 battery, and the strong tower on the lake of Frontegan. Mr. Mapleton, first lieutenant, had command of these expeditions. Lieutenant Johnson had charge of the field pieces, and Lieutenant Hoare of the Royal Marines. To them and to Mr. Gilbert, Assistant Surgeon, Mr. Burney, Gunner, Messrs. Huston, Stewart, and Stoven, Midshipmen, is due whatever credit may arise from such mischief, and from having with so small a force drawn about 2000 troops from the important fortress of Figueras in Spain for the defence of their own coasts. The conduct of Lieutenants Mapleton, Johnston, and Hoare deserves my praise, as well as that of the other officers, Royal Marines, and Seamen. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your obedient servant, etc., Cochrane. Vice Admiral Lord Collingwood. Imperieuse, none killed, none wounded, one singed in blowing up the battery. French, one commanding officer of troops killed, how many others unknown. Letter ends. Reader's note: one of the previous names is marked with an asterisk. The footnote reads, "The present gallant Admiral Sir Houston Stewart, commanding Her Britannic Majesty's squadron on the North American station." Reader's note ends. End of chapter 16. Volume 1, Chapter 17 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 17. Cruise of the Imperieuse continued. On the 19th of October we again quitted Gibraltar for the eastward, having learned that the French frigates which had succeeded in getting out of Toulon were at anchor in St. Fiorenzo Bay, in the island of Corsica. After leaving Gibraltar, we stood over towards the Spanish possessions on the Barbary coast, and finding everything right there, passed on to the Zaffarine Islands, inside of which we anchored for the purpose of painting and refitting the ship, which stood much in need of renovation. This being accomplished, we again sailed on the 29th, and on the 31st arrived in the harbour of Carthagena, where we found the Russian ambassador to Austria on his way to Trieste. No English man of war having been here since our former visit, we were received with great hospitality and attention by the authorities and inhabitants, who unanimously expressed their delight at being at peace with England, though, as a Spanish fleet lay dismantled in the harbour, it struck me they might aid England to better purpose by looking after the enemy. Even their convoys had to be protected by English ships, for whilst we lay at Carthagena, the Myrtle arrived from Tarragona with 12 sail of transports, which she had convoyed thither with Spanish troops from Lisbon, and again returned for more. The Imperieuse left Carthagena on the 10th of November, and rounding Cape Palos, sailed between Majorca and the mainland, where on the 11th we captured a settee. On the 12th we anchored off Barcelona, which place was still in possession of the French. The Cambrian was at anchor in the roads. At night we sent the boats of the Imperieuse to throw rockets into the fort, and at daylight on the following morning got under way, but perceiving 2 boats full of men in chase of some Spanish settees, we lowered ours, and pulled for the boats, which on seeing our intention abandoned their prey, and ran in under the forts for protection. On our arrival at Barcelona, the Cambrian went out for a run, leaving the Imperieuse to watch the enemy. On her return, we again took out boats, and proceeded to blow up a fort close to the entrance of Lograbat River, and succeeded in so far shattering its foundations as to render it useless. On the 14th, the Imperieuse anchored near the mouth of this river for the purpose of watering, sending at the same time a boat to throw rockets into the barracks, in order to divert the attention of the Barcelona garrison. Having completed watering on the 15th, we again got under sail, and resumed our position before the town, shortly after which we observed about 2000 of the French army march out and ascend the hills, where they soon became engaged with a large body of Spanish peasantry. The ships followed, keeping as far as practicable in shore, but still at too great a distance to render any material assistance to the patriots, who were at last forced from their position. As soon as this action was over, the batteries commenced firing shells at us. In place of replying to this, both ships opened a heavy fire on the portion of the town occupied by French troops, amongst whom, as we afterwards learned from the Spaniards, our shot told with great effect. Irritated by this unexpected movement, the whole of the batteries ashore began to ply us with shot and shell, the latter of which were thrown with excellent precision as regarded their direction, but fell either over or short of us, 2 only bursting near the Imperieuse, but without doing us any harm. The Cambrian, lying a little further out, escaped with similar impunity. With round shot, the batteries were, in our case, more lucky, one of these passing through the barge and galley, another striking the muzzle of a brass 32 pounder on the forecastle in such a way as to render it useless, though without injury to the men who were at the time working the guns. The circumstances under which the destruction of this gun was effected are too curious to be passed over. By an extraordinary coincidence, the enemy's shot entered the muzzle at the moment our men were firing it, so that the two shots met in the bore. The consequence was, that the gun was blown up nearly in the middle, the exterior being forced into a globular form, to our great annoyance, for this gun was one of our most useful weapons. On the 17th, another action took place between the mountaineers and a French force on the hills, the object of the patriots being to get possession of the heights where the French had established a battery, but which on every side annoyed the cordon of irregular troops employed in intercepting provisions, from which the Spaniards could not dislodge them, though they appeared to make their attacks with so much judgment and vigour as to compel the enemy to remain on the defensive. In the present case the attack was unsuccessful, the patriots being compelled to retire without accomplishing their object. After this affair was concluded, several Spanish officers came on board the Imperieuse, and spoke confidently of being able to drive in the French advanced force as soon as General Reading's force joined. They informed me that the presence of the Imperieuse and Cambrian had been of great use, by compelling the French to keep a considerable portion of their troops in the town, and to employ others in manning the coast batteries, so that few were available for operations elsewhere; but beyond this we had no opportunity of assisting the patriots, as the heights to which the enemy clung so tenaciously were beyond the reach of shot or shell from the ships. On the 19th I received information of the French having invested Rosas, and knowing that Lord Collingwood attached considerable importance to this place, I considered it my duty, in accordance with his lordship's instructions, to proceed in that direction, hoping that the Imperieuse might there render substantial service. We therefore left the Cambrian before Barcelona, and made sail for Rosas, where we arrived on the following day. As it fell calm, the ship was compelled to anchor 10 miles from the fortress. On our arrival, a heavy cannonade was going on between the ships and a French battery thrown up on the cliff above Port Trinidad. The Imperieuse, as has been said, being out of range, I took the gig and landed in the town, to ascertain how we might best employ ourselves. Having satisfied myself on this point, I sent back the gig with orders for the frigate to make every effort to get within range of the French troops surrounding the town, so as to enfilade them. As the calm continued, she was, however, unable to approach till the following day, I meanwhile remaining in Rosas to encourage the Spanish troops, whose spirit was beginning to give way. Previous to our arrival, the marines of the Excellent, together with some Spanish troops, had occupied the citadel. Many of these having been wounded, the Excellent took upwards of 40 on board, and sailed, leaving the Fame to watch the place, and her commander withdrew some 30 marines, who, with 60 or 70 Spaniards, occupied Fort Trinidad. The departure of the Excellent in the first place, and the withdrawal of the marines in the second, greatly dispirited the Spaniards, who, on the evening of the 21st, began to quit the town in boats. A brief outline of what had occurred previous to my arrival in the Imperieuse will here be requisite, in order to comprehend the events which followed. On the 6th of November, a body of 6000 French, or rather Italians, coming from Figueras, had taken possession of the town, and the heights commanding the roads. The inhabitants forthwith fled, but the Excellent and Meteor, then lying in the harbour, speedily drove out the invaders. On the assault of the town, some of the inhabitants had fled to the citadel, which was in a wretched condition, one of its bastions having been blown down during the last war, and such had been the negligence of the Spanish military authorities that it had received no better repair than a few planks and loose stones, whilst the stores were even in a more wretched condition than the works. It was, however, necessary to put it as far as possible in a defensible condition, and to this Captain West of the Excellent energetically applied himself. To the eastward of the town, on an eminence commanding the harbour, stood Fort Trinidad, of which a description will presently be given. In this fortress Captain West placed 25 of the Excellent's marines, in addition to the Spaniards who manned the fort, and at the same time sent 50 seamen into the citadel to support the garrison. The Spanish governor, O'Daly, now sent a request to the Junta of Gerona for reinforcements, but the French, managing to intercept his despatches, caused it to be reported to the Junta that the English had taken forcible possession of the fortress and deposed the governor, whereupon, in place of sending reinforcements, the junta wrote to Captain West, demanding an explanation of conduct so extraordinary, and till this explanation revealed the trick, it remained undiscovered. On the 9th the citadel was attacked by General Rayleigh, and a breach effected, but Captain West, placing the Meteor in a position to flank the breach, and sending some boats to enfilade the shore, prevented the assault, and despatching more seamen to the citadel, the next day it was again in a tolerably defensive state, so much so that Captain West had sailed out with the seamen, and effected the rescue of a party of Catalonian militia. The French commander, thus foiled by the gallantry and judgment of Captain West, now deemed it necessary to proceed against Rosas by regular siege, but first made an attempt to storm Fort Trinidad, in which he was repulsed with considerable loss. But the fort was so much in danger that, in order to prevent surprise, Captain West reinforced it with 30 additional marines, who entered by means of rope ladders. The French now, despite opposition from the ships, began to erect batteries on the heights for the demolition of Fort Trinidad, and threw up an entrenchment 300 yards from the citadel for the purpose of breaching that also, a 3-gun battery open against the town walls, and the joint effect of these being occasionally directed against the ships, compelled them to retire out of range. Captain West was now superseded by Captain Bennett, of the Fame, and as a breach had nearly been effected in the lower bomb-proof of Fort Trinidad, Captain Bennett withdrew the marines. At this juncture I arrived at Rosas in the Imperieuse, having indeed come there to render what assistance I could to the Spaniards, and knowing the endurance as well as the indomitable bravery of the Catalan or Michelet character. [Footnote: A name given at this period to the irregular Catalonian troops, as well as to other Spaniards embodied with them, from one of their old leaders, Michelot de Prato, the companion of Cesar Borgia, and the principal agent in many of his atrocities. In the old wars of Aragon they were called Almogavares, and at the period which I write had lost little of their traditional daring or their ready ingenuity in difficulties, which supplied the want of a more efficient warlike equipment. Footnote ends. Feeling moreover assured that the junta of Gerona would supply early assistance, I determined to replace the marines which Captain Bennett had withdrawn with others from my own frigate. As it was generally known amongst vessels of the Mediterranean station that I was acting under discretionary orders from Lord Collingwood, Captain Bennett, though he had withdrawn his own men, and notwithstanding that he was my senior officer, did not attempt to thwart my resolution, probably because he considered that by so doing he might be interfering with the instructions given me by Lord Collingwood. On the 22nd, having given further instructions on board the Imperieuse for annoying the enemy during my absence, I again went on shore to the citadel, into which the French were incessantly throwing shells, but without much effect, for although every shell fell within the place, the shelter was excellent, and no great damage was done. Having ascertained the position of the enemy's entrenchments, I returned on board, and despatched a party from the frigate to fire upon them at the distance of about 600 yards, as well as to harass the batteries in course of construction. The work was so well performed by our men as to embarrass the troops in the batteries, and thus lessen their fire on the citadel, the preservation of which, till further assistance should arrive, was my principal object. A battery of 24-pounders on the top of a cliff, and therefore inaccessible to our fire, kept up, however, an unremitting fire on Fort Trinidad, every shot striking, but the fort being bomb-proof without injury to the little garrison, which, like that of the citadel, was well sheltered, but had no means of returning the fire, except occasionally by musketry. After pounding away at the fort for several days, the French made up their minds to storm, but on coming within range of musket shot, they got such a reception from the garrison as to render a hasty retreat imperative. As their discomfiture was visible from the ship, we fired a salute of 21 guns by way of sarcastic compliment, but the enemy had not the politeness to return the courtesy. The Imperieuse now got under way and cleared for action, taking up a position to the left of the citadel, and within musket shot of the French lines, into which we poured such a storm of shot as to drive out the enemy. Satisfied with success, I went on shore at Rosas, and got 700 Spaniards to embark into the boats, afterwards putting them on board a light vessel, with the intention of landing them at the back of Fort Trinidad, so as to dislodge the troops from the battery on the cliff, and throw the guns over. The movement was, however, detected by the French commander, and a force which had just been engaged at a distance was hastily recalled, and rushed on, driving the Spaniards and some Germans before them. Manning the batteries, the French instantly turned their attention to the Imperieuse, against which they directed such a well-aimed shower of shells as rendered it imperative to get under sail, and anchor out of range. The firing between the batteries and the citadel was kept up during the night without intermission, and at daylight the Spaniards we had landed for the attack on the Cliff Battery appeared in such confusion that it became necessary to despatch the boats to bring off a party of marines who had been put on shore with them. Our men reported that the Spaniards had unaccountably refused to follow them to the attack, and, as is usual in such cases, had suffered far more severely than they would have done had they persevered in the attempt to capture the battery. On sending boats to bring off the Spaniards, we only got 300 out of the 700, the remainder being either killed or made prisoners. On the 23rd we again ran in under Fort Trinidad, but this time on the opposite side to the battery on the cliff, where we could effect considerable mischief without receiving much in return. It now fell dead calm, so that it was lucky we had not taken up our former position, where we might have been terribly annoyed. The French, without paying much attention to us, now appeared to redouble their efforts against both castle and citadel, whilst their troops mustered strongly on the hills, with the evident intention of an attack on both, the moment a breach became practicable. Finding this to be the case, the Fame withdrew her marines from Fort Trinidad, upon which I went ashore, and after careful inspection of the breach in course of formation, considering it still capable of prolonged defence, begged the commandant to hold out till next day, when he should be reinforced with marines from the Imperieuse, promising at the same time to remain myself in the fortress with the men. With some difficulty he was induced to consent to this arrangement, after telling me that it had been his intention to capitulate on the same evening. Nor was the Spanish governor at all to blame for his intention to surrender the fortress. Captain Bennett had withdrawn his men, thinking no doubt that it was untenable, and that therefore nothing was to be gained by their exposure, so that the Spanish governor might fairly plead that further resistance had been deemed unavailing by the English themselves. Lord Collingwood had, however, entrusted me with discretionary orders to assist the Spaniards, and it appeared to me that the present was an instance where those orders might be carried into effect, for I had no doubt, if assistance arrived promptly, that the French would be compelled to raise the siege of Rosas as they had done that of Gerona, in which case they would find themselves isolated at Barcelona, and being cut off, as they already were by land, and exposed to bombardment by sea, must surrender. The occupation of Catalonia, in short, turned on 2 points. First, whether the Junta of Gerona supplied an adequate reinforcement, and secondly, whether I could hold Fort Trinidad till it arrived. Neither do I blame Captain Bennett for withholding his men. It was simply matter of opinion, his being that neither fort nor citadel would long hold out, mine formed on actual inspection of the fort that it was still in a condition to maintain itself, and being so, that its retention was essential for the preservation of the town and citadel. And had there been a little more alacrity on the part of the Gerona Junta in supplying reinforcements, that opinion would have been justified. Captain Bennett, perhaps, knew the dilatory habits of the Spaniards better than I did, but although my senior officer, he was disinterested enough not in any way to interfere with my plans. Before daylight on the 24th, we landed 50 men, ordering all the marines to follow after sunset. Our first object was to effect such repairs as would put the fort in a better state of defence, and this was accomplished without any great difficulty, as the French were confining their attention to one particular spot, where, by a constant succession of quick firing, they hoped to make a practicable breach. This we could not prevent, having no artillery to reply to theirs. My principal ground for a belief in the practicability of holding the fort arose from the peculiar form and thickness of the walls, to penetrate which was no easy matter if resolutely defended. Even if eventually successful, it would not be difficult to evacuate the fort by the lower portion before the enemy could establish themselves in the upper, whilst a well-constructed mine would involve both of them and the castle in one common ruin. The castle of Trinidad stood on the side of a hill, having by no means a difficult descent to the sea, but this hill was again commanded by a higher and more precipitous cliff, which would have enabled an enemy to drive out the occupants with ease, but for the peculiar construction of the fortress. Next to the sea was a fort constructed with strong walls some 50 feet high. Behind this, and joined to it, rose another fort to the height of 30 or 40 feet more, and behind this again was a tower rising some 20 or 30 feet still higher, the whole presenting the appearance of a large church, with a tower 110 feet high, a nave 90 feet high, and a chancel 50 feet. The tower having its back to the cliff, as a matter of course sheltered the middle and lower portions of the fortress from a fire of the battery above it. Nothing, in short, for a fortress commanded by adjacent heights, could have been better adapted for holding out against defensive operations, or worse, adapted for replying to them. This on our part being out of the question, as the French battery was too much elevated on the cliff for artillery to reach, whilst the tower, which prevented their shot from annoying us, would also have prevented our firing at them, even had we possessed artillery. It was to this tower, therefore, that the French chiefly directed their attention, as a practicable breach therein, followed by a successful assault, would in their estimation place the fortress at their mercy, so that we must either be driven out or forced to surrender. In consequence of the elevated position of the enemy's battery on the cliff, they could, however, only breach the central portion of the tower, the lowest part of the breach being nearly 60 feet above its base, so that when practicable it could only be reached by long scaling ladders. A pretty correct idea of our relative positions may be formed if the unnautical reader will imagine our small force to be placed in the nave of Westminster Abbey, with the enemy attacking the Great Western Tower from the summit of a cliff 100 feet higher than the tower, so that the breach in course of formation nearly corresponded to the great west window of the Abbey. It will hence be clear that, in the face of a determined opposition, it would be no easy matter to scale the external wall of the tower up to the great west window, and more difficult still to overcome impediments presently to be mentioned, so as to get down into the body of the church. These were the points I had to provide against, for we could neither prevent the French from breaching nor storming. It so happened that just at the spot where the breach was in process of formation, there was a lofty bomb-proof interior arch, upwards of 50 feet in height. This arch, reaching from the lower part of the breach to the interior base of the tower, was without much difficulty converted into an obstacle, of which the French little dreamed, viz. Into a chasm, down which they must have plunged headlong, had they attempted to penetrate an inch beyond the outer wall, even had they gained it. The only operation necessary was to break in the crown of the arch, so that all who on an assault ventured on penetrating farther than the outer wall of the breach must of necessity be hurled to the bottom. But as the fall of a portion of the enemy might not deter the rest from holding possession of the outer wall till they were provided with the means of overcoming the obstacle, I got together all the timber at hand, and constructed a large wooden case, exactly resembling the hopper of a mill, the upper part being kept well greased with cook's slush from the Imperieuse, so that to retain a hold upon it was impossible. Down this, with the slightest pressure from behind, the storming party must have fallen to a depth of 50 feet, and all they could have done, if not killed, would have been to remain prisoners at the bottom of the bomb-proof. The man-trap being thus completed, and to do the Spaniards justice, they entered with ardour into the work, the next object was to prepare trains for the explosion of the magazines, in case evacuation of the fort became compulsory. This was done in two places, the first deposit of powder being placed underneath the breach, with the port-fire so arranged as to go off in about 10 minutes, the other beneath the remaining part of the fortress, with a port-fire calculated to burn until we ourselves were safe on board the frigate. The French were highly exasperated on finding that the castle had been reinforced from the Imperieuse, of which ship they had by this time not a few unpleasant reminiscences. They therefore adopted additional measures to put a stop to our co-operation. In addition to the previously mentioned battery, another was erected on the cliff commanding the fortress, and on the 25th upwards of 300 shots were directed at the tower, the result being a hole, which speedily widened into a tolerable breach. Our men were now engaged in blocking it up as fast as it was made, and working as they did under cover, no loss was sustained, though every shot brought down large masses of stone within the fortress, the French thus supplying us with materials for repair, though rendering a sharp look-out against splinters necessary. On this day I received a wound which caused me intolerable agony. Being anxious during an ominous pause to see what the enemy were about, I incautiously looked round an angle of the tower towards the battery overhead, and was struck by a stone splinter in the face, the splinter flattening my nose, and then penetrating my mouth. By the skill of our excellent doctor, Mr. Guthrie, my nose was after a time rendered serviceable. Whilst the enemy were breaching the tower, the boats of the Imperieuse inflicted on them such severe chastisement, that detachments of infantry were stationed on the hills to drive off the boats with musketry. But our people managed to keep out of harm's way, whilst directing a destructive fire upon the nearer portion of our opponents. On the 26th the French renewed their fire, but as during the previous night we had filled up the breach with loose rubble, their progress was by no means rapid, the rubble forming almost as great an obstacle as did the wall itself. It was, however, evident that the breach must sooner or later become practicable, so that we turned our attention to the erection of interior barricades in case of a sudden attempt to storm. In addition to these barricades, festoons of top chains were brought from the ship, and suspended over the hopper and elsewhere, the chains being moreover armed with large fish hooks, so securely fastened that there was little danger of those who were caught getting away before they were shot. The barricades constituted what may be termed a rampart within the breach, constructed of palisades, barrels, bags of earth, etc., these supplying the place of walls, whilst the descent from the crown of the bomb proof to the bottom constituted a formidable substitute for a ditch. We got today a trifling though welcome reinforcement of 60 regular Spanish, or rather Irish troops in Spanish service, and sent an equal number of peasants to Rosas, for though these men were brave, as are all Catalans, and ready enough, yet their want of military skill rendered them ill adapted to the work in hand. As soon as the Irish comprehended our means of defence, and the reception prepared for the enemy, their delight at the prospective mischief was highly characteristic, and could not have been exceeded had they been preparing for a scrimmage in their native country. At midnight the French made a general assault on the town of Rosas, and after several hours' hard fighting, obtained possession. The Imperieuse and Fame now approached, and commenced a fire which must have caused great loss to the besiegers, but which failed to dispossess them. Towards morning, when too late, a detachment of 2000 Spanish troops arrived from Gerona. 6 hours earlier would have saved the town, the preservation of which was the only object in retaining the fortress. The practice of the French when breaching the walls of Rosas was beautiful. So skilfully was their artillery conducted, that, to use a schoolboy similitude, every discharge ruled a straight line along the lower part of the walls. This being repeated till the upper portion was without support, as a matter of course, the whole fell in the ditch, forming a breach of easy ascent. This operation constituted an object of great interest to us in the fortress, from which the whole proceedings were clearly visible. Having secured the town, the French redoubled their efforts against the castle, and had they continued with the same vigour, we must have been driven out. 2 of our marines were killed by shot, as was a third by a stone splinter, so that with all my desire to hold out, I began to doubt the propriety of sacrificing men to the preservation of a place which could not be long tenable. The French, being also heartily tired of the loss they were sustaining from the fire of the ships and boats, sent us a flag of truce, with the offer of honourable capitulation. This being declined on our part, the firing recommenced more heavily than before. On the 28th, the fire of the enemy slackened, their troops being engaged in throwing up entrenchments and constructing batteries in the town, a second detachment of Spanish troops being on its way now that the place had fallen. Soon after midday they sent a small party with another flag of truce. As it was, however, evident that their object was this time to spy out the state of our defences, we threw some hand grenades towards them to show that we would not hold any parley, on which they retired, and the firing was again renewed. On the 29th, the French opened upon the castle from 5 different batteries on the hills, but without damage to life, as our men were now kept close. The ships and bombs, however, directed upon them a destructive fire with shot and shell, which considerably dampened their ardour. Today all access to the citadel was cut off, the French having succeeded in erecting batteries on both sides of the sea gates, so that all communication with the boats was rendered impossible. The dawn of the 30th might have been our last, but for the imposition of what some persons may call presentiment. Long before daylight I was awoke with an impression that the enemy were in possession of the castle, though the stillness which prevailed showed this to be a delusion. Still I could not recompose myself to sleep, and after lying for some time tossing about, I left my couch and hastily went to the esplanade of the fortress. All was perfectly still, and I felt half ashamed of having given way to such fancies. A loaded mortar, however, stood before me, pointed during the day in such a direction that the shell should fall on the path over the hill, which the French must necessarily take whenever they might make an attempt to storm. Without other object than that of diverting my mind from the unpleasant feeling which had taken possession of it, I fired the mortar. Before the echo had died away, a volley of musketry from the advancing column of the enemy showed that the shell had fallen amongst them just as they were on the point of storming. Rushing on, their bullets pattered like hail on the walls of the fort. To man these was the work of a moment, for, as may be supposed, our fellows did not wait for another summons, and the first things barely discernible amidst the darkness were the French scaling ladders, ready to be placed at the foot of the breach, with an attendant body of troops waiting to ascend, but hesitating, as though the unexpected shell from our mortar rendered them uncertain as to our preparations for defence. To the purposeless discharge of that piece of ordnance we owed our safety, for otherwise they would have been upon us before we even suspected their presence, and so exasperated were they at our obstinate defence, that very little attention would have been paid to any demand for quarter. The French deserved great credit for a silence in their movements which had not even attracted the attention of the sentries on the tower. Whilst the enemy were hesitating, we became better prepared, our men being ready at every point which commanded the breach. It was not in the nature of the French to slink off on being detected. In a few minutes on they came, up the ladders, to the certainty of getting either into the man-trap, or of being hurled from the walls as fast as they came up, retreat being for a short time impossible on account of the pressure from behind. There was now just light enough for them to see the chasm before them, and the wall was crowded with hesitating men. About 40 had gained the summit of the breach, all of whom were swept off with our fire, whilst a crowd was waiting below for the chance of sharing the same fate. Giving them no time for deliberation, several shells, which had been suspended by ropes half-way down the wall, were ignited. Our hand grenades were got to work, and these, together with the musketry, told fearfully on the mass, which wavered for a few moments, and then retreated amidst the loud huzzas of our fellows. The French, however, gallantly carried off their wounded, though they were compelled to leave the dead, who, till the following morning, lay in a heap close to the foot of the tower. Scarcely had we got rid of our assailants, when a numerous body of troops came down from the hills, with muskets firing and drums beating, nothing doubting that their comrades were in possession of the fortress. Our lads, having their hands now free, returned their fire with excellent effect, dropping some at every discharge, when at length, finding that the assault had failed, and that we were able to offer effectual resistance, the detachment retreated up the hills as fast as they could, amidst the derisive cheering of our men. The force which formed the storming party consisted, as we afterwards learned from our prisoners, of 1 company of grenadiers, 2 of carabineers, and 4 of voltigeurs of the 1st Light Regiment of Italy, in all about 1200 men. They were gallantly led, 2 of the officers attracting my especial attention. The first was dropped by a shot, which precipitated him from the walls, but whether he was killed or only wounded I do not know, probably wounded only, as his body was not seen by us amongst the dead. The other was the last man to quit the walls, and before he could do so, I had covered him with my musket. Finding escape impossible, he stood, like a hero, to receive the bullet, without condescending to lower his sword in token of surrender. I never saw a braver or prouder man. Lowering my musket, I paid him the compliment of remarking that so fine a fellow was not born to be shot down like a dog, and that, so far as I was concerned, he was at liberty to make the best of his way down the ladder, upon which intimation he bowed as politely as though on parade, and retired just as leisurely. In this affair we had only 3 men killed, 1 of the marines and 2 Spaniards, another Spaniard being shot through the thigh, and the Spanish governor of the fortress through the hand. There were, however, a few minor casualties. The total loss of the enemy, judging from the dead left behind, upwards of 50, must have been severe. My determination not to quit the fortress was therefore increased, as there was every reason to be satisfied with the efficacy of my hopper trap and fish hook chains. In short, it was impossible for any one to get over the one or through the other. Not a Frenchman had advanced beyond the outer wall. After this the enemy did not molest us much, except with musketry, which did no damage, as our men were well under cover. They, however, turned their attentions to the citadel, the Spanish garrison replying smartly to their fire. The Spaniards with us in the castle likewise behaved with great gallantry, as did the soldiers of the Irish brigades in the Spanish service, by whom the peasants before mentioned had been supplanted. Had the latter remained, the repulse of our assailants might have been more difficult, though equally certain. On the 1st of December we passed a tolerably quiet day, the French being engaged in erecting a new battery to annoy our boats when coming on shore, with which they appeared to content themselves. The second passed over in the same quiet way. On the 3rd, the troops in the citadel made a sortie, apparently in the hope of dislodging the French from their entrenchments, and an obstinate engagement ensued, with considerable loss on both sides. By the time this was over, our friends on the hill had nearly completed another new battery, and were trying its effect on us somewhat unpleasantly, every shot knocking down great quantities of stone. A still more unpleasant circumstance was, that a heavy gale of wind had arisen, before which the Imperieuse was visibly dragging her anchors, and might be compelled to go to sea, leaving us to defend ourselves till her return. On the 4th, the French opened all their batteries on the citadel, 11 of their guns being brought to bear upon the old breach elsewhere mentioned as never having been properly repaired. At this point an immense number of shot and shell were directed, and towards night a breach was nearly practicable. This operation against the citadel seeming decisive, the new battery on the hill began upon us in the castle with redoubled vengeance, and every shot told the effect, the object no doubt being to storm both fortresses simultaneously on the following day. An unfortunate accident occurred in the castle today. 5 of our men were loading a gun, intended for employment against a body of French troops, who were throwing up an entrenchment below us, with the evident object of cutting us off from retreat or communication with the frigate. By some mischance, the gun exploded, blowing off the arms of a marine, who died soon after, and knocking a seaman over the castle wall, a depth of 50 feet. The poor fellow was taken up by the boat's crew, and carried on board in a dreadfully shattered condition. At daylight on the 5th, the French again opened their batteries on the citadel, and by 8 a.m. the breach was quite practicable. A large body of troops had assembled for the assault, but the firing suddenly ceased on both sides, and from the number of men lounging about the breach, it was clear that a capitulation was in progress. Under these circumstances, it became my duty not to sacrifice our marines and seamen to the mere excitement of fighting a whole army, which could now pay us undivided attention. We therefore began to think of taking our departure, and getting our baggage collected, we made signals to the Imperieuse for all boats to be in readiness to take us off, if the garrison in the citadel should capitulate. The battery, however, continued firing upon us as usual, and with decisive effect on the tower. Without taking any notice of this, we laid trains ready for blowing up the fort. Soon after our signals were made, the Fame and Magnificent, the latter of which had recently come into the anchorage, got under way and beat towards the landing place. Our signals having been also understood by the French, the batteries overhead ceased firing, and a number of troops approached to take possession. At 11 a.m. we made the signal for the boats, the Imperieuse attending them close in shore. We now commenced evacuating the fortress, sending down the troops of the Bourbon regiment first, the Irish brigade next, and our marines and seamen last. On the boats pulling in, the ships opened fire with shot and shell upon the French. We did not, however, receive any molestation from the latter, whilst our men went down the rope ladders out of the fort, and by 1 o'clock all were out of the castle, except the gunner and myself, we having remained to light the port fires attached to the trains. After this we got into the boats also unopposed, but the moment they pulled off from the shore, the French opened upon us with musketry and round shot, fortunately without injury to any one. A stiff breeze now blowing enabled the Imperieuse to get close in, so that we were soon on board. The French, having become practically acquainted with some of our devices, were on their guard, and did not take possession of the castle immediately on our quitting it, and it was lucky for them that they did not, for shortly after we got on board, the first explosion took place, blowing up the portion of the fortress which they had been breaching. But the second train failed, owing no doubt to the first shock disarranging the port fire. Had this not been the case, scarcely one stone of the castle would have remained on another. In the evening I directed the Imperieuse to get under way and stand towards La Scala, where we landed the Spanish troops. On the following morning, the Fame parted company for Lord Collingwood's fleet, and leaving the Magnificent at anchor with the bombs, we stood towards St. Felin, having the mortification of seeing the French flag flying over what remained of the castle of Trinidad, which we had so pertinaciously endeavoured to defend, and failing in this, should have wholly destroyed, but for the accident of the second port fire becoming out of order. In the defence of this fortress we lost only 3 killed and 7 wounded, the loss of the Spaniards amounting to 2 killed and 5 wounded. Next to the thorough accomplishment of the work in hand, my care was for the lives of the men. Indeed, it is matter of congratulation to me that no commander having gone through such service ever had fewer men killed. Lord St. Vincent on a former occasion gave this as a reason for not promoting any of my officers, but even a rebuff so unworthy failed to induce me to depart from my system of taking care of the men, the death of one of whom would have affected me more than the death of 100 enemies, because it would in my estimation have been attributable to my own want of foresight. The destruction of the French must have been very great. We who were cooped up in the fortress had only one collision with them, but in that they suffered fearfully, whilst we escaped scot-free. But the fire of the ships must have told upon them to a great extent. The subjoined letters from Lord Collingwood to the Secretary of the Admiralty constitute the only commendation I received for the services detailed in the preceding chapters. Extract of a letter from Vice Admiral Lord Collingwood to the Hon. W. W. Pole, dated on board the Ocean, December 14th, 1808. My letter of the 1st instant would inform you of the enemy having laid siege to the castle of Rosas, and of the measures taken by the British ships in that bay in aid of the Spaniards for its defence. The Scout joined the squadron off Toulon on the 7th, and by her I received further accounts from Captain Bennett of the Fame of the progress the enemy was making against that important fortress. Captain Lord Cochrane has maintained himself in possession of Trinity Castle with great ability and heroism. Although the fort is laid open by the breach in its works, he has sustained and repelled several assaults, having formed a sort of rampart within the breach, with his ship's hammock cloths, awnings, etc., filled with sand and rubbish. The zeal and energy with which he has maintained that fortress excites the highest admiration. His resources for every exigency have no end. The Spanish governor of the castle is wounded, and on board the Meteor. Collingwood. Letter ends. This expression of opinion on the part of Lord Collingwood should have procured me some commendation from the naval authorities at home, the more so as it was spontaneous on his lordship's part, no official despatch from me on the subject having at the time reached him. I was, however, a black sheep at the Admiralty, and had it been my good fortune to have been instrumental in raising the siege of Rosas, the only care taken by the Tory government at home would, in all probability, have been how to conceal a knowledge of that fact from the public. After the evacuation and destruction of the fortress, I addressed to Lord Collingwood the subjoined despatch. His Majesty's ship Imperieuse, Bay of Rosas, 5th of December 1808. My Lord, the fortress of Rosas being attacked by an army of Italians in the service of France, in pursuance of discretionary orders which your lordship gave me to assist the Spaniards whenever it could be done with most effect, I hastened here. The citadel on the 22nd instant was already half invested, and the enemy was making his approaches towards the south-west bastion, which your lordship knows was blown down last war by the explosion of a magazine, and tumbled into the ditch. A few thin planks and dry stones had been put up by the Spanish engineers, perhaps to hide the defect. All things were in a most deplorable state without and within. Even measures for their powder, and saws for their fuses, were not to be had, and mats and axes supplied their place. The castle of Trinity, situated on an eminence, but commanded by heights, was also invested. 3 24-pounders battered in breach, to which a 4th was afterwards added, and a passage through the wall to the lower bomb-proof being nearly effected on the 23rd, the marines of the Fame were withdrawn. I went to examine the state of the castle, and as the senior officer in the bay had not officially altered the orders I received from your lordship, I thought this a good opportunity, by occupying the post on which the acknowledged safety of the citadel depended, to render them an effectual service. The remaining garrison consisted of about 80 Spaniards, who were on the point of surrendering. Accordingly, I threw myself into the fort with 50 seamen and 30 marines of the Imperieuse. The arrangements I made need not be detailed to your lordship. Suffice it to say, that about 1000 bags, made of old sails, besides barrels and palisades, supplied the place of walls and ditches, and that the enemy who assaulted the castle on the 30th with full 1000 picked men were repulsed with the loss of their commanding officer, storming equipage, and all who had attempted to mount the breach. The Spanish garrison, having been changed, gave good assistance. As to the officers, seamen, and marines of this ship, the fatigues they underwent and the gallant manner in which they behaved deserve every praise. I must, however, particularly mention Lieutenant Johnson of the Navy, Lieutenant Hoare of the Marines, Mr. Burney, the gunner, Mr. Lodowick, the carpenter, and Messrs. Stewart, Sloven, and Marriott, midshipmen. Captain Hall of the Lucifer at all times and in every way gave his zealous assistance. I feel also indebted to Captain Collins of the Meteor for his aid. The citadel of Rosas capitulated at 12 o'clock this day, seeing, my lord, further resistance in the castle of Trinity useless and impracticable against the whole army, the attention of which had been naturally turned to its reduction. After firing the trains for exploding the magazines, we embarked in the boats of the Magnificent, Imperieuse, and Fame. I have the honour to be, etc., (Signed) Cochrane. The Right Honourable Lord Collingwood. That letter ends, a new letter begins. Lord Collingwood's Letter to the Admiralty. His Majesty's ship Ocean, January the 7th, 1809. Sir, the Imperieuse having with other ships been employed in the Bay of Rosas to assist the Spaniards in defending that fortress, and Captain Lord Cochrane having taken on himself the defence of Trinity Castle, an outwork of that garrison, I have received from him a letter, dated the 5th of December, a copy of which is enclosed, stating the surrender of Rosas by the Spaniards on that day, and of his having embarked the garrison of Trinity Castle on board his ship from the castle destroyed. The heroic spirit and ability which have been evinced by Lord Cochrane in defending this castle, although so shattered in its works, against the repeated attacks of the enemy, is an admirable instance of his lordship's zeal, and the distinguished conduct of Lieutenants Johnson and Hoare of the Royal Marines, and the officers and men employed in this affair under his lordship, will, doubtless, be very gratifying to my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Signed, etc., Collingwood. To the Secretary of the Admiralty. Letter ends. To these despatches I may be pardoned for appending the following extract from the Girona Gazette, as it appeared in the Naval Chronicle of 1809. The heading reads Lord Cochrane. The extract continues. The Spanish Girona Gazette, when inserting a letter from Lord Cochrane, January 1st, 1809, subjoins the following liberal testimony to his noble conduct. This gallant Englishman has been entitled to the admiration and gratitude of this country from the first moment of its political resurrection. His generosity in co-operating with our earliest efforts, the encouragement we received from the interest he took with the commanders of the Balearic Islands to induce them to succour us with troops and ammunition, can never be erased from our recollection. The extraordinary services which we owe to his indefatigable activity, particularly this city and the adjacent coast, in protecting us from the attempts of the enemy, are too well known to be repeated here. It is a sufficient eulogium upon his character to mention that in the defence of the castle of Trinidad, when the Spanish flag hoisted on the wall fell into the ditch, under a most dreadful fire from the enemy, his lordship was the only person who, regardless of the shower of balls flying about him, descended into the ditch, returned with the flag, and happily succeeded in placing it where it was. Extract ends. Without any degree of egotism, I may, considering that no praise beyond Lord Collingwood's was ever awarded to me for my defence of Trinidad, be excused from adducing the following remarks, known to be from the pen of Sir Walter Scott. Thus, in consequence of our co-operation, were the French detained a whole month before a neglected and ill-provided fortress, which, without that co-operation, could not have resisted the first attack. The event might have been different had there been a floating army off the coast. The whole of the besieging force might then have been cut off. Of the errors which the English government committed in the conduct of the Spanish war, the neglect of this obvious and most important means of annoying the enemy and advantaging our allies is the most extraordinary. 5,000 men at the disposal of Lord Cochrane or Sir Sidney Smith, or any of those numerous officers in the British Navy, who have given undoubted proofs of their genius as well as courage, would have rendered more service to the common cause than 5 times that number on shore, because they could at all times choose their points of attack, and the enemy, never knowing where to expect them, would everywhere be in fear, and everywhere in reach of the shore in danger. Lord Cochrane, during the month of September 1808, with his single ship the Imperieuse, kept the whole coast of Languedoc in alarm, destroying the numerous semaphoric telegraphs which were of the utmost consequence to the numerous coasting convoys of the French, and not only prevented any troops from being sent from that province into Spain, but even excited such dismay that 2,000 men were withdrawn from Figueras to oppose him, when they would otherwise have been marching farther into the peninsula. The coasting trade was entirely suspended during this alarm. Yet with such consummate prudence were all Lord Cochrane's enterprises planned and executed, that not one of his men were either killed or hurt, except one who was singed in blowing up a battery. For none of the services detailed in the last two chapters did I ever receive praise or reward from the Admiralty authorities, though from the nature of the services they were necessarily accompanied by the deprivation of all chance of prize money either to myself, officers, or crew. The check opposed to the advance of the French in Catalonia, as testified by Lord Collingwood, was therefore made at my expense, without costing a farthing to the nation beyond the expenditure of ammunition. A strange contrast to some of the costly expeditions of the period for less results, and one which ought to have secured for me anything but the political animosity with which all my services were regarded. Chapter 17. Volume 1, Chapter 18 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 18, Voyage of the Imperieuse, continued. When in the roads of San Felin, on the 7th of December, a boat came off, with a request from the Spanish commandant that I would reconnoitre the enemy's position in the direction of Gerona. I had at first considerable doubts whether compliance with a request to act in a military capacity came within the sphere of a naval officer's duty, but considering that Lord Collingwood's instructions were to aid the Spaniards by any means within my power, I resolved for once to forego my reluctance to leave the frigate, and accordingly accompanied the commandant and his staff in the direction of the enemy, whom we found assembled in such numbers as to render successful opposition out of the question. Being unable to advise the Spaniards in this locality to adopt any beneficial course, or indeed how to act in any effective way against the enemy, we again sailed in the direction of Barcelona, where a Spanish force of 40,000 men, under General Vives, was closely investing the town so as to cut off supplies from the French garrison. As the consequent scarcity of provisions affected the inhabitants also, all who could afford to hire boats were quitting the place with their families, the garrison offering no obstacle. On the 17th, a body of French, or rather Italian troops embodied in the French army, made their appearance for the purpose of relieving the garrison. As they numbered only about 10,000, and the Spaniards fully 40,000, posted on top of a hill with every advantage in their favour, the defeat of the Franco-Italians appeared so much a matter of course as to induce me to go on shore to witness the engagement. To my surprise, Vives allowed his flank to be turned, and the French attacking in front and rear at the same time, the Spaniards became panic-struck and fairly ran away. The rout was complete, and it was with difficulty that I managed to get on board the frigate. Shortly after gaining the ship, a boat full of officers was seen to put off from the shore and make for the Imperieuse. On coming alongside, it was reported to me that General Vives was amongst their number, on which I returned a message expressive of disbelief, adding that it could not be the general, for that to my certain knowledge he was on shore, driving back the French, who were attempting to relieve Barcelona. After some hesitation, General Vives personally avowed himself, and demanded a conveyance for himself, officers, and 1,000 men to Tarragona, which demand being flatly refused, they left for the Cambrian, which lay at anchor not far off. On the 19th we got under way, and soon after fell in with a vessel bound for Palamos, and crowded with families escaping from Barcelona, all of whom bitterly complained of the shameful treatment they had experienced at the hands of the French soldiery. On the 21st we came to off St. Philou, which had just been plundered of everything. Nothing material occurred till the 30th, when, beating up towards Caldog's Bay, we received intelligence that several French vessels, bound to Barcelona with provisions for the relief of the French army, were at anchor there, to attack these, as we had reason to believe that there was a considerable body of the enemy at Caldog's, and as the harbour was not more than half a mile broad, was a dangerous affair, on account of the necessity of anchoring within point-blank range of musketry. It was, however, of great importance that the provisions should not reach their destination, and, in place of waiting for them to proceed on their voyage, I decided on attacking them as the convoy lay at anchor. At midday we were close to the entrance of the harbour, and made out the convoy and 2 vessels of war in charge of them, the whole being protected by a battery and a number of French troops on the hills. Bringing the Imperieuse to an anchor, we commenced firing on the vessels of war, one of which shortly afterwards sunk. When directing our attack on her consort, she also sank and fell on her broadside, the crew escaping on shore. The protecting vessels being thus disposed of, we warped closer inshore for the purpose of silencing some guns, which, whilst engaged in sinking them, had repeatedly struck us. In order to divide the enemy's attention, a party of marines was despatched to make a feint of landing near the town, whilst, with the other marines and the blue jackets, we dashed on shore between the former and the French, who were still firing on us from the battery. The latter, seeing the double attack, and afraid of being cut off from their comrades in the town, ran off to the hills, abandoning their guns, which, on landing, we threw over the cliff, with the exception of 4 brass 18-pounders and 1 24-pounder, which were taken on board the Imperieuse. We blew up the magazine. The coast being now clear, all boats were sent in to bring out 11 vessels laden with provisions, and by dark they were all close alongside, with our marines safely on board. They had, indeed, met with no opposition, the French troops in the town having run away and joined their comrades on the hills, the whole shortly afterwards marching in the direction of Rosas. During the affair, the inhabitants remained quiet spectators on the hills, afraid to assist us, lest the French, who were certain to return on our departure, should retaliate after their usual fashion. On the 31st we made an effort to raise the vessels of war, which had sunk in shallow water near the shore, and, after some time, succeeded in stopping the leak of the one which had fallen over on her broadside, and was full of water, which being pumped out, she floated, and was towed alongside the frigate. By this time a number of Spanish boats from the neighbouring coast came in, and without ceremony set to work plundering our prizes. It was not till after some rough treatment from a party of marines, sent for the protection of the captured vessels, that the Spaniards were made to comprehend that the prizes belonged to us and not to them. Towards midnight the Spaniards gave us information that the French, with reinforcements from Rosas, were on the point of re-entering the town. We therefore sent a party of marines on board the brig of war to protect her from recapture. Early in the morning on the 1st of January 1809, the enemy opened upon the brig with a smart fire of musketry, which the marines as smartly returned, the frigate and a gun in the pinnace meanwhile plying the assailants with grape so effectually that they immediately abandoned their position, and marching round a hill, commenced firing from the other side, where, as the movement was anticipated by the frigate, they met with a similar reception immediately on showing themselves. Finding us fully prepared at all points, they followed the example of their predecessors and retreated on to the hills, offering no further opposition, whilst we were engaged in weighing the other vessel of war, in which we succeeded also. As soon as the French saw that they could not save either of these vessels, they abandoned the victuallers, and again marched off in the direction of Rosas. The second was employed in repairing our prizes, and in getting off other brass guns found on the shore. On the 3rd we blew up the barrack and another magazine close to the town, without any further interference on the part of the enemy. Our operations being now completed, the smallest vessel of war was despatched to Lord Collingwood, off Toulon, with the following account of our success. Letter begins. His Majesty's ship Imperieuse, Caldagues, 2nd of January 1809. My Lord, having received information of 2 French vessels of war and a convoy of victuallers for Barcelona being in this port, I have the honour to inform your Lordship that they are all, amounting to 13 sail, in our possession. The French have been driven from the tower of Caldagues with the loss of 9 cannon, which they had mounted or were mounting on the batteries. I have the honour, etc. Cochrane. The Right Honourable Lord Collingwood. La Gauloise, cutter, 7 guns and 46 men, commanded by Mr. Avenett, member of the Legion of Honour. La Julie, lugger, 5 guns, 4 swivels, 44 men, commanded by Mr. Chessereau, and 11 victuallers. Letter ends. In consequence of which, his Lordship pleased to write to the Admiralty as follows. Letter begins. Copy of a letter from Vice Admiral Lord Collingwood, Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's ships and vessels in the Mediterranean, To the Hon. W. W. Pole, dated on board the Ocean at sea, the 6th of May, 1809. Sir, I enclose, to be laid before their Lordships, a letter I have received from Lord Cochrane, captain of His Majesty's ship Imperieuse, who has been for some time past employed on the coast of Catalonia, and where the good services of his Lordship in aid of the Spaniards, and in annoyance of the enemy, could not be exceeded. I have, etc. Collingwood. Letter ends. Having put to sea with our prizes, except the smallest, which we gave to the Spaniards, the Imperieuse stood on the 9th of January towards Silva, anchoring in that port at 4 p.m. Observing a battery of 10 guns mounted ashore, we landed, rolled them into the sea, and afterwards demolished the battery without opposition. On the 10th, the Spaniards gave us intelligence of a large detachment of French troops being on their march from Rosas. Anticipating much the same kind of opposition as we had experienced in Caldagues, the marines were directed to take possession of the hill on which the demolished battery had been placed, and soon afterwards the enemy was seen advancing in 3 divisions. Shortly before reaching the hill, they halted and reconnoitred, after which they filed off towards the opposite mountain, and piled their arms in sight of the ship. About noon they were reinforced by great numbers, and the whole advanced down the hill, their skirmishers keeping up a brisk fire on our marines. As it was impossible for these to hold their position against such numbers, and as there was no particular object in doing so, it became necessary to embark them, for which purpose the boats had been placed in readiness. On the first appearance of the reinforcement, the French re-entered their battery, but only to find the iron guns thrown into the sea and the brass ones in our possession. Exasperated at this, they opened upon us so heavy a fire of musketry that we were glad to get off as fast as we could, with the loss of 3 men. Scarcely had we pushed off when they manned a lower battery, which we had not had time to destroy, but though they fired very smartly, we had only 2 men wounded. It was fortunate we took precautions to embark the marines in time. 5 minutes later would have lost us half their number, and we might have been compelled to leave some of the wounded. It was no less fortunate that, from the entrance being high and narrow, I had, before anchoring in a passage so exposed, taken the precaution of laying out a kedge to seaward, with something like a mile of core rope attached, to be used in case of emergency. Hauling on this, we were quickly out of reach of the battery, but again anchored just within our own range of the enemy, when the frigate reopened her fire with shot and shell, keeping up an intermitting cannonade till after nightfall. We learned in a curious way that the principal portion of the troops who attacked us were Swiss. About midnight a boat was reported alongside, with a letter from the commandant of the troops with which we had been engaged. Wondering what he could want with me, I opened the letter, and found it to contain a rigmarole account of himself and the extraordinary achievements of his regiment, which belonged to some canton whose name I forget, the letter concluding with a request for a few bottles of rum. I sent him the rum, together with a reply not very complimentary to his country or present occupation. On the 11th, some of our missing men got on board, and reported that the French had received still larger reinforcements with heavy artillery, of which indeed we had ample proof, they having this morning got their guns to bear so accurately that almost every shot struck us, so that it became necessary to display the better part of valour and be off. The wind, unluckily for us, had died away, but a southerly air at length springing up, we put our prisoners ashore and stood out for the bay, anchoring on the following day at Caldagues. It would be tedious to narrate the remainder of our cruise, which chiefly consisted in sailing along the Spanish coast, and firing upon French troops wherever they came within reach, this being principally in the vicinity of Barcelona. On one occasion only did we make much havoc amongst them, viz. On the 22nd. On the previous day we had been reconnoitring Barcelona, and fell in with the Sirene. While rounding a small promontory in company, we observed a foraging expedition of at least 5,000 troops, with immense numbers of mules laden with provisions, the spoil of surrounding country, coming along a road close to the sea. Both ships immediately beat to quarters, and running well within shot and shell range, commenced a heavy fire, which told admirably on the troops and convoy, as was evident from the disorder into which they were thrown. After about 2 hours persevering, though not continuous, fire, as from the strong breeze blowing we were occasionally carried past the enemy, and lost time in regaining our position, the French abandoned their line of march, and filed off into the interior, the ships harassing their retreat with shells till they were out of range. The loss of the enemy on this occasion must necessarily have been very severe. On the 30th we joined Admiral Thornborough's squadron of 13 sail at Minorca. On the following day we received the unwelcome intelligence of Lieutenant Harrison's being taken prisoner by the French. I had placed this excellent officer in command of the man-of-war cutter taken with the French convoy at Caldagues, and when off Tarragona he imprudently went on shore with only 2 hands to gain information about us. On landing he was immediately surrounded by French troops, a body of whom was embarked in boats to regain possession of his cutter, but by promptly making sail she escaped. Some time previous to this period I had applied to the Admiralty for permission to return to England. My reasons for the application were various, the ostensible ground being the state of my health, which had in reality suffered severely from the incessant wear and tear of body and mind to which for nearly 2 years I had been exposed. A more urgent reason was to get back to my place in the House of Commons, in order to expose the robberies of the Admiralty courts in the Mediterranean, the officials of which were reaping colossal fortunes at the expense of naval officers and seamen, who were wasting their lives and blood for official gain. The barefaced peculations of these courts would be almost incredible, especially as regarded the Maltese court, were there not some living at the present time who can testify to their enormity. To such an extent was this now carried, that a ship captured without cargo never yielded a penny to the captors, the whole proceeds being swallowed up by the Admiralty Court. With cargo, some trifling surplus might remain, but what between pilfering and official fees, the award was hardly worth the trouble of capture. The effect of this on the Navy generally was most disastrous, and not upon the Navy only, but upon the nation also, which had upwards of 1,000 ships in commission, without any result at all commensurable with the expenditure. Captains were naturally disinclined to harass themselves and crews for nothing, and avoided making prizes certain to yield nothing but the risk and trouble of capture, and which, in addition, might bring them in debt, as was the result in my own case. It will now be evident why I preferred harassing the French army in Spain to making prizes for the enrichment of the officials of the Maltese and other Admiralty courts. It was always my aim to serve my country before my own interests, and in this case I judged it better to do so where the service could be most effectual. Prizes of which the proceeds were monopolised by a body of corrupt officials, neither under the eye nor control of the government, were not worth troubling ourselves about. So I determined on a course of service where there were no prizes to take, but abundance of highly interesting operations to be undertaken. The frigate's officers and crew willingly seconding my views, I now, more on their account than my own, put on record that none of the services previously narrated, though lauded by the admirals commanding them, and by historians subsequently, were ever awarded, either as regarded myself or any one under my command, even promotion to the officers being shamefully withheld, their fault, or rather misfortune, consisting in having served under my command. My chief motive, however, for wishing to return to England was that during our operations against the French on the Spanish coast, I had seen so much of them as to convince me that if with a single frigate I could paralyse the movements of their armies in the Mediterranean, with 3 or 4 ships it would not be difficult so to spread terror on their Atlantic shores as to render it impossible for them to send an army into Western Spain. My object then was, as from long and unceasing experience I considered myself entitled to command of more than one ship, to propose to the government to take possession of the French islands in the Bay of Biscay, and to let me with a small squadron operate against the enemy's seaboard there, as I had previously done with the Speedy and the Imperieuse from Montpellier to Barcelona. Had this permission been granted, I do not hesitate to stake my professional reputation that neither the Peninsular War, nor its enormous cost to the nation, from 1809 onwards, would ever have been heard of. It would have been easy, as it will always be easy in case of future wars, that is, provided those who have the direction of national affairs have the sagacity to foresee disaster, and, foreseeing it, to take the initiative, so to harass the French coast as to find full employment for their troops at home, and thus to render any operations in Western Spain, or even in foreign countries, next to impossible. By members not aware of this power of harassing an enemy's coast by means of a few frigates, the ministry was greatly blamed for not having sent a military force to Catalonia, instead of despatching the very inadequate force under Sir John Moore to the western shores of the peninsula. That the latter step was a great mistake, likely only to end in disaster, is now admitted. But what I contend for is, that no military force was at all needed in Spain, had the government seized and held, by a comparatively small military force, the isles on the coast of France, viz. Isles Dieu, Rhe, Oleron, and a few others, following up or preceding this seizure by a limited number of active frigates seizing the whole western coast of France, which in consequence would not have been able to send a single regiment into Spain, and hence, as has been said, we should have had no Peninsular War, with its hundreds of millions of national debt. Had the French been thus employed in the defence of their own coasts, the Spaniards on the west coast would have been a match for their enemies, as, with the assistance of a few small British frigates, they were rendered a match for them on the east coast. This was the work I was prepared to recommend to the British government, considering, moreover, that from the part the Imperieuse had taken in harassing the enemy on the east coast of Spain, I was fairly entitled to ask that any small squadron of frigates, appointed for the purpose of operating on the west coast of France, should be placed under my command. How my plans for this end, and together with them my own career as a naval officer, was sacrificed by an occurrence which forms the subject of the next chapter, will there be seen. The reader will by this time have gathered some idea of what the Imperieuse had effected, as testified by the warmly expressed satisfaction of Lord Collingwood, yet it will scarcely be believed that, in place of approbation, I was reproached for the expenditure of more sails, stores, gunpowder, and shot than had been used by any other captain in the service. Attention to saving ropes and sails, though without other results, was praised. Expending them, though in energetic service, remarked with displeasure. Nothing that I had done was deemed worthy of notice at home, whilst officers who brought back their ships in as good condition as they left port were honoured with praise and substantially rewarded. But no mark of approbation or reward was ever conferred on me, till upwards of 30 years afterwards the late Earl of Minto generously remedied the injustice by conferring upon me the ordinary good service pension. A comparison of my services with the services of those who were rewarded with pensions of 1,000 and 1,200 pounds a year will show the actuating principle of the Admiralties of those days, which bestowed on me nothing but marked neglect. End of chapter 18. Volume 1, Chapter 19 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appointment to command fireships in Basque Roads. Almost immediately after arrival of the Imperieuse at Plymouth, I received the subjoined letter from the Honourable Johnston Hope, Second Lord of the Board of Admiralty. Letter begins: Admiralty, March 21, 1809. My dear Lord, I congratulate you on your safe arrival after the fatigues you underwent at Trinity. Be assured your exertions were highly applauded by the Board, and were done most ample justice to by Lord Collingwood in all his despatches. There is an undertaking of great moment in agitation against Rochefort, and the Board thinks that your local knowledge and services on the occasion might be of utmost consequence, and, I believe, it is intended to send you there with all expedition. I have ventured to say that, if you are in health, you will readily give your aid on this business. Before you can answer this, I shall be out of office and on my way to Scotland, as I found I could not continue here and keep my health. But if you will write to Sir R. Brotherton in reply, and state your sentiments on getting at the enemy at Rochefort, I am sure it will be kindly taken. I am, my dear Lord, yours faithfully, W. Johnston Hope. Captain Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. On the receipt of this letter, hope appeared to dawn. The St. Vincent, or any other official animus against me, had evidently been satisfied with the punishments with which I had, in one shape or another, been visited. I was now to be consulted and employed on matters in which my experience and services were to be fully recognised, and my ambition of being ranked amongst those brave defenders of my country, to whose example I had looked up, was about to be fulfilled. Alas for the simplicity of my ideas! Nothing could be further from the intention of those who wanted to consult me. Scarcely had the letter reached me, when a telegraphic message was transmitted from the Admiralty requiring my immediate presence at Whitehall. A brief narrative of recent events will show the reason for the summons. Early in the year, Lord Gambier had been appointed to blockade the French fleet at Brest. Towards the end of February, they, however, contrived to elude his vigilance and got out, without leaving a trace as to the direction taken. Despatching Admiral Duckworth in pursuit, his lordship returned to Plymouth. Admiral Duckworth, meanwhile, reached Cadiz, where he ascertained that the Brest fleet had not entered the Mediterranean. He then ran for Madeira, in the hope of obtaining intelligence of them, should they, as was feared in England, have made for the West Indies. The fact was, that the French squadron, consisting of 8 sail of the line and 2 frigates, had gone to Lorient and liberated the ships there blockaded. They next made for the Isle d'Aix, intending to reinforce themselves with the ships of that anchorage, and thence proceed to harass our West India colonies. By the vigilance of Admiral Stopford, they were, however, discovered and thwarted as to their ultimate purpose, though successful in forming a junction with the Rochefort squadron. On finding Admiral Stopford in their vicinity, though with 4 ships of the line only, they put into Basque Roads, subsequently withdrawing into Aix Roads, where Admiral Stopford, having been reinforced, blockaded them with 7 ships of the line. On the 7th of March, Lord Gambier arrived in Basque Roads with an additional 5 sail, several frigates, and small vessels, the British squadron being now numerically superior to that of the enemy. On presenting myself at the Admiralty, the First Lord, Mulgrave, did me the honour to consult me confidentially as to the practicality of destroying or disabling the French squadron as it lay at anchor under the protection of the batteries of Isle d'Aix, where, as his lordship told me, the Commander-in-Chief did not consider it prudent to attack them. Lord Mulgrave further stated that the Board of Admiralty, fearing that the French fleet might again slip out, as had been done at Brest, were exceedingly desirous that it should forthwith be destroyed. With that view, they had already consulted various naval officers on the practicability of accomplishing the object by means of fire ships, but that their opinions were discouraging. Now, added his lordship, you were some years ago employed on the Rochefort station, and must, to a great extent, be practically acquainted with the difficulties to be surmounted. Besides which, I am told that you then pointed out to Admiral Thornborough some plan of attack, which in your estimation would be successful. Would you be good enough again to detail that, or any other plan, which your further experience may suggest? But first let me tell you what Lord Gambier has written to the Admiralty on the subject. Lord Mulgrave then read to me an extract from Lord Gambier's letter, to the following effect, that, quote, "an attack by means of fire ships was hazardous, if not desperate," but that, if the Board of Admiralty wished to order such an attack, it should be done secretly and quickly. I respectfully reminded his lordship that he was asking me to suggest means for an attack, which the Admiral commanding considered hazardous if not desperate," and which other naval officers, no doubt my seniors in the service, had pronounced impracticable. On both these accounts, there was reason to fear that if means suggested by me were adopted, the consequences would be an amount of ill feeling on the part of those officers, which any naval officer in my position should feel reluctant to provoke. Lord Mulgrave replied that "the present was no time for professional etiquette. The Board was, if possible, bent on striking some decisive blow before the French squadron had an opportunity of slipping out; for if their sailing were not prevented, they might go off to the West Indies, and do our commerce an immense amount of mischief. However," added his lordship, "there is Lord Gambier's letter. Give me your opinion on it." As this letter was afterwards made public, there can be no reason for withholding it. Caledonia, off the Natuus d'Antioch, 11th of March, 1809. My dear Lord, the advanced work between the Isles of Aix and Oleron, which was mentioned in my last letter, I find was injured in its foundation, and is in no state of progress. It is therefore no obstacle to our bombarding the enemy's fleet, if you should be disposed to attempt to destroy it. A trial was made 6 years ago, when a Spanish squadron lay at the same anchorage, but without effect. The report of it you will find in the Admiralty. It was made by Sir C. Pole. The enemy's ships lie much exposed to the operation of fire ships. It is a horrible mode of warfare, and the attempt hazardous, if not desperate, but we should have plenty of volunteers for the service. If you mean to do anything of the kind, it should be done with secrecy and quickly, and the ships used should not be less than those built for the purpose, at least a dozen, and some smaller ones. Yours, my dear Lord, most faithfully, Gambier. The Right Honourable Lord Mulgrave. Letter ends. You see, said Lord Mulgrave, that Lord Gambier will not take upon himself the responsibility of attack, and the Admiralty is not disposed to bear the onus of failure by means of an attack by fireships, however desirous they may be that such an attack should be made. It was now clear to me why I had been sent for to the Admiralty, where not a word of approbation of my previous service was uttered. The Channel fleet had been doing worse than nothing. The nation was dissatisfied, and even the existence of the ministry was at stake. They wanted a victory, and the Admiral commanding plainly told them he would not willingly risk a defeat. Other naval officers had been consulted who had disapproved of the use of fireships, and as a last resort I had been sent for, in the hope that I would undertake the enterprise. If this were successful, the fleet would get the credit, which would be thus reflected on the ministry, and if it failed, the consequence would be the loss of my individual reputation, as both ministry and commander-in-chief would lay the blame on me. I had, however, no fear of failure in the plans at that moment uppermost in my mind, but from the way in which my co-operation was asked, I determined to have nothing to do with the execution of the plans, believing that I should have to deal with some who would rather rejoice at their failure than their success. My reply to Lord Mulgrave, therefore, was that, the opinion of Lord Gambier and the naval officers consulted by the Admiralty as to the use of fireships coincided with my own, for if any such attempt were to be made upon the enemy's squadron, the result would in all probability be that the fireships would be boarded by the numerous rowboats on guard, the crews murdered, and the vessels turned in a harmless direction, but that if together with the fireships a plan were combined which I would propose for his lordship's consideration, it would not be difficult to sink or scatter the guard boats, and afterwards destroy the enemy's squadron, despite any amount of opposition that might be offered. I further told Lord Mulgrave that my opinion agreed with the expression of Lord Gambier, that the fortifications of Isle d'Aix were no obstacle, though this opinion on my part was expressed for different reasons to the one assigned by his lordship, my own previous knowledge of the anchorage satisfying me that the channel was of sufficient breadth to enable an attacking force to interpose the enemy's fleet between itself and the Isle d'Aix, as well as to keep out of reach of the fortifications on Aix, even though those fortifications might be in a state of efficiency, in place of being no obstacle from their dilapidated condition, as Lord Gambier had no doubt correctly described them. I then briefly recapitulated to his lordship the outline of my plan, which if seconded by the fleet must certainly result in the total destruction of the French squadron. His lordship appeared very much gratified by the communication, and, after praising its novelty and completeness, frankly expressed his entire confidence in the result, requesting me to put the substance of my suggestion in writing, so that he might at once lay it before the Board of Admiralty, which was then sitting. The request was immediately complied with, and the letter placed in the hands of Lord Mulgrave, who shortly afterwards personally communicated to me his own satisfaction and the entire concurrence of the Board in my plan. His lordship at the same time asked me if I would undertake to put it in execution. I told him that, for reasons before assigned, I would rather not do so, as being a junior officer, it would excite against me a great amount of jealousy, besides which Lord Gambier might consider it presumptuous on my part to undertake what he had not hesitated to describe as hazardous if not desperate. It was, moreover, by no means certain that Lord Gambier would be satisfied to put my plans in execution, as it was not impossible that he might deem them still more desperate and horrible than those to which he had already objected. I, however, assured his lordship that the plans were at the service of the Admiralty, and Lord Gambier also, irrespective of any share in their execution to which I might be considered entitled." But, objected his lordship, all the officers who have been consulted deem an attack with fireships impracticable, and after such an expression of opinion, it is not likely they would be offended by the conduct of fireships being given to another officer who approved of their use. My answer was, "that the plan submitted to his lordship was not an attack with fireships alone, and when its details became known to the service, it would be seen that there was no risk of failure whatever, if made with a fair wind and flowing tide. On the contrary, its success, on inspection, must be evident to any experienced officer, who would see that as the enemy's squadron could not escape up the Charente, their destruction would not only be certain, but, in fact, easy. The batteries on Isle d'Aix were scarcely worth notice, not so much from their dilapidated condition, though that was rightly estimated in Lord Gambier's letter, as from there being plenty of room to steer clear of them, as well as from the ease with which the enemy's ships might be brought between the fortifications and the ships attacking, the channel being sufficient for this purpose, as well as for their passage without any exposure to shot likely to be detrimental. As all this would be apparent to the officers of the fleet, whenever the plan submitted should be communicated to them, I must emphatically repeat my objection to undertake its execution, not only on this ground, but for the additional reason that my health had been so much shattered by recent exertions as to require repose. The quote is not marked to end in the text, but presumably ends here. Lord Mulgrave did not deny the reasonableness of my objection, although he did not believe Lord Gambier would feel hurt at my undertaking to put my own plan in execution. Other officers might not be well pleased that its superintendence should be committed to a junior officer. On this ground he would reconsider the matter, and endeavour to find someone else to put in execution. I then took leave of Lord Mulgrave, who next day again sent for me, and said, "My lord, you must go. The board cannot listen to further refusal or delay. Rejoin your frigate at once. I will make you all right with Lord Gambier. Your own confidence in the result has, I must confess, taken me by surprise, but it has increased my belief that all you anticipate will be accomplished. Make yourself easy about the jealous feeling of senior officers. I will so manage it with Lord Gambier that the armour proper of the fleet shall be satisfied." On this I requested a short time for final consideration, and before its expiration sent a letter to his lordship again declining the command, but at the same time informing him that it had ever been a maxim with me not to shrink from duty to my country under any circumstances, however disadvantageous to myself, and that if officers my seniors could not be found to put the project in execution, I would then waive further objection. The immediate result was the following letter from Lord Mulgrave, who, contrary to the tenor of mine, had construed it as an unqualified acceptance of the command. Letter begins: Private, Admiralty, March 25th, 1809. My dear Lord, this letter I have just received from your lordship is truly characteristic of the whole tenor of your professional life. If your health will admit of your undertaking the important service referred to, I am fully persuaded that I cannot so well commit it to any other hands. I have the honour to be, with the highest esteem, your lordship's most faithful servant, Mulgrave. The Lord Cochrane. P.S. I think the sooner you go to Plymouth the better. You will there receive an order to join Lord Gambier, to whom a secret letter will be written, directing him to employ your lordship on the service which we have settled against the Rochefort fleet. Letter ends. I have been thus minute in detailing the circumstances connected with my acceptance of a command so unusual, because it has been said, and for anything that has appeared to the contrary, may still be considered, that I thrust myself into the position, which, as my own foresight had anticipated, became eventually a very serious one for me, as bringing upon my head an amount of enmity such as even my own misgivings had not considered possible. Having made the requisite suggestions to Lord Mulgrave relative to the contents and mode of fitting up the explosion vessels, the fireships to be employed being of the usual description, I returned on board the Imperieuse at Plymouth, there to await further orders from the Admiralty. Such was the despatch used, that by the 19th of March the board was in a position to appraise Lord Gambier of the steps taken, by the following letter addressed to his lordship by the Board of Admiralty. Letter begins: Admiralty Office, March 19th, 1809. My Lord, I am commanded by the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty to acquaint your lordship that they have ordered 12 transports to be fitted as fireships, and to proceed and join you off Rochefort, and that Mr. Congreve, afterwards Sir W. Congreve, is under orders to proceed to your lordship in a coppered transport, the Cleveland, containing a large assortment of rockets, and supplied with a detachment of marine artillery, instructed in the use of them, and placed under Mr. Congreve's orders. That the vessels named in the margin, Etna, Thunder, Vesuvius, Hound, and Fury, are likewise under orders to fit for sea with all possible expedition, and to join you as soon as they may be ready. That all preparations are making with a view to enable your Lordship to make an attack upon the French fleet at their anchorage off Isle d'Aix, if practicable, and I am further commanded to signify their Lordships' directions to you to take into your consideration the possibility of making an attack upon the enemy, either conjointly with your line of battle ships, frigates, and small craft, fireships, bombs, and rockets, or separately by any of the above mentioned means. It is their Lordships' further direction that you state to me for their information whether any further augmentation of force of any description is, in your opinion, necessary to enable you to perform this service with full effect, that it may be prepared and forwarded to you without a moment's delay, their Lordships having come to a determination to leave no means untried to destroy the enemy's squadron. Signed, W. W. Pole, the Right Honourable Lord Gambier. Letter ends. Lord Gambier's reply to this intimation that on the receipt of the above-mentioned appliances he would be expected to attack the French squadron was that, if the board deemed an attack practicable, he would obey any orders with which they might honour him, however great might be the loss of men and ships. A plain declaration that he still declined to take upon himself the responsibility of attack. It will be necessary to bear this fact in mind, as after the attack was made, Lord Gambier, in his first despatch to the Admiralty, gave me credit for everything but the success of my plan, and in his second despatch omitted my name altogether as having had anything to do with either planning or executing it, and in the vote of thanks subsequently given to his Lordship in Parliament, the officers under my orders were thanked, but no mention whatever was made of me, either as having conducted or even taken part in the attack, the whole merit of which was ascribed to Lord Gambier, who was never nearer than 9 miles to the scene of the action, as will subsequently appear. Lord Gambier's answer to the previous letter from the Board is, however, so material to the right understanding of the events which followed, that it will be better to subjoin the whole of it. Letter begins. Caledonia in Basque Roads, March 26th, 1809. Sir, in obedience to their Lordships' directions to me, contained in your letter on the 19th instant, I beg leave to state that it is advisable that I should be furnished with 6 gun brigs, in addition to those I may have been able to collect of such as is under my command. At present there are only 2 of this anchorage. I shall, however, order the Insolent and Contest to join me from Quiberon Bay, and I should hope that the Martial and Fervent will shortly return from Plymouth. It is proper I should state for their Lordships' information the position in which the French fleet is at present anchored under the Isle d'Aix, that their Lordships may be able to form a judgment of the success that may be expected to attend an attack upon the enemy's fleet, in either of the modes described by their Lordships in your letter above mentioned. The enemy's ships are anchored in 2 lines very near each other in a direction due south from the Isle d'Aix, and the ships in each line not further apart than their own length, by which it appears, as I imagined, that the space for their anchorage is so confined by the shoaliness of the water as not to admit ships to run in and anchor clear of each other. The most distant ships of the 2 lines are within point-blank shot of the works on the Isle d'Aix. Such ships, therefore, as might attack the enemy would be exposed to be raked by red-hot shot, etc., from the island, and should the ships be disabled in their masts, they must remain within range of the enemy's fire until they are destroyed, there not being sufficient depth of water to allow them to move to the southward out of distance, the enemy having taken up their position apparently with a view not only to be protected by the strong works of Isle d'Aix, but also to have the entrance of the Charente open to them, that in case of being attacked by fireships and other engines of the kind, they can run up the river beyond the reach of them. The tide and wind that are favourable to convey this kind of annoyance to the enemy serve equally to carry them up the river. With respect to the attempt that may be made to destroy the enemy's ships with shells, etc., I am not competent to give an opinion until it is ascertained whether the booms can be placed within reach of their mortars from the enemy's ships, without being exposed to fire from the Isle d'Aix. I beg leave to add that, if their Lordships are of the opinion that an attack on the enemy's ships by those of the fleet under my command is practicable, I am ready to obey any orders they may be pleased to honour me with, however great the risk may be of the loss of men and ships. I have the honour, etc., Gambier. The Honourable W. W. Pole. letter ends. I have marked some passages of this singular letter in italics for the purpose of showing their important bearing on subsequent events. On the 11th, Lord Gambier had informed the Board of Admiralty, as to my own personal knowledge was the fact, that the advanced work on the Isle d'Aix was no obstacle to bombardment. Now, says his lordship, the ships attacking would, from the fire of this fort, be exposed to be raked by red-hot shot, and if disabled in their masts, must be destroyed. In the former letter his lordship stated that the fort was injured in its foundations, and in no state of progress. It is now characterised as the strong works of the Isle d'Aix. That there was really little damage to be feared from these fortifications, either to ships or bombs, was afterwards corroborated by the fact, that when a partial attack only was reluctantly made, neither suffered from their fire, the result proving that these works had from the first been rightly characterised by Lord Gambier as forming no obstacle, though magnified into strong works. In my interview with Lord Mulgrave, I had stated to his lordship that the works of the Isle d'Aix were no impediment, because of the facility with which the enemy's ships could be brought between the attacking British force and the fortifications, so as completely to interpose between the fire of the latter. Lord Gambier does not appear to have taken this view, but he completely proved its soundness by stating that the enemy's ships lay within point-blank shot of their own works, so as to expose them to the fire of their own forts on Aix, if these fired at all, whilst my previous knowledge of the anchorage made it a matter of certainty to me that it was not difficult for the British fleet to place the enemy in such a position. Lord Gambier's assertion was one of the main points relied on in the subsequent court-martial, and his lordship's own letter just quoted is in direct contradiction to the evidence upon which he relied for acquittal. A more singular declaration is made by his lordship, that if the enemy were attacked by fireships and other engines of the kind, they could run up the river beyond his reach. In place of this, the result, as will presently be seen, proved that the attempt to do so only ended in all running ashore, with the exception of 2, and they ultimately escaped up the river, because they were not attacked at all. But we must not anticipate. Had Lord Gambier been, as I was, from having previously blockaded Rochefort in the Pallas, practically acquitted with the surroundings, he must have taken the same views that I had laid before Lord Mulgrave, and in place of writing to the Admiralty all sorts of evil forebodings to men and ships, he would have seen that the attack, with the means indicated, was certain in effect and easy of accomplishment. End of chapter 19. Volume 1, Chapter 20 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Untitled Chapter. Without waiting to convoy the fireships and explosion vessels, the Imperieuse sailed forthwith for Basque Roads, in order to expedite the necessary arrangements, so that on their arrival no time might be lost in putting the project in execution, a point on which the Board of Admiralty was most urgent, not more in a belligerent than a political point of view, for, as has been stated, the public was dissatisfied that the enemy had been permitted to escape from Brest, whilst our West Indian merchants were in a state of panic, lest the French squadron, which had escaped the vigilance of the blockading force before Brest, might again slip out and inflict irretrievable disaster on their colonial interests, then the most important branch of our maritime commerce. The Imperieuse arrived in Basque Roads on the 3rd of April, when I was received with great urbanity by the Commander-in-Chief, his Lordship without reserve communicating to me the following order from the Admiralty. Order begins. Admiralty Office, 25th of March, 1809. My Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, having thought fit to select Captain Lord Cochrane for the purpose of conducting, under your Lordship's direction, the fireships to be employed in the projected attack on the enemy's squadron off Isle d'Aix, I have their Lordships' commands to signify their direction to you to employ Lord Cochrane in the above-mentioned service accordingly, wherever the attack shall take place, and I am to acquaint you that the 12 fireships, of which you already had notice, are now in the Downs, in readiness, and detained only by contrary winds, and that Mr. Congreve is also at that anchorage with an assortment of rockets, ready to proceed with the fireships. I am to acquaint you that the composition for the 6 transports sent to your Lordship by Admiral Young, and 1000 carcasses for 18-pounders, will sail in the course of 3 or 4 days from Woolwich, to join you off Rockfort. I have, etc., etc., W. W. Pole, Admiral Lord Gambier. Order ends. Whatever might have been the good feeling manifested by Lord Gambier, it did not, however, extend to the officers of the fleet, whose amour propre Lord Mulgrave had either not attempted or had failed to satisfy. Every captain was my senior, and the moment my plans were made known, all regarded me as an interloper sent to take credit from those whom it was now considered legitimately to belong. Why could we not have done this as well as Lord Cochrane? Was the general cry of the fleet. And the question was reasonable, for the means once devised, there could be no difficulty in effectually carrying them out. Others asked, why did not Lord Gambier permit us to do this before? The second query taking much of the sting from the first, as regarded myself, but laying the blame on the Commander-in-Chief. The ill humour of the fleet found an exponent in the person of Admiral Harvey, a brave Trafalgar officer, whose abuse of Lord Gambier to his face was such as I had never witnessed before from a subordinate. I should even now hesitate to record it as incredible, were it not officially known by the minutes of the court-martial, in which it some time afterwards resulted. Note. Minutes of a court-martial on Admiral Harvey on board HMS Gladiator at Portsmouth, May 22nd, 1809. Note ends. On ascertaining the nature of my mission, and that the conduct of the attack had been committed to me by the Board of Admiralty, Admiral Harvey came on board the flagship with a list of officers and men who volunteered under his direction to perform the service which had been thrust upon me. On Lord Gambier informing him that the board had fixed upon me for the purpose, he said, he did not care. If he were passed by, and Lord Cochrane or any other junior officer was appointed in preference, he would immediately strike his flag and resign his commission. Lord Gambier said he should be sorry to see him resort to such an extremity, but that the Lords of the Admiralty having fixed on Lord Cochrane to conduct the service, he could not deviate from their Lordships' orders. On this explanation being good-naturedly made by Lord Gambier, Admiral Harvey broke out into invectives of a most extraordinary kind, openly avowing that he never saw a man so unfit for command of the fleet as Lord Gambier, who, instead of sending boats to sound the channels, which he, Admiral Harvey, considered the best preparation for an attack on the enemy, he had been employing, or rather amusing himself with mustering the ship's companies, and had not even taken the pains to ascertain whether the enemy had placed any mortars in front of their lines, concluding by saying that had Lord Nelson been there, he would not have anchored in the Basque Roads at all, but would have dashed at the enemy at once. Admiral Harvey then came into Sir Harry Neale's cabin, and shook hands with me, assuring me that he should have been very happy to see me on any other occasion than the present. He begged me to consider that nothing personal to myself was intended, for he had a high opinion of me, but that my having been ordered to execute such a service could only be regarded as an insult to the fleet, and that on this account he would strike his flag so soon as the service was executed. Admiral Harvey further assured me that he had volunteered his services, which had been refused. To these remarks I replied, Admiral Harvey, the service on which the Admiralty has sent me was none of my seeking. I went to Whitehall in obedience to a summons from Lord Mulgrave, and at his lordship's request gave the board a plan of attack, the execution of which has been thrust upon me, contrary to my inclination, as well knowing the invidious position in which I should be placed. Well, said Admiral Harvey, this is not the first time I have been lightly treated, and that my services have not been attended to in the way they deserved, because I am no canting Methodist, no hypocrite, no psalm singer, and do not cheat old women out of their estates by hypocrisy and canting. I have volunteered to perform the service you came on, and should have been happy to see you on any other occasion, but am very sorry to have a junior officer placed over my head. You must not blame me for that, replied I, but permit me to remark that you are using very strong expressions relative to the Commander-in-Chief. I can assure you, Lord Cochrane, replied Admiral Harvey, that I have spoken to Lord Gambier with the same degree of prudence as I have now done to you in the presence of Captain Sir H. Neale. Well, Admiral, replied I, considering that I have been an unwilling listener to what you really did say to his lordship, I can only remark that you have a strange notion of prudence. We then went on the quarter-deck, where Admiral Harvey again commenced a running commentary on Lord Gambier's conduct, in so loud a tone as to attract the attention of every officer within hearing, his observations being to the effect that Lord Gambier had received him coldly after the Battle of Trafalgar, that he had used him ill, and that his having forwarded the Master of Tonnant's letter for a court-martial on him was a proof of his methodistical, jesuitical conduct, and of his vindictive disposition, that Lord Gambier's conduct, since he took the command of the fleet, was deserving of reprobation, and that his employing officers in mustering the ship's companies, instead of in gaining information about the soundings, showed himself to be unequal to the command of the fleet. Then turning to Captain Bedford, he said, "You know you are of the same opinion." Admiral Harvey then left the ship, first asking Captain Bedford whether he had made his offer of service on any duty known to the Commander-in-Chief, to which Captain Bedford replied in the affirmative. My reason for detailing this extraordinary scene, the whole of which, and much more to the same effect, will be found in the minutes of the court-martial previously referred to, is to show into what a hornet's nest my plans had involuntarily brought me. It may readily be imagined that I bitterly regretted not having persisted in my refusal to have anything to do with carrying them into execution, for now they were known, all believed, and being my senior officers, had no doubt a right to believe, that they could execute them better than myself. So far as regarded the neglect to take soundings of even the approaches to the channel leading to the enemy's fleet, Admiral Harvey was quite right in his statement. Nothing of the kind had been attempted beyond some soundings on that part of the Boyart Shoal farthest from the French fleet. Had not my previous knowledge of the anchorage, as ascertained in the Pallas a few years before, supplied all the information necessary for my conduct of the plans proposed, this neglect would, in all probability, have been fatal to their execution. Unlike Admiral Harvey, I am not, however, prepared to blame Lord Gambier for the neglect, as a slight acquaintance with the masters, whose duty it was to have made the examination, showed me that they were quite capable of misleading the Commander-in-Chief by substituting their own surmises for realities. Certain it was that although no soundings whatever of the approaches to the enemy's fleet had been taken, those whose duty it was to have made them, as far as practicable, pretended to know more of the anchorage than I did. Note: in the subsequent court-martial, one of these men constructed a chart of the soundings, as from his own personal knowledge, and in his verbal evidence said that he had never sounded at all. His chart was nevertheless made the basis of the trial, to the exclusion of the official charts. Note ends. And had, no doubt, impressed the Commander-in-Chief that their reports were founded on actual observations. How far Admiral Harvey was justified in his intemperate allusions to the musters and quasi-religious practices on board the fleet is a point upon which I do not care to enter, further than to state that these musters were found to relate to catechetical examinations of the men, and that I had not been many days in the fleet before the Commander-in-Chief sent a number of tracts on board the Imperieuse with an injunction for their distribution amongst the crew. Having by this time ascertained that, rightly or wrongly, the fleet was in a state of great disorganisation on account of the orders given to various officers for the distribution of tracts, and being naturally desirous of learning the kind of instruction thereby imparted, I found some of them of a most silly and injudicious character, and therefore declined to distribute them, but imprudently selected some, and sent them to my friend Cobbett, together with a description of the state of the fleet, in consequence of the tract controversy. It was a false step, though I did not, at the time, contemplate the virulent animosity which might be excited at home from Cobbett's hard-hitting comments, nor the consequent amount of enmity to myself, which only ceased with my eventual removal from the Navy. The fact was that the fleet was divided into two factions, as bitter against each other as were the Cavaliers and Roundheads in the days of Charles I. The above-mentioned imprudent step incurred the ill will of both parties. The Tractarian faction, consisting for the most part of officers appointed by Tory influence or favour of the Admiral, and knowing my connection with Burdett and Cobbett, avoided me; whilst the opposite faction, believing that from the affair of the tracts I should incur the irreconcilable displeasure of Lord Gambier, lost no opportunity of denouncing me, as a concocter of novel devices to advance my own interests, at the expense of my seniors in the service. Strange as it may appear, almost the only persons who treated me with consideration were Lord Gambier, his second-in-command, Admiral Stopford, and his flag-captain, Sir H. Neale. For this urbanity, Lord Gambier had to incur the bitter sarcasm of the fleet, that when the Admiralty wanted to attack the enemy with fireships, he had denounced the operation as a horrible and anti-Christian mode of warfare, but that now he saw my plan of explosion vessels, in addition to fireships, was likely to be crowned with success, he no longer regarded it in the same light. It was evident that amidst these contending factions, so fatal in a fleet where all ought to be zeal and unity of action, I should have to depend on myself. Disregarding, therefore, the disunion prevalent, and, indeed, increased fourfold by the further division of opinion with respect to Admiral Harvey's disrespectful expressions to the Commander-in-Chief, I determined to reconnoitre for myself the position of the French ships, especially as regarded their protection by the batteries on the Isle d'Aix, and for this purpose made as minute a reconnaissance as was practicable. Perhaps it ought to have been previously mentioned that on the evening of our arrival I had gone close into the island, and had embodied the result of my observations in the following letter to Lord Mulgrave, to whom I considered myself more immediately responsible. Letter begins: Imperius, Basque Roads, 3rd of April. My Lord, having been very close to the Isle d'Aix, I find that the western sea wall has been pulled down to build a better. At present the fort is quite open, and may be taken as soon as the French fleet is driven on shore or burned, which will be as soon as the fireships arrive. The wind continues favourable for the attack. If your Lordship can prevail on the Ministry to send a military force here, you will do great and lasting good to our country. Could ministers see things with their own eyes, how differently would they act! But they cannot be everywhere present, and on their opinion of the judgment of others must depend the success of war, possibly the fate of England and all Europe. No diversion which the whole force of Great Britain is capable of making in Portugal or Spain would so much shake the French government as the capture of the islands on this coast. A few men would take Oleron, but to render the capture effective, send 20,000 men, who without risk would find occupation for a French navy of 100,000. The batteries of Oleron are all open, except two of no importance. Isle Gros would also be of infinite use to our cruisers in the destruction of the French trade. The commerce on this coast, and indeed on all the French coasts, is not inferior to that of England in number of vessels and men employed, though not in size of coasting craft. The coasting trade is the great nursery of English seamen, and yet we strangely affect to despise the French coasting trade. Must not the corn of the French northern provinces give food to the south? Are the oil and wine of the south of no consequence to those who grow none for themselves? I do not state these matters to your Lordship, but as an answer to the opinions generally current in England, and indeed too much entertained in the naval service also. Ships filled with stones would ruin for ever the anchorage of Aix, and some old vessels of the line well loaded would be excellent for the purpose. I hope your Lordship will excuse the way I have jumbled these thoughts together. My intentions are good, and if they can be of any use, I shall feel happy. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your most obedient servant, Cochrane. The Right Honourable Lord Mulgrave. Letter ends. In this hurried letter, the reader will readily recognise the principles laid down by me in a former chapter for the most advantageous mode of warfare, viz. by harassing the enemy on his own coast, and by a perpetual threat of descent thereon at any moment, to prevent his employing his forces elsewhere. In place of the advice being even taken in good part, I had afterwards reason to know that the views briefly expressed in this letter were regarded by the government as an act of impertinence. Yet nothing could be more sound. The French islands captured and occupied by an adequate force, protected by a few ships, would have kept the enemy's coasts in a constant state of alarm, so that it would have been impossible for the enemy to detach armies to the Spanish peninsula. Had this policy been pursued, the Peninsular War, as has been stated in a former chapter, and its millions of national debt, would never have been heard of. So much does the useful or useless expenditure of war depend on the decision of a cabinet which can practically know little of the matter. As it was, the French laughed at the clouds of cruisers intent on watching their coasting trade, which was carried on almost without interruption, our vessels going inshore in the daytime, when the French coasters kept close under their batteries, and going offshore in the night, when they pursued their course unmolested. Provisions and stores were thus moved as wanted from one part of the enemy's coast to another, with absolute safety. The great number of prizes which had fallen to the lot of the Speedy, Pallas, and Imperieuse was almost solely owing to our working inshore at night, when the enemy's coasters were on the move. In the daytime we are usually out of sight of land, with the men fast asleep in their hammocks. The constant readiness at sea for an enemy who never willingly left port was, in those days, a great evil, though it was the one point inculcated by the Admiralty. It would have been far more to the purpose to have inculcated the necessity of damaging and alarming the limited seaboard of France, by means of small frigates capable of running in shore, and to have left the French fleets, wherever they ventured out, to the supervision of squadrons composed of large ships, and specially appointed for the purpose. From the hundreds of ships then in commission, traversing the seas with no advantage to themselves or the country, such an arrangement would have annihilated the commerce, and with it the naval power of France. In place of this, attention to the condition of ships was the most certain way to reward. As the men could not always be employed in exercising guns and furling sails, a system of cleaning and polishing was enforced, till it became positive cruelty to the crews. If the reader will refer to a previous letter of Lord Collingwood to the Board of Admiralty, he will fully comprehend my meaning. His lordship states that Lord Cochrane's services on the coast of Languedoc in the Imperieuse kept the French coast in constant alarm, causing a total suspension of trade, and harassing a body of troops employed to oppose him. He has probably prevented those troops, which were intended for Figueras, from advancing into Spain by giving them employment in the defence of their own coasts. For Figueras read Corunna, and it will be evident that had the same course been generally pursued on the Atlantic coasts of France, by order, or even under the countenance of the Admiralty, Sir John Moore would neither have retreated nor fallen, because from the occupation which the French army would have found on its own coasts, he could not have encountered one on Spanish soil. One of my principal objects in returning to England, as has been said in a former chapter, was to impose upon the government the efficiency of this mode of proceeding on the Atlantic coasts of France, so as to prevent reinforcements from being sent to their army in the Peninsula. The success of the Imperieuse, I again repeat, warranted such an application on my part to the Board of Admiralty, in the expectation of being appointed to the command of an expedition to be carried into effect on this principle. To return from this digression to the reconnaissance of the enemy's works on Isle d'Aix. The opinion which I had expressed to Lord Mulgrave respecting the trifling importance of these works was strengthened on actual inspection. Indeed, any opposition which they could have offered was too insignificant for notice, as was afterwards proved when a partial attack took place. I could not say as much to Lord Gambier after the opinion he had expressed in his letter to the Admiralty, for this would have amounted to a flat contradiction of his judgment, even though, as was afterwards known, such opinion had been formed on the reports of others who gave his lordship their surmises as ascertained facts, an assertion which will be hereafter fully demonstrated. In place, therefore, of officially reporting the results of my reconnaissance, I urged upon his lordship not to wait for the arrival of the fireships from England, but, as the fleet had abundance of materials, rather to fit up as fireships and explosion vessels some transports which happened to be present. With this request Lord Gambier promptly complied, manifesting his anxious desire that my project should be put in execution without delay. Several vessels were, therefore, chosen for the purpose, the fireships being prepared by the fleet, whilst I worked hard at the explosion vessels, two at least of which I determined to conduct personally, not because I deemed myself more competent to conduct them than others, but because, being novel engines of warfare, other officers could not have given that attention to their effect which long deliberation on my part had led me to anticipate, if directed according to the method on which their efficacy depended, it being certain, even from the novelty of such a mode of attack, that the officers and crews of the line of battle ships would be impressed with the idea that every fireship was an explosion vessel, and that in place of offering opposition, they would in all probability be driven ashore in their attempt to escape from such diabolical engines of warfare, and thus become easy prey. The creation of this terrorism amongst the enemy's ships was indeed a main feature of the plan, the destruction or intimidation of the guard boats being secondary, or rather preparatory. The nature of the explosion vessels will be best understood from the subjoined description of the manner in which one was prepared under my own directions. The floor of the vessel was rendered as firm as possible by means of logs placed in close contact, into every crevice of which other substances were firmly wedged, so as to afford the greatest amount of resistance to the explosion. On this foundation were placed a large number of spirit and water casks, into which 1,500 barrels of powder were emptied. These casks were set on end, and the whole bound round with hempen cables, so as to resemble a gigantic mortar, thus causing the explosion to take an upward course. In addition to the powder casks were placed several hundred shells, and over these again nearly 3,000 hand grenades, the whole, by means of wedges and sand, being compressed as nearly as possible into a solid mass. This was the vessel in which I subsequently led on the attack. A more striking comment on the red-hot shot, etc., of which Lord Gambier made so much in one of his letters to the Admiralty, could scarcely be found. Of course, had a red-hot shot from the batteries on A reached us, and they were not half a mile distant, nothing could have prevented our being hoisted with our own petard. Note: Admiral Allemand had given instructions to the Commandant of the Isle of Aix to use every precaution in case of anticipated attack. I can, however, safely say that such a catastrophe never entered into my calculations, for the simple reason that from previous employment on the spot on several occasions, I well knew there was plenty of room in the channel to keep out of the way of red-hot shot from the A batteries, even if, by means of blue lights or other devices, they had discovered us. The explosion vessels were simply naval mines, the effect of which depended quite as much on their novelty as engines of war as upon their destructiveness. It was calculated that, independently of any mischief they might do, they would cause such an amount of terror as to induce the enemy to run their ships ashore, as the only way to avoid them and save the crews. This expectation was fully answered, but no adequate attack on the part of the British force following up the effect of the explosion vessels, the stranded ships were permitted to heave off, and thus escaped, for the most part, as will be detailed in the succeeding chapter. End of chapter 20. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 21 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On the 10th of April, the Beagle having arrived from England with the fireships in company, I pressed Lord Gambier to permit an attack to be made on the same night, but notwithstanding that the weather was favourable, his lordship saw fit to refuse. My reason for pressing an immediate attack was that, as the enemy could not remain in ignorance of the character of the newly arrived vessels, they might have less time to make additional preparations for their reception. Notwithstanding the importance of prompt action in this respect, argument was unavailing. His lordship urged that the fireships might be boarded and the crews murdered, though there was more danger of this from delay than from attacking unawares. There was in reality no danger, but I urged in vain that it was an essential part of my plan personally to embark in an explosion vessel preceding the fireships, so that in conducting and firing her, all risk would fall on myself and the volunteer crew which would accompany me, it not being probable that after the explosion the enemy's guard boats would board the fireships which might follow, as every one would certainly be taken for a mine similarly charged. Under that impression, however gallant the enemy, there was little chance of the fireships being boarded. His lordship replied that, "if I chose to rush on self-destruction, that was my own affair, but that it was his duty to take care of the lives of others, and he would not place the crews of the fireships in palpable danger." To this I rejoined that there could not be any danger, for the use of explosion vessels being new to naval warfare, it was unlikely that, after witnessing the effect of the first explosion, the enemy's officers and men would board a single fireship. I further told his lordship that my brother, the Honourable Basil Cochrane, and Lieutenant Bissell were on board the Imperieuse as my guests, and so well satisfied were both of the little danger to be apprehended, that they had volunteered to accompany me. Lord Gambier, however, remained firm, and further remonstrance being useless, I had no alternative but to delay, whilst the French, who quickly became aware of the character of the newly arrived vessels, adopted all necessary precautions. Footnote.
Le 10, il arriva 16 bâtiments qui me parurent des transports ou brûlots. Je fis dégréer les mâts de perroquet et caler ceux de hume, etc.
Vice-Admiral Alaman's dispatch of the 12th of April. Footnote ends. A most favourable opportunity was thus thrown away. The French admiral, however, lost no time in turning the delay to account by altering the positions of his fleet, so as to expose it to the smallest possible amount of danger. The enemy's ships of the line struck their topmasts, got their topgallant yards on deck, and unbent sails, so as to expose as little inflammable matter aloft as possible, the frigates only being in sailing trim, ready to act as occasion might require, whilst the boats and launches of the fleet, to the number of 73, were armed and stationed in 5 divisions for the purpose of boarding and towing off the fireships. Footnote. The subjoined was the French force at anchor in Aix Roads. Ships of the line: L'Océan, 120, bearing the flag of Vice-Admiral Alaman; Fordoron, 80, bearing the flag of Rear Admiral Gordon; Cassard, 74, Tourville, 74, Regulus, 74, Patriote, 74, Janapé, 74, Tonnerre, 74, Aquilon, 74, Ville de Varsovie, 74, total 10. Frigates: Indian, Elbe, Pallas, and Hortense, total 4. Storeship: Calcutta, armed en flute. This vessel had been a British East Indiaman, captured some time before off St. Helena, total 15. Footnote ends. The French admiral, Alaman, disposed his force in the following manner. The 10 sail of the line, which before the arrival of the fireships had been moored in 2 lines overlapping each other, were formed afresh in a double line nearly north and south, the outer line comprising 5 and the inner 6 ships, including the Calcutta, the inner line being so anchored as to face the openings between the ships of the outer line, the extremity of which was somewhat more than a mile from the batteries of the Isle of Aix. About half a mile in advance of the whole lay the 4 frigates, and immediately in front of these was a boom of extraordinary dimensions. As this boom will form an important feature in the narrative, I subjoin the French admiral's description, first premising that, although there was reason to expect that an obstacle of the kind would have to be encountered, its exact nature was not known till the attack was made. Reader's note: there is a footnote before the French note begins. The footnote reads: "A better proof of the subsequent untruths uttered by the masters of the fleet and the flagship, as to their pretended knowledge of the soundings in the vicinity of the enemy, could not be afforded, than their ignorance of the existence of this boom, which must, from its magnitude, have occupied a considerable time in its construction and laying down the necessary moorings." Footnote ends. The French admiral's description begins. Reader's note ends.
Notre armée était sur 2 lignes de bataille, endentées, très serrées, gisant au nord, un quart nord-ouest et sud, un quart sud-est du monde, afin de présenter moins de surface à l'envoi des brûlots. Elle était flanquée d'une estacade à 400 toises au large, qui avait 800 toises de long. Le bout nord était à 1 encablure et demie des roches de l'île. Au coucher du soleil, il ventait encore très gros frais. Je laissai chaque capitan libre de sa manœuvre pour la sûreté de son vaisseau. J'envoyai un officier prévenir le général Bronard, commandant à l'île d'Aix, que l'ennemi, par sa manœuvre, annonçait vouloir profiter du gros vent et de la marée pour entreprendre un coup de main. Il me fit dire qu'il l'attendait de pied ferme et qu'il répondait de la terre.
Vice-Admiral Alaman's dispatch of the 12th of April. The French, no doubt, considered their position secure against fireships, having no expectation of other means of attack, and so it undoubtedly was, from the protection afforded by the boom, which, from its peculiar construction, could neither be destroyed nor burned by fireships, as well as further defended by the gunboats, which were judged sufficient to divert the course of such fireships as might drift past the boom. Their fleet was anchored so as to expose the smallest possible front, and what added no little to their sense of security was the delay which had taken place on the part of the British admiral, without attack of any kind. On such grounds, therefore, they not unreasonably felt confident that if the fireships failed, as from their judicious preparations made, Admiral Allemand had every reason to anticipate, no attack on the part of the British fleet would follow. In this belief, on altering their position, the French dressed their fleet with flags, and, in way of contempt for their assailants, hung out the English ensign of the Calcutta, which, as has been said, was a captured English vessel, under her quarter-galley. The peculiar nature of the insult needs not to be explained. To naval men it is the most atrocious imaginable. The fortifications on the Isle d'Aix, alluded to by Admiral Allemand, were, as Lord Gambier had reported to the Admiralty in his letter of the 11th of March, insignificant, or, as his lordship at first expressed it, no obstacle, a dozen guns being the utmost number mounted on the batteries commanding the roads, though these were afterwards characterised by his lordship as the strong works of the Isle of Aix. Footnote begins, quote, 2 ships of the line would have been quite sufficient to silence the batteries on Aix. Quote ends. Captain Broughton's evidence on the court-martial. The nearest of the batteries on Oleron was out of gunshot, and therefore of no account. As narratives of the attack on the French fleet in Basque Roads have been often, though in some of the main points incorrectly, written from the contradictory and in many cases incomprehensible evidence on the subsequent court-martial, as compared with the no less contradictory dispatches of Lord Gambier, I shall, in the following account, strictly confine myself to what took place under my own personal conduct and observation. Footnote. The British force present in the Basque Roads was as follows: ships of the line: Caledonia, 120, bearing the flag of Lord Gambier; Caesar, 80, bearing the flag of Rear Admiral Stopford; Gibraltar, 80, Revenge, 74, Donegal, 74, Heron, 74, Illustrious, 74, Valiant, 74, Bellona, 74, Resolution, 74, Theseus, 74, total 11. Frigates: Indefatigable, Imperieuse, Aigle, Emerald, Unicorn, Pallas, and Mediator, total 7. Gunbrig sloops: Beagle, Dotterel, Foxhound, Lyra, Redpole, total 5. Gunbrigs: Insolent, Conflict, Contest, Encounter, Fervent, and Growler, total 6. Other vessels: Whiting, Nimrod, King George, and 23 fireships and explosion vessels, total 55. Footnote ends. On the 11th of April it blew hard with a high sea. As all preparations were complete, I did not consider the state of the weather a justifiable impediment to the attack, to which Lord Gambier had now consented, so that after nightfall the officers who volunteered to command the fireships were assembled on board the Caledonia, and supplied with instructions according to the plan previously laid down by myself. The Imperieuse had proceeded to the edge of the Boyart Shoal, close to which she anchored with an explosion vessel made fast to her stern, it being my intention, after firing the one of which I was about to take charge, to return to her for the other, to be employed as circumstances might require. At a short distance from the Imperieuse were anchored the frigates Aigle, Unicorn, and Pallas, for the purpose of receiving the crews of the fireships on their return, as well as to support the boats of the fleet assembled alongside the Caesar to assist the fireships. The boats of the fleet were not, however, for some reason or other, made use of at all. The enemy had calculated on the impending attack, and, as was afterwards ascertained, by way of precaution against fireships, sent 2 divisions of their guard boats with orders to lie under the boom till 2 in the morning. But wind and tide being against them, they were compelled to put back without affecting their orders. Both wind and tide, however, though dead against the French boats, were favourable for the boats of the British fleet, had they been employed as arranged, and they would have been of great use to the less efficient boats of the fireships, some of which in returning were nearly swamped. For want of such assistance, as will presently be seen, most of the fireships were kindled too soon, no doubt to save the men the terrible pull back against a gale of wind and a high sea. Having myself embarked on board the largest explosion vessel, accompanied by Lieutenant Bissell and a volunteer crew of 4 men only, we led the way to the attack, the Imperieuse afterwards, in accordance with my instructions, signalising the fireships to proceed on service. The night was dark, and as the wind was fair, though blowing hard, we soon neared the estimated position of the advanced French ships, for it was too dark to discern them. Judging our distance, therefore, as well as we could, with regard to the time the fuse was calculated to burn, the crew of 4 men entered the gig under the direction of Lieutenant Bissell, whilst I kindled the port fires, and then, descending into the boat, urged the men to pull for their lives, which they did with a will, though, as wind and sea were strong against us, without making the progress calculated. To our consternation, the fuses, which had been constructed to burn 15 minutes, lasted little more than half that time, when the vessel blew up, filling the air with shells, grenades, and rockets, whilst the downward and lateral force of the explosion raised a solitary mountain of water, from the breaking of which in all directions our little boat narrowly escaped being swamped. In one respect it was perhaps fortunate for us that the fuses did not burn the time calculated, as from the little way we made against the strong headwind and tide, the rockets and shells from the exploded vessel went over us. Had we been in the line of their descent at the moment of explosion, our destruction from the shower of broken shells and other missiles would have been inevitable. The explosion vessel did her work well, the effect constituting one of the grandest artificial spectacles imaginable. For a moment the sky was red with the lurid glare arising from the simultaneous ignition of 1500 barrels of powder. On this gigantic flash subsiding, the air seemed alive with shells, grenades, rockets, and masses of timber, the wreck of the shattered vessel, whilst the water was strewn with spars shaken out of the enormous boom, on which, according to the subsequent testimony of Captain Protean, whose frigate lay just within the boom, the vessel had brought up before she exploded. The sea was convulsed as by an earthquake, rising, as has been said, in a huge wave, on whose crest our boat was lifted like a cork, and as suddenly dropped into a vast trough, out of which, as it closed upon us with a rush of a whirlpool, none expected to emerge. The skill of the boat's crew, however, overcame the threatened danger, which passed away as suddenly as it had arisen, and in a few minutes nothing but a heavy rolling sea had to be encountered, all having again become silence and darkness. This danger surmounted, we pulled in the direction of the Imperieuse, whose lights could be distinguished at about 3 miles distance. On our way we had the satisfaction of seeing 2 fireships pass over the spot where the boom had been moored. Shortly afterwards we met the Mediator steering in the direction of the enemy, whose ships of the line were now firing towards the spot where the explosion had taken place, and consequently on their own advanced frigates, which, as was afterwards learned, cut their cables and shifted their berths to a position in the rear of the larger ships. On reaching the Imperieuse, I found, to my great mortification, that the second explosion vessel, which by my orders had been made fast to the frigate's stern, had been cut away, and thus set adrift, a fireship in flames having come down on her instead of the enemy. The Imperieuse herself had a narrow escape of being burned, and was only saved by veering cable, the fireship which caused the disaster drifting harmlessly away on the Boat Shoal. This clumsy occurrence completely frustrated the intention with which I had reserved her, viz. For further personal operations against the enemy's fleet, now that the first explosion vessel had cleared the way. Of all the fireships, upwards of 20 in number, 4 only reached the enemy's position, and not one did any damage. The way in which they were managed was grievous. The Imperieuse, as had been said, lay 3 miles from the enemy, so that the one which was near setting fire to her became useless at the outset, whilst several others were kindled 1.5 miles to windward of this, or 4.5 miles from the enemy. Of the remainder, many were at once rendered harmless from being brought to on the wrong tack. 6 passed a mile to windward of the French fleet, and 1 grounded on Oleron. I could scarcely credit my own vision when I saw the way in which they were handled, most of them being fired and abandoned before they were abreast of the vessels anchored as guides. The fear of the fireships operated strongly enough, but, notwithstanding the actual effect attributed to them by naval historians, they did no damage whatever. A matter of little consequence had the British fleet, or even a portion thereof, subsequently taken advantage of the panic created amongst the enemy. As the fireships began to light up the roads, we could observe the enemy's fleet in great confusion, without doubt taking every fireship for an explosion vessel, and being deceived as to their distance not only did the French make no attempt to divert them from their course, but some of their ships cut their cables, and were seen drifting away broadside on to the wind and tide, whilst others made sail as the only alternative to escape from what they evidently considered certain destruction from explosive missiles. Had the Commander-in-Chief witnessed this scene, he would never again have deemed such extraordinary precaution on his part requisite to guard against fireships being boarded when preceded by explosion vessels. In place of becoming the aggressors, as his lordship had anticipated, the only care of the enemy was how to get out of the way, even at the risk of running their ships ashore. Unfortunately, the Commander-in-Chief was with the fleet, 14 miles distant. At daylight, on the morning of the 12th, not a spar of the boom was anywhere visible, and with the exception of the Foudroyant and Cassard, the whole of the enemy's vessels were helplessly aground. The former of these ships, lying out of the sweep of the tide, and being therefore out of danger from the fireships, appeared not to have cut her cable, and the Cassard, which had at first done so, again brought up about 2 cables' length from the Foudroyant. With these exceptions, every vessel of the enemy's fleet was ashore. The flagship of Admiral Allemand, l'Océan, 3-decker, drawing the most water, lay outermost on the north-west edge of the Palles Shoal, nearest the deep water, where she was most exposed to attack, whilst all, by the fall of the tide, were lying on their bilge, and their bottoms completely exposed to shot, and therefore beyond the possibility of resistance. The account given by the captain of the Indienne, French frigate, Captain Proteau, of the position of the grounded ships will not be called into question. It is as follows: the Indienne aground on Port Argyle, near the fort; the Pallas off Barque; the Elbe and Hortense on the Fontenelles; the Tourville, Patriote, and Tonnerre, as seen from the Indienne, in line on the Palles Shoal; the Calcutta, Regulus, Jemmapes, on the extremity of that shoal; the Varsovie and Aquilon aground on Charenton; and the Ocean, 3-decker, close to the edge of the Palles. We did not reach the Imperieuse until after midnight. At daylight, observing 7 of the nearest enemy's ships ashore, amongst which was the Admiral's ship l'Océan, and a group of 4 others lying near her in a most favourable position for attack, without the possibility of returning it, at 6 a.m. we signalised the Admiral to that effect. As the Imperieuse at this time lay just within the range of the batteries on A, which had commenced to fire upon us, we weighed and stood in the direction of the fleet, letting go our anchor as soon as the ship was out of range. At 7 a.m. we signalised again. All the enemy's ships except 2 are on shore, this signal, as well as the former one, being merely acknowledged by the answering pennant, but to our surprise no movement was visible in any part of the fleet, indicating an intention to take advantage of the success gained. Reflecting that, from the distance of the British force from the stranded enemy's ships, viz. from 12 to 14 miles, the Commander-in-Chief could not clearly be acquainted with their helpless condition, I directed the signal to be run up, "The enemy's ships can be destroyed," this also meeting with the same cool acknowledgment of the answering pennant. Not knowing what to make of such a reply, another signal was hoisted: "Half the fleet can destroy the enemy." This signal was again acknowledged by the answering pennant, the whole fleet still remaining motionless as before. On this I made several telegraph signals, one of which was probably regarded as impertinent, viz. "The frigate alone can destroy the enemy," though it was true enough, their ships aground being perfectly helpless. To my astonishment, the answering pennant was still the only reply vouchsafed. 8 and 9 o'clock passed without any indication of movement on the part of the fleet, though the tide was now fast rising, so that any ships sent to the attack of the stranded vessels would have had the flood tide to go in and the ebb to return, after having accomplished their destruction, whilst it was evident that, if not attacked, the same flood tide would enable the French ships aground to float and escape, with which view some were heaving their guns and stores overboard. On ascertaining this, I again signalised, "The enemy is preparing to heave off," and entertaining no doubt that the Commander-in-Chief would not permit such a catastrophe, the Imperieuse dropped her anchor close to the Bayard Shoal, in readiness for any service that might be required. As much has been said respecting the alleged narrowness of the channel leading to the Aix Roads, by way of excuse for the British fleet not having followed up the advantage gained by the panic created on the previous night from terror of the explosion vessels, I may here mention that on our coming to an anchor, a fort on Isle d'Aileron commenced firing shells at us. As not one of these reached us, the French gunners adopted the expedient of loading their mortars to the muzzle, this being evident from the fact that they now discharged them by means of port fires, the men gaining a place of security before the mortars exploded. Not a shell even thus fired reached our position, a clear proof that had the British fleet come to the attack, it could not have been in danger from Oleron, though even these distant batteries were afterwards brought forward as an obstacle, in default of stronger argument. At 11 a.m. the British fleet weighed, and stood towards Aix Roads. By this time the Ocean, 3-decker, and nearest ships aground were busily employed in heaving off, with a view of making sail for the Charente. The advance of our fleet had been too long delayed. Nevertheless, as the bulk of the enemy's ships were still aground, good service might have been rendered. To our amazement, the British fleet, after approaching within 7 or 8 miles of the grounded ships, again came to anchor about 3½ miles distance from Aix, that is, just out of range. There was no mistaking the Admiral's intention in again bringing the fleet to an anchor. Notwithstanding that the enemy had been 4 hours at our mercy, and to a considerable extent was still so, it was now evident that no attack was intended. [Footnote: Lord Gambier afterwards admitted that as the object of their destruction seemed to be attained, there was no occasion to risk any part of the fleet.] and that every enemy's ship would be permitted to float away unmolested and unassailed. I frankly admit that this was too much to be endured. The words of Lord Mulgrave rang in my ears. The Admiralty is bent on destroying that fleet before it can get out to the West Indies. The motive of Lord Gambier in bringing the ships to an anchor being beyond doubt, I made up my mind, if possible, to force him into action by attacking the enemy with the Imperieuse, whatever might be the consequence. It was, however, a step not to be taken without consideration, and for some time I hesitated to carry out this resolution, in the hope that a portion at least of the British fleet would again weigh and stand in. Noon passed. The Ocean, 3-decker, had now got afloat, and the group of 4 others on shore near her, seeing the British fleet anchor, proceeded with additional energy to heave off. From her position, the 3-decker, lying as she did on the edge of the shoal nearest the deep water, ought to have been the easiest prize of the whole, for whilst she lay on her bilge, close to the most accessible part of the channel, even a single gunboat might have so riddled her bottom as to have prevented her from floating off with the rising tide. The surprise of the enemy at seeing the fleet anchor was probably greater than my own. Before that they had been making great exertions to lighten and heave off, but no sooner had the fleet brought up than, seeing the possibility of escape, they strained every nerve to hasten the operation. In place of the fleet, or even the frigates, a single bomb, which, being armed with a 13-inch mortar, could project her shells to a great distance, without being exposed to danger from shot, was ordered in to shell the ships aground. On my asking her commander what attack was going to be made on the enemy by the fleet, he replied that he knew nothing further than that he was ordered to bombard the ships ashore, this being proof enough that no intention of attacking with the fleet or any part of it existed. In despair lest the ships still aground should also effect their escape, at 1 p.m. I ordered the anchor of the Imperieuse to be hove a trip, and thus we drifted stern foremost towards the enemy. I say drifted, for I did not venture to make sail, lest the movement might be seen from the flagship, and a signal of recall should defeat my purpose of making an attack with the Imperieuse, the object of this being to compel the Commander-in-Chief to send vessels to our assistance, in which case I knew their captains would at once attack the ships which had not been allowed to heave off and escape. Had this means not been resorted to, not a single enemy's ship would have been destroyed, for all could have hove off almost without danger, and that, to all appearance, without the slightest attempt at molestation on the part of the British fleet. It was better to risk the frigate, or even my commission, than to suffer such a disgraceful termination to the expectations of the Admiralty, after having driven ashore the enemy's fleet, and therefore we drifted by the wind and tide slowly past the fortifications on Isle d'Aix, about which the Commander-in-Chief expressed so many fears in his last letter to the Board. But though they fired at us with every gun that could be brought to bear, the distance was too great to inflict damage. Proceeding thus until 1:30 p.m., and then suddenly making sail, after the nearest of the enemy's vessels escaping, at 1:40 p.m. the signal was run up to the peak of the Imperieuse, enemy superior to the chasing ship, but inferior to the fleet. No attention being paid to this signal, at 1:45 p.m. I again signalled in want of assistance, which was true enough, being a single frigate close to several enemy's ships of the line. As this signal, according to the code then in use, was coupled with the one signifying in distress, the signal officer on board the flagship thus interpreted it to the commander-in-chief, a circumstance which will require brief explanation. In order to divert our attention from the vessels we were pursuing, these having thrown their guns overboard, the Calcutta, which was still aground broadside on, began firing at us. Before proceeding further, it became therefore necessary to attack her, and at 1:50 we shortened sail and returned the fire. At 2 the Imperieuse came to an anchor at 5 fathoms, and veering to half a cable, kept fast the spring, firing upon the Calcutta with our broadside, and at the same time upon the Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie with our forecastle and bow guns, both these ships being aground stern on in an opposite direction. This proceeding, though there could have been no doubt of our being in want of assistance, seeing that our single frigate, unaided, was engaging 3 line of battleships, did not look much like being in distress, as the signal officer of the Caledonia had interpreted the signal, the nature of which could not, however, have deceived the commander-in-chief, who must have witnessed the circumstances under which the signal had been made by the Imperieuse. After engaging the Calcutta for some time, and simultaneously firing into the sterns of the 2 grounded line of battleships, we had at length the satisfaction of observing several ships sent to our assistance, viz. Emerald, Unicorn, Indefatigable, Valiant, Revenge, Pallas, and Aigle. On seeing this, the captain and crew of the Calcutta abandoned their vessel, of which the boats of the Imperieuse took possession, before the vessels sent to our assistance came down. On the subsequent court-martial, it was declared that the Calcutta did not strike to the Imperieuse, but to the ships sent to her assistance. This was deliberately untrue, as proved beyond question by the fact that the French government ordered a court-martial of the captain of the Calcutta, Lafon, and condemned him to be shot, clearly for having abandoned his ship to inferior force. The French did not shoot any other captains for abandoning their ships, and would not have shot Captain Lafon for fighting his vessel as long as he could, and then abandoning her to 2 line of battleships and 5 frigates. On the contrary, they would have highly rewarded him for saving his crew against such odds. There cannot be a stronger proof, if proof in addition to my word be wanted, that Captain Lafon abandoned the Calcutta to the Imperieuse, and not to the line of battleships which came up afterwards, as was subsequently asserted. On the arrival of the 2 line of battleships and the frigates, the Imperieuse hailed them to anchor, or they would run aground on the Pallas Shoal, on the very edge of which the Imperieuse had taken up her berth. They anchored immediately, and commenced firing on the Calcutta, Aquilon, and Ville de Varsovie. On this I signalled the Revenge and others to desist from firing, as the Calcutta had already struck to the Imperieuse, and we had at that time a boat's crew on board her. On this they desisted, and turned their fire wholly on the other 2 vessels. At 3:30 p.m. the Imperieuse ceased firing, the crew being thoroughly exhausted by fatigue, whilst I was so much so as to be almost unable to stand. My reason, however, for ordering the Imperieuse to cease firing was, that the ships sent to our assistance were more than sufficient to destroy the enemy which remained, and had they been sent in time, not to our assistance, but for the more legitimate object of attacking the grounded ships, they would have been abundantly sufficient, had they not been recalled, to have destroyed all those that got away. [Footnote: The Valiant line of battleship even signalled to this effect, as appears from the log of the Caledonia, Lord Gambier's flagship. Valiant signalled to flag, "No doubt 5 more may be destroyed tonight." The reply was a signal of recall. Footnote ends. At 5:30 p.m. the Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie struck. Shortly afterwards the Calcutta was set on fire, and in half an hour was burning furiously. At 6 p.m. the crew of the Tonnerre, which was not attacked, set fire to her, escaping in their boats. At 7 the Tonnerre blew up, and at 9 the Calcutta also, with an effect, from the large quantity of ammunition on board, almost equalling that of the explosion vessels the night before. The Calcutta was the store ship of the French fleet. It has been said that my having rushed single-handed amongst the enemy's ships, and then hoisted the signal in want of assistance, was unjustifiable, as forcing the commander-in-chief to attack against his judgment. My answer to this is, that the expectations entertained by the Admiralty of destroying the enemy's fleet would not have been in any way carried out, had not this means been adopted, because, as has been said, not a ship belonging to the enemy would have sustained even the slightest damage from the measures of the Commander-in-Chief. The 5 ships entrusted to my command had failed, not from any fault of mine, but of those who were entrusted with them. It was, then, a question with me whether I should disappoint the expectations of my country, be set down as a charlatan by the Admiralty, whose hopes had been raised by my plan, and have my future prospects destroyed, or force on an action which some had induced an easy Commander-in-Chief to believe impracticable. Some proof has been given of the jealousy of a portion of the fleet towards me. Another instance of this occurred even after the 2 line of battle ships and the frigates came down. Perceiving that the shot from 2 sloops, or rather brigs, ordered to protect the Etna bomb, did not reach the enemy from the long range at which she had anchored, I made the signal for them to close. As no signal was at hand to express brigs only, to the exclusion of frigates or larger vessels, I endeavoured to explain my meaning that the signal was intended for the brigs, by firing towards them from the main deck of the Imperieuse. The object of this being to avoid giving offence to my senior officers in command of the frigates and line of battle ships now present. The signal to close, in the same defective code expressing also to close the Admiral, it was construed by my seniors into an insult to them, as aggregating to myself the position of Commander-in-Chief, which was simply absurd, as being my seniors I had no power to order them, nor was I so ignorant of my duty as wantonly to usurp the functions of the Commander-in-Chief. Yet this at the time gave great offence, though afterwards satisfactorily explained to Lord Gambier. I may here mention a singular incident which occurred some time after the Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie had struck, and their officers and crews had been removed on board the British ships. The captain of the Aquilon having informed me that he had left his personal effects behind, I volunteered to take him on board in my boat and procure them. As we left the Aquilon, a shot from a heated gun on board one of the vessels to which the French had set fire, the Tonnerre, if I recollect rightly, struck the stern sheets of the boat on which both he and I were sitting, and lacerated the lower part of the gallant officer's body so severely that he shortly afterwards expired. Before daybreak on the following morning, the officer of the watch called me and reported that 3 lights were hoisted in the squadron outside. This proved to be a signal, afterwards reported to have been made by Admiral Stopford, for the recall of the ships that had been sent in on the previous evening. In obedience to this signal, they, at 4 a.m., got under way, having previously kindled the French line of battle ships, Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie, an act for which there was not the slightest necessity, as they could easily have been got off. Fatigued and mentally harassed as I was, I had neither time nor opportunity to protest against this wanton destruction, besides which, not knowing that the magazines of the burning ships had been drowned, my attention was directed to the preservation of the Imperieuse, which was in close proximity. The 2 ships, Foudroyant and Cassard, had cut their cables and made sail, when, on the previous evening, the British fleet stood towards Aix Roads, but afterwards so unaccountably came to anchor. On seeing this, they shortened sail, but ran aground in the middle of the channel leading to the Charente. It being clear to me that these ships were not in a fighting condition, I determined, notwithstanding the recall of the British vessels, to remain and attack them, considering the signal of recall to be addressed only to the ships sent to our assistance, which, in obedience to that signal, were working out of the inner anchorage, without any attempt to destroy other ships which were clearly at their mercy. As they were passing out, I hailed the Indefatigable, and asked the captain if he would go on one quarter of the 3-decker, l'Océan, whilst the Imperieuse engaged the other. The reply was that he would not, and that they were going out to join the fleet. To his infinite credit, Captain Seymour, of the Pallas, the present distinguished Admiral Sir George Seymour, hailed us to know if he should remain with the Imperieuse, he being evidently as reluctant as myself to give up advantages so manifest. I replied that if no orders had been given him to the contrary, I should be obliged to him to do so, whereupon the Pallas anchored, and 4 brigs, the Beagle, Growler, Conflict, and Encounter, followed her example. We now commenced clearing the decks for further action, throwing overboard a boat which had been shot to pieces. The carpenters were then sent to stop shot holes in the sides and decks, and the seamen to repair the rigging, and shift the foretopmast, which had been shot through. The brave but unfortunate captain of the Calcutta had, in our short action, inflicted on us an amount of damage which the forts on Aix and Oleron had in vain attempted to effect, neither the one nor the other having once touched us. Whilst the refitting of the frigate was going on, I ordered our only bomb, the Etna, protected by the brigs, to fire on the enemy's vice and rear admiral's ships, as well as on the Foudroyant and Cassard, which having thrown all overboard, were now pressing sail to get up the Charente, thus taking on myself to commence the action anew, after the auxiliary line of battle ships and frigates had retired. To my regret, a signal of recall was immediately hoisted on board the Caledonia. To this I replied by another, " The enemy can be destroyed," of which no notice was taken. Shortly afterwards a boat brought me the following letter from Lord Gambier. Caledonia, 13th of April. My dear Lord, you have done your part so admirably, that I will not suffer you to tarnish it by attempting impossibilities, which I think, as well as those captains who have come from you, any further effort to destroy those ships would be. You must, therefore, join as soon as you can with the bombs, &c., as I wish for some information which you allude to, before I close my despatches. Yours, my dear Lord, most sincerely, Gambier. Captain Lord Cochrane. P.S. I have ordered 3 brigs and 2 rocket vessels to join you, with which, and the bombs, you may make an attempt on the ship that is aground on the Pales, or towards Ile Madame, but I do not think you will succeed, and I am anxious that you should come to me, as I wish to send you to England as soon as possible. You must, therefore, come as soon as the tide turns. [Footnote: In spite of this and other declarations arising from acts personally witnessed, though at many miles distance, yet still within ken of the telescope, Lord Gambier on his court-martial stated that I had done little beyond mischief. Footnote ends. Letter ends. I feel deep regret at what must be considered as the evasions of this letter. First, Lord Gambier ordered me to come out of the anchorage and join the fleet, but evidently not choosing to take upon himself the responsibility of ordering me out, in opposition to my own views, he told me he would send some brigs with which I might attack the vessels which his own neglect had permitted to escape up the Charente, and thirdly, I was ordered to come out as soon as the tide turned. As the Commander-in-Chief's letter was thus indecisive, I chose to construe it as giving me the option of remaining, and returned his lordship the following answer. Letter begins, Imperieuse, 13th of April. My lord, I have just had the honour to receive your lordship's letter. We can destroy the ships that are on the shore, which I hope your lordship will approve of. I have the honour, etc. Cochrane. The Right Honourable Lord Gambier. Letter ends. At daylight on the 14th, the enemy was still in the same condition, but with a number of chasse marees quietly taking out their stores. 3 of them were getting out their guns, evidently in expectation of certain destruction from the small vessels which remained after the line of battleships and heavy frigates were recalled, and had we been permitted to attack them even now, their destruction would have been inevitable. In place of this, the recall signal was once more hoisted on board the Caledonia, to which I replied by the interrogatory signal, "Shall we unmoor?" considering that his lordship would understand the signal as a request to be permitted to resume the attack. I did not repeat the signal that the enemy could be destroyed, because, having conveyed to him by letter my opinion on that subject the day before, I thought a repetition of that opinion unnecessary, the more so as, from the enemy heaving overboard their guns, its soundness was more than ever confirmed. In place of being ordered to attack, as from his lordship's previous letter I had every reason to expect, the recall signal was repeated, and shortly afterwards came the following letter. Caledonia, 14th April. My dear Lord, it is necessary I should have some communication with you before I can close my despatches to the Admiralty. I have, therefore, ordered Captain Wolfe to relieve you in the services you are engaged in. I wish you to join me as soon as possible, that you may convey Sir Harry Neale to England, who will be charged with my despatches, or you may return to carry on the service where you are. I expect 2 bombs to arrive every moment. They will be useful in it. Yours, my dear Lord, most sincerely, Gambier. Captain Lord Cochrane. Letter ends. Here was a repetition of the same thing. I was ordered away from the attack to convey Sir H. Neale to England, or I might return to carry on the service where I was, viz. after the enemy had got clear, and after being formally superseded in the service to which the Board of Admiralty had appointed me, by a senior officer whom I could not again supersede. There was, however, no evading Lord Gambier's letter this time without positive disobedience to orders, and that was not lightly to be risked, even with the Board's instructions to back me. I therefore returned to the Caledonia, and at once told Lord Gambier that the extraordinary hesitation which had been displayed in attacking ships helplessly on shore could only have arisen from my being employed in the attack in preference to senior officers. I begged his lordship, by way of preventing the ill feeling of the fleet from becoming detrimental to the honour of the service, to set me altogether aside, and send in Admiral Stopford with the frigates or other vessels, as with regard to him there could be no ill feeling; further declaring my confidence that from Admiral Stopford's zeal for the service, he would, being backed by his officers, accomplish results more creditable than anything that had yet been done. I apologised for the freedom I used, stating that I took the liberty as a friend, for it would be impossible as matters stood to prevent a noise being made in England. His lordship appeared much displeased, and making no remark, I repeated, "My lord, you have desired me to speak candidly to you, and I have now used that freedom." Lord Gambier then replied, "If you throw blame upon what has been done, it will appear like arrogantly claiming all the merit to yourself." I assured his lordship that I had no such intention, for that no merit was due, and told him that I had no wish to carry the despatches, or to go to London with Sir Harry Neale on the occasion, my object being alone that which had been entrusted to me by the Admiralty, viz. to destroy the vessels of the enemy. His lordship, however, cut the matter short by giving me written orders immediately to convey Sir Harry Neale to England with despatches. In obedience to this order, we quitted Basque Roads for Plymouth on the following morning. These matters are officially on record, and therefore do not admit of dispute. I will not comment further upon them, but will leave them to the judgment of posterity. I will even go further, and acquit Lord Gambier of all blame up to this period, except that of an easy disposition, which yielded to the advice of officers interested in my failure, that calm judgment which should characterise a commander-in-chief, and which, had it been exercised, would have rendered, as Napoleon afterwards said, the whole French fleet an easy prey. As much misrepresentation was made at the time relative to the damage inflicted by the explosion vessel under my immediate command, and as the same misrepresentation has been adopted by all English historians, it will be necessary particularly to advert to this. As mere assertion on my part may be deemed egotistical, if not partial, I will adduce the testimony of Captain Protean, who commanded the enemy frigate Indienne, and who was close to the boom at the time it was destroyed by the explosion vessel. The point here alluded to is the statement of the commander of the Mediator, that his vessel broke the boom by her weight, and Lord Gambier, without any personal knowledge of the fact, was thereby led to endorse his statement. The captain of the Indienne, on the other hand, states that when the explosion vessel blew up she was at the boom, or, nautically speaking, brought up by the boom. His words are flottant à la estacade. It will be best, however, to extract the passage entire.
Nous distinguâmes, à 9h30, sous notre boussoir de tribord, un corps flottant à l'estocade. L'explosion s'en fit tout à coup, et vomit quantité de fusées artificielles, grenades et obus, qui éclatèrent en l'air sans nous faire le moindre mal. Cependant, nous n'en étions qu'à une demi-encablure.
Captain Proteau's Journal. Extract ends. As the Indienne was only half a cable's length from the boom when the explosion took place, the testimony of her captain on the point ought to be decisive. Lord Gambier stated in his despatch, and afterwards in his defence, that the explosion vessel blew up at 9:30, whilst at 9:75, a quarter of an hour later, the Mediator and other vessels came up, and were fired on by the French ships. Lord Gambier, being himself more than a dozen miles from the scene of the action, made this statement on the authority of Captain Woodridge, who commanded the Mediator, and who restated in his evidence on the court-martial the statement he had previously made to Lord Gambier, viz. That his ship, and not the explosion vessel, broke the boom. Of the truth of which statement the nautical reader shall judge on professional grounds. Admiral Allemant, who commanded in Aix Roads, thus describes in his despatch to the French government the boom which had been laid down by his directions.
Elle, the French fleet, était flanquée d'une estacade à 400 toises au large, qui avait 800 toises de long.
The boom formed two sides of a triangle, with the apex towards the British fleet, thus. The text contains a diagram with two lines forming an obtuse angle. Each of the two lines is marked 400 toises, and the space beneath the lines, which would form the third side of a triangle were there a line, is marked 800 toises. That is to say, each wing of the boom was more than half a mile long, and the distance between the extremities of the base was nearly a mile. This formidable obstacle was composed of large spars bound by chains, and moored along its whole double line with heavy anchors at appropriate intervals, forming the most stupendous structure of the kind on record. The statement of Captain Woodridge to Lord Gambier, therefore, amounts to this, that his ship, the Mediator, an Indiaman of 800 tons, broke up a double boom, each side of which was upwards of half a mile in length, tore up by pressure on one point only a double line of heavy anchors, more than a mile in extent, and snapped many miles of iron chains, and lashings connecting the spars together. Though her contact could not have been more than a few feet, the collision necessarily taking place on one wing of the boom only. This was Captain Wooldridge's own version to Lord Gambier. To the nautical reader it is unnecessary to write one word of comment, so much so, indeed, that I will not insult the common sense of even the most unprofessional reader by any attempt at further explanation. Yet this statement was made by Captain Wooldridge, not only to Lord Gambier, but to the officers composing the subsequent court-martial. More strangely still, it was accepted by those officers, even though every one present must have known that the Mediator would either have been brought up on her first contact with the boom, or, if she were weighty enough to overcome the obstacle, must have passed over it by pressing it beneath her bow into the water. It was not even pretended by those on board the Mediator that any shock was felt, a pretty clear proof that when she passed over the place where the boom had been, no such obstacle existed. That a vessel could have broken up a boom of such magnitude is too absurd for reflection, nor, had not this version of the matter appeared in every naval history since 1809, should I have deemed a statement so truly incredible worthy of notice. Footnote begins. The Mediator's log, now amongst the Admiralty records, is conclusive on the point. It is carried up to midnight on the 11th, 2½ hours after notifying that the ship was set on fire at 3:30 p.m, but does not say a word about breaking or even feeling a shock from any boom. Footnote ends. Even the explosion vessel did not break the boom by actual contact. It was the combined effect of the explosion upon the boom and upon the surface of the sea that shook it to pieces. The huge waves caused by the explosion lifted the boom along its entire length, and the strain so loosened the chains which bound the spars together, that the latter floated out of their fastenings, and were carried away with the tide, the chains sinking as a matter of course. It is certain that at daylight the next morning not a vestige of the formidable boom was to be seen. No one pretended to have seen so much as a single spar of it, though had the Mediator broken through it, as falsely alleged, the whole length of the boom, except the part ruptured, must necessarily have remained at anchor. End of chapter 21. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. With thanks to Nekati B for reading the French bits. Volume 1, Chapter 22 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Arrival in England. On the 26th of April, His Majesty was pleased to confer on me the knighthood of the Order of the Bath. Soon after Lord Gambier's arrival in England, Lord Mulgrave informed me that a vote of thanks to the Commander-in-Chief would be proposed in the House of Commons. Whereupon I told Lord Mulgrave that it was my duty to apprise him that in my capacity as one of the members for Westminster, I would oppose the motion on the ground that the Commander-in-Chief had not only done nothing to merit a vote of thanks, but had neglected to destroy the French fleet in 8 roads, when it was clearly in his power to do so. Lord Mulgrave entreated me not to persist in this determination, as such a course would not only prove injurious to the government, but highly detrimental to myself, by raising up against me a host of enemies. The public, said his lordship, was satisfied with what had been done, and gave me full credit for my share therein, so that, as I should be included in the vote of thanks, the recognition of Lord Gambier's services could do me no harm. I told his lordship that, speaking as a member of the House of Commons, I did not recognise Lord Gambier's services at all, for that none had been rendered, and as for any thanks to myself, I would rather be without them, feeling conscious that I had not been enabled satisfactorily to carry out the earnest wishes of the Admiralty by the destruction of the enemy's fleet, as impressed on me by his lordship before accepting the command with which I had been entrusted. I nevertheless begged his lordship to consider that in my professional capacity as a naval officer, I neither did offer nor had offered any opinion whatever on Lord Gambler's conduct, but that my position as a member of Parliament for Westminster forbade my acquiescence in a public misrepresentation. Lord Mulgrave replied that I was even now accusing Lord Gambier in my professional capacity. The public would not draw the distinction between my professional and parliamentary conduct. I expressed my regret for the public want of discrimination, but told his lordship that this would not alter my determination. Soon after this conversation, Lord Mulgrave sent for me, and again entreated me, for my own sake, to reconsider my resolution, saying that he had reported our former conversation to the government, which was highly dissatisfied therewith. His lordship further assured me that he was anxious about the matter on my account, as the course instituted would certainly bring me under high displeasure. To this I replied that the displeasure of the government would not for a moment influence my parliamentary conduct, for which I held myself answerable to my constituents. His lordship then said, "If you are on service, you cannot be in your place in Parliament. Now, my lord, I will make you a proposal. I will put under your orders 3 frigates, with carte blanche, to do whatever you please on the enemy's coasts in the Mediterranean. I will further get you permission to go to Sicily and embark on board your squadron my own regiment, which is stationed there. You know how to make use of such advantages." I thanked Lord Mulgrave for the offer, at the same time expressing my gratitude for his anxiety to preserve me from the evils of acting contrary to the wishes of the government, but told his lordship that were I to accept his offer, the country would regard my acquiescence as a bribe to hold my peace, whilst I could not regard it in any other light. Self-respect must therefore be my excuse for declining the proposal. The anxiety of the government was no doubt to convert what had been effected in Aix Roads into political capital, as a victory which merited the thanks of Parliament. My tacit acquiescence in the object of government would have subjected me, and rightly, to a total loss of political confidence in the estimation of those with whom I acted. No man with the slightest pretensions to personal honesty or political consistency could, therefore, have decided otherwise than I did, even with the kind warning of Lord Mulgrave that evil consequences to myself would follow, a prediction subsequently verified to the letter. The upshot of the matter was, that on Lord Mulgrave communicating my determination to Lord Gambier, the latter demanded a court-martial. As soon as my fixed resolution of opposing the vote of thanks became known to the government, the Board of Admiralty directed Lord Gambier to make a fresh report of the action in Basque Roads, requiring his lordship to call upon various officers for further reports as to the part they took therein. Accordingly, on the 10th of May, Lord Gambier forwarded a new despatch to the Admiralty, in which my services were altogether passed over, notwithstanding that in Lord Gambier's previous report he had written as follows: "I cannot speak in sufficient terms of admiration and applause of the vigorous and gallant attack made by Lord Cochrane upon the French line of battle ships which were on shore, as well as of his judicious manner of approaching them, and placing his ship in a position most advantageous to annoy the enemy, and preserve his own ship, which could not be exceeded by any feat of valour hitherto achieved by the British Navy." Still more singularly, in the second despatch, which is too long for insertion, Lord Gambier inadvertently confirms the fact that no attack on the French fleet would have been made at all, had it not been for my having commenced an attack with the Imperieuse alone, which movement, as has been said, was executed literally by stealth, under the fear that the signal of recall would be hoisted by the Commander-in-Chief. The letter in question will be found at page 7 of Minutes of a Court-Martial on Lord Gambier, taken in shorthand by W.B. Gurney, and, as therein stated, revised by his lordship. It having, for reasons described in a former chapter, become imperative on Lord Gambier to send us assistance, he nevertheless construed this into an intention on his part to attack the enemy. "Observing the Imperieuse to advance, and the time of flood nearly done running, the Indefatigable, etc., etc., were ordered to the attack." It is not very probable that had Lord Gambier intended an attack, he would have let the flood tide go by, without taking advantage of it in a channel which was afterwards declared unsafe from want of water. This passage alone of Lord Gambier's second despatch ought to have decided the result of any court-martial. The Board of Admiralty would not, however, see anything inculpatory of their former colleague, but on the 29th of May ordered me, through their secretary, to become the accuser of the Commander-in-Chief. I am commanded by their Lordships to signify their directions that you state fully to me for their information the grounds on which your Lordship objects to the vote of thanks being moved to Lord Gambier, to the end that their Lordships' objections may be of a nature to justify the suspension of the intended motion in Parliament, or to call for any further information. Signed, W. W. Pole." This command was manifestly intended to entrap me into the position of Lord Gambier's prosecutor, and was, moreover, an improper inference with my parliamentary capacity, in which alone I had declared my intention to oppose an uncalled for vote of thanks to the Commander-in-Chief. I therefore wrote to the Secretary of the Admiralty the subjoined reply. Letter begins. Portman Square, 30th of May, 1809. Sir, I have to request that you will submit to their Lordships that I shall at all times entertain a due sense of the honour they will confer by any directions they may be pleased to give me, that in pursuing the object of these directions my exertions will invariably go hand in hand with my duty, and that to satisfy their Lordships' minds in the present instance, I beg leave to state that the log and signal books of the fleet in Basque Roads contain all particulars and furnish premises whence accurate conclusions may be drawn, that as these books are authentic public documents, and as I cannot myself refer to them, anything I could offer to their Lordships on the subject would be altogether superfluous, and would appear presumptuous interruptions of their Lordships' judgment, which will doubtless always found itself upon those grounds only that it cannot be disputed. I have, etc., etc., Cochrane. The Honourable W. W. Pole, Secretary of the Admiralty. Letter ends. This reply, though plain, was respectful, but, as I had afterwards good reason to know, was deemed very offensive, the result being that after 2 months' delay to enable Lord Gambier to get up his defence, a court-martial was assembled on the 26th of July on board the Gladiator at Portsmouth, the court being composed of the following members: President, Sir Roger Curtis, Port Admiral; Admirals Young, Stanhope, Campbell, Douglas, Duckworth, and Sutton; Captains Irwin, Dixon, Hall, and Dunn. It may perhaps be asked in what way a court-martial on Lord Gambier can so far concern me as to occupy a prominent place in this autobiography. The reply is that, notwithstanding my repudiation, I was regarded at the court-martial as his accuser, though not permitted to be present so as to cross-examine witnesses. The whole proceeding being conducted in my absence, rather as a prosecution against me than Lord Gambier, and the result was injurious to myself, as Lord Mulgrave had predicted, involving the punishment of not being employed with my frigate at Flushing, there to put in execution plans for the certain destruction of the French fleet in the Scheldt, so that in order to punish me, the enemy's fleet was suffered to remain in security when it might easily have been destroyed. The reader must not imagine that I am about to inflict on him the evidence of a 9 days' trial, but without some extracts therefrom it is impossible to comprehend the matter. Let him bear in mind that Lord Gambier relied for justification on 3 points. First, that had he sent in the fleet, its safety would have been endangered by the fortifications of Aix, which he had previously spoken of as being dismantled. Second, want of water to navigate the fleet in safety. And thirdly, from the fire of the enemy's vessels driven ashore, though lightened of their guns and stores. Captain Broughton of the Illustrious. I was in Basque Roads, in the Amelia, on the 17th of March, and when within gunshot of the Isle of Aix, observed the fortifications as being under repair, from the quantity of rubbish thrown up. I thought the fortifications on the island were not so strong as was supposed, and so reported to Lord Gambier. This was on the 1st of April. I did not notice any furnaces for heating red-hot shot. We were just out of gunshot. They fired at us from both sides, but none reached us. Ends. In reply to the question whether everything was done that could be done to effect the destruction of the enemy's ships, Captain Broughton said, "It would have been more advantageous if the line of battleships, frigates, and small vessels had gone in at half flood about 11 o'clock. There were 9 sail ashore, and if the British ships had been ordered in, it would have been more advantageous. There were only 2 of the enemy's ships at anchor, and the fleet, had it gone in, would have been exposed to their fire, but I conceived they were panic struck, and, on the appearance of a force, might have been induced to cut their cables and escape up the river. A ship or 2 might have been placed, in my opinion, against the batteries on the southern part of the Isle d'Aix, so as to take off their fire and silence them. I told Sir Henry Neale, on board the Caledonia, when the signal was made for all captains in the mooring, that they were attackable from the confused way in which the French ships were at the time, viz. from having run ashore in the night in order to escape from the fireships, which they imagined would explode. As the wind was north-westerly and northerly, ships might have found safe anchorage in what is called in my French chart La Grande Trousse, where there is 30 or 40 feet of water out of range of shot or shells in any direction. When we first came into Basque Roads, if the charts were to be believed, there appeared to be water enough in that position. I do not know anything of any shoal water. I sounded from the wreck of the Varsovie to that anchorage, and found no shoal there. 2 ships of the line would have been sufficient to have silenced the batteries on A, and 5 or 6 of the least draught of water to attack the enemy's ships. The discomfited French squadron would have made very little resistance. Their loss would have been very little, as few of their ships were in a situation to fight their guns." Quote ends. Here a distinguished officer shows that 2 ships could have silenced the batteries, that in case of damage there was plenty of water for them to retire out of reach, and that the French ships, being ashore, could not use their guns. Quote begins, Captain Pulteney Malcolm of the Donegal. "I saw the enemy's 3-decker on shore. Till about noon she was heeling over considerably, and appeared to me to be heaving her guns overboard. She got off about 2 o'clock. All the ships got off, except those that were destroyed. Had it appeared to me that there was no other chance of destroying those ships but by such an attack, I certainly think it ought to have been made. Had they been attacked by the British ships, in my opinion, they could not have been warped off from the shore, as it was necessary so to do, to lay out anchors to heave them off." Question. Would you, had you commanded the British fleet, have sent ships in to attack the enemy's ships on shore? Answer. The moment the 2 ships quitted their defensive position, the risk was then small, and, of course, I would have sent them in instantly. Quote ends. This evidence is pretty decisive, but its plain tendency was attempted to be neutralised by the question whether there would have been risk of damage had the British fleet been sent in to attack the enemy ships when ashore. The great point of defence throughout was risk to the ships, as though the chief use of ships of war was to save them from injury. Quote, Captain F. Newcomb of the Beagle. "Can you state any instance of neglect, misconduct, or inattention in the proceedings of the Commander-in-Chief between the 11th and the 18th? Answer. None, save and except, had the Commander-in-Chief thought proper, from his situation, to have sent in vessels earlier than they were sent, though there might be a great risk in doing so, there was a possibility of annoying the enemy more than they were annoyed. Captain George Francis Seymour of the Pallas. I saw the Imperieuse inform the Commander-in-Chief by signal that if allowed to remain, he could destroy the enemy. There was every prospect of preventing them from getting off, as it would prevent them carrying out hawsers to heave off by. From what I afterwards saw, I think the ships might have floated in sooner. They might have come in with the last half of the flood tide." President. How much sooner would that have been than the time they actually did join? Answer. At 11 o'clock. Question. What time did the line of battleships join? Answer. Within a short time after 2 o'clock. Question. Is your opinion formed from information obtained since the 12th of April, or on that day? Answer. It was formed from the depth of water we found on going in. Quote ends. This evidence, coming from an officer of Captain Seymour's character and standing, was so decisive that it was subjected to a severe cross-examination, of which the subjoined is the substance. Quote, "It is impossible for me to foretell the event of such an attack. It is so much depending on fortuitous circumstances. I cannot say that the line of battleships should have gone in. I was not in possession of the Commander-in-Chief's information. I state the fact, and leave the court to judge. I mean to say, there would have been water enough for the line of battleships to have floated in. As to the opposition they would have met with, the court has as much before them as I have." End of quote. If the reader will refer to Lord Gambier's expression in his second despatch on the 10th of May, it will be evident that no attack whatever was intended. Quote, "But observing the Imperieuse to advance," end quote, "it became imperative to support her, that is, when the flood tide had nearly done running." This is the true explanation of the British ships having been sent in at all. I repeat that the advance of the Imperieuse thus forced on the little that was done. Had an attack been seriously intended, the time at which the British fleet should have gone in was that pointed out by the preceding officers, viz. when the French ships were aground, and the whole within reach of destruction, instead of when the few, which were unable to get off by any exertions, were assailed. to have rested a case upon the danger to the British fleet from the fire of the ships ashore, with their guns thrown overboard to lighten them, was a course of defence which, for the honour of the British Navy, is elsewhere unparalleled. There is no necessity to adduce further extracts on this head, and I have purposely refrained from introducing my own evidence, but the animus by which the court was actuated in the case must not be lightly passed over. One of the principal witnesses was, as a matter of course, the captain of the fleet, Sir Harry Neale. This officer, though thoroughly conversant with both the acts and intentions of the Commander-in-Chief, was directed by the President openly not to state the opinions he had given to Lord Gambier on public services. By Admiral Young, Sir Harry Neale was told to say nothing but what he was directed to detail. This would be incredible were it not printed in the minutes of the court-martial, revised by Lord Gambier. Quote, Sir H. Neale, Captain of the Fleet. There were continued conversations between the Commander-in-Chief and me. I have given him my opinion on different services, some of those he may have approved, and some he may not have approved. President, I apprehend these are not to be stated. Quote ends. Yet Sir H. Neale carefully marked the distinction between private conversation and the public service by using the term different services, he being evidently ready to tell all he knew as regarded the public service. He was, however, stopped by Admiral Young in one of the strangest injunctions which ever fell from the lips of a judge. Quote, Admiral Young, if you are directed to detail any circumstances, you are then to say all that you know of the circumstances. You are directed to detail. But if you are asked a specific question, your oath, I imagine, will only oblige you to answer specifically and directly, and as fully as you can, the question which is proposed to you. End quote. So that Sir Harry Neale was cautioned that if he was not directed to detail circumstances, he was not to relate them, however important they might be, and if asked only a specific question, he was merely to answer specifically, though the court could know nothing of the facts, unless they permitted the witnesses to tell the truth and the whole truth in the very words of the oath. But as Sir Harry Neale was known to be a man not likely to be thus peremptorily silenced, half a dozen insignificant questions were, therefore, only put to him by the court, with the exception of one or two leading questions from Lord Gambier. End of chapter 22. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Volume 1, Chapter 23 of Autobiography of a Seaman by Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Lord Gambier's Dispatch. The dispatch brought to England by Sir Harry Neale set out with the perversion that the fireships, arranged according to my plan, were, led on in the most undaunted and determined manner by Captain Wooldridge in the Mediator, preceded by some vessels filled with powder and shells, as proposed by Lord Cochrane, with a view to explosion. The omission of the fact that before Captain Wooldridge led in the fireships, I had myself preceded them in the explosion vessel, and that even before the Mediator proceeded on service in obedience to the signals made by my order from the Imperieuse, the explosion vessel under my personal command was halfway towards the French fleet, the suppression of my name as having anything at all to do with the attack by means of the explosion vessels, notwithstanding that by going first I ran all the risk of being boarded by the French guard boats and myself and crew murdered, as would have been the case had we been captured, showed that the object of the Commander-in-Chief was to suppress all mention of me, my plans, or their execution, as entitled to any credit for the mischief done to the enemy. The despatch leads the reader to infer that the success subsequently obtained arose from the undaunted and determined manner in which Captain Wooldridge led the fireships, from Admiral Stopford's zealous co-operation with the boats, though not one of these ever stirred from alongside the Caesar, anchored fully 4 miles from the scene of action, and from the plans of the Commander-in-Chief himself. That this suppression of all mention of the success of my plans in driving the whole enemy's fleet ashore, with the exception of 2 ships of the line, was deliberately intended by the Commander-in-Chief is placed beyond question by the contemptuous manner in which he speaks of the means which really effected the mischief, some vessels filled with powder and shells with a view to explosion, That these means, conducted by myself, not Captain Wooldridge, did drive the French ships ashore, has been admitted by every French and English historian since that period, and that this was done by my personal presence and instrumentality is a historical fact, which nothing can shake or pervert. The only person ignoring the fact was the Commander-in-Chief of the British force, who not only gives me no credit for what had been done, but does not even mention my name as having by the above means contributed to the result. The sole conceivable motive for such a suppression of the success of my plans must have been that, having neglected to take advantage of the helpless condition of the French ships driven ashore, it was desirable to conceal the whole of the facts from the British public, by ascribing the success gained to other and totally different causes, and thus to convert a deep discredit into a great victory. The despatch goes on to state that "the Mediator, by breaking the boom," opened the way for the fireships, "but, owing to the darkness of the night, several mistook their course and failed." At the conclusion of the last chapter, such reasons have, I think, been given why the Mediator could not have broken a double boom, nearly a mile in extent, as ought to have set the question for ever at rest. But as the statement, notwithstanding its impossibility, is endorsed by the Commander-in-Chief as the groundwork of his despatch, it will be necessary to refute his lordship's statement also, and that from the evidence of an officer upon whose testimony he must necessarily rely, viz. Mr. Fairfax, the master of the fleet, who was deputed to the Lyra to observe the effect produced by the fireships, and, as a matter of course, reported to the Commander-in-Chief the result of his observations, which were as follows. "When the explosion vessel blew up, she was almost 2 cables' length from the Lyra. The Lyra, as well as the other explosion vessel, is marked in the chart produced by me. When she blew up, the 5 vessels all seemed to steer for that point. I hailed 4 of them and the Mediator, and desired the Mediator to steer south-east, or else she should miss the French fleet." Minutes, page 177. In another place, Mr. Fairfax states that the night was so dark that it was difficult to make out the exact positions, but the testimony of Commander Protean of the Indienne that the explosion took place at the boom à l'Estacade is indisputable, as the Indienne, by Captain Protean's testimony, was lying so close to the boom, and the explosion vessel also, as only to escape the effect of the latter by her shells going over. The spot, therefore, where the explosion took place is historically beyond doubt. The testimony of Mr. Fairfax, then, and it must be borne in mind that I had no worse enemy in the fleet than that person, is this: first, the explosion took place; secondly, all the fireships steered for the point where it had taken place; thirdly, Mr. Fairfax hailed 4 of them; fourthly, the Mediator then came up steering in a wrong direction, so that in place of "leading the fireships in the most undaunted and determined manner," as vouched for by the Commander-in-Chief, the Master of the Fleet, who was on the spot, vouches that she was the 5th fireship which came up, and that, had he not set her right in her course, she would have "missed the French fleet." That is, she was behind the other fireships, and steering outside the boom, which lay in front of the French fleet. It would, I think, be superfluous to say another word about this extraordinary story of the boom, nor should I have condescended to notice it at all in connection with the despatch, but that the Commander-in-Chief makes it the groundwork of his report to the Government, for the unworthy purpose of altogether omitting my name as connected with the explosion vessels, and for leading the public to infer that these produced no effect whatever either on the boom or the French fleet, which is indeed the main object of the despatch. It was, however, necessary to give some reasons why the French fleet ran ashore, and as it was not considered expedient to give me the credit for causing it to do so by the terror created from the explosion, the Commander-in-Chief, despite his own judgment as a seaman, appears to have caught at Captain Wooldridge's story of breaking the boom, and other subsequent exploits just as unfounded, though the Master of the Fleet must have reported that some time after the explosion vessel had done its work, he fell in with the Mediator, steering in the wrong direction, and set her right in her course. I forbear to speak of having myself encountered the Mediator after passing several other fireships, as that would be assertion only. Of the effect produced, and by what means it was produced, the subjoined extract from the Times newspaper of May 4th, 1809, will furnish some idea, as coming from French sources. "Some letters have been received from the French coast, which bear testimony to the destructive result of the late attack on the enemy's fleet in Basque Roads. 'Your infernal machines,' says one of the letters, 'have not only destroyed several of our ships, but have rendered almost all the remainder unfit to put to sea again. They have been proved the destruction of more than 2,000 of our people, and petrified the rest with fear. The mouth of the Charente River is completely blocked up with the wreck.'" Footnote begins. That is, of the boom, for no ship had been wrecked at the mouth of the Charente. Yet 2 days after the departure of the Imperieuse, the Commander-in-Chief addressed another despatch to the Admiralty, from which the subjoined is an extract. Caledonia, April 16th, 1809. It has blown violently from the southward and westward ever since the departure of the Imperieuse, which has rendered it impracticable to act in any way with the small vessels or boats of the fleet against the enemy. I have the satisfaction to observe this morning that the enemy have set fire to their frigate L'Indienne, and that the ship of the line, which is aground at the entrance of the river, supposed to be the Regulus, there is every reason to believe will be wrecked." The Emperor Napoleon himself is, moreover, an authority on the subject not to be passed over. "Some conversation now took place about Lord Cochrane, and the attempt which his lordship had made to capture or destroy the ships in the Charente. I said it was the opinion of a very distinguished officer whom I named, and who was well known to him (Napoleon), that if Cochrane had been properly supported, he would have destroyed the whole of the French ships. He would not only have destroyed them, replied Napoleon, but he might and would have taken them out, had your admiral supported him as he ought to have done, for in consequence of the signal made by l'Allemande, I think he said, to the ships to do the best in their power to save themselves, sauve qui peut, in fact, they became panic-struck and cut their cables. The terror of the brulots was so great, that they actually threw their powder overboard, so that they could have offered very little resistance. The French admiral, continued Napoleon, was an imbecile, but yours was just as bad. I assure you that if Cochrane had been supported, he would have taken every one of the ships. They ought not to have been alarmed by your brulots, but fear deprived them of their senses, and they no longer knew how to act in their own defence." O'Meara's Napoleon, Vol. 2, page 291. Napoleon, like other French writers, includes the explosion vessels under the general term brulot. Were it worthwhile, numerous testimonies of the like character could be gathered from French official sources, but it is necessary to mention some other points of the despatch. The Commander-in-Chief's assertion that owing to the darkness of the night several fireships mistook their course and failed, was true enough, but not the whole truth, which was, that from their clumsy management, neither going in the right direction, nor being kindled at the right time or place, not one of the 23 fireships took effect. The despatch goes on to state that at daylight Lord Cochrane signalling that 7 of the enemy's ships were on shore, and might be destroyed, the Commander-in-Chief immediately ordered the fleet to unmoor and weigh. 4 hours afterwards, intending to proceed with it to their destruction, but the wind blowing fresh from the northward, and therefore a fair wind, and the flood tide running, consequently favourable for the fleet to enter Aix Roads, rendered it too hazardous to enter Aix Roads, wherefore the fleet again anchored about 3 miles from the forts on Isle d'Aix. This was, indeed, all the fleet collectively did, or all that the Commander-in-Chief intended to do. Seeing, however, the enemy warping off their ships, and that whilst the fleet was unmooring and anchoring again, they had succeeded in getting off all but 5 of the line, the Commander-in-Chief gave orders to Captain Bligh of the Valiant and the Revenge frigates, bombs, etc., to attack those that remained aground? Nothing of the kind, but to anchor near the Boyart Shoal in readiness for an attack. An odd way, truly, of preventing the 5 remaining enemy ships, then throwing their guns overboard for the purpose of lightening themselves, from warping off. At 20 minutes past 2 p.m., continues the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Cochrane advanced in the Imperieuse with his accustomed gallantry and spirit, and opened a well-directed fire on the Calcutta, which struck her colours to the Imperieuse." Lord Gambier afterwards denied this, though almost the only part of the action which was near enough to see with his own eyes. Indeed, the terms of the despatch are decisive of having been detailed from his own personal observations. But now comes the monstrous part of the assertion, viz. "The ships and vessels above mentioned soon after joined in the attack on the Ville de Varsovie and the Aquilon, and obliged them to strike their colours," etc. Instead of "soon after," the Valiant, Revenge, etc., remained at anchor near the Boyart till my signal in want of assistance had been wrongly interpreted as a signal of distress. But for this, it is clear that not an anchor would have been weighed. Yet the Commander-in-Chief made the act of sending in these ships, when it could no longer be avoided, appear part of a previous plan to attack the Ville de Varsovie and Aquilon, and that they were sent for this purpose soon after my attack on the Calcutta, and them simultaneously. This is not only a perversion of fact, but a suppression of it, for the Commander-in-Chief must have seen that the Imperieuse was engaged with the Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie, as well as the Calcutta, before the Valiant, Revenge, etc., were ordered into our assistance, as requested by my signal. And here it must be distinctly understood, that had not a portion of the fleet been compelled by this justifiable device of my signalling in want of assistance to come to our supposed aid, no attack would have been made. To avert this disgrace, I resolved, if necessary, to sacrifice my ship. Throughout the whole despatch there is not a word to indicate that the terror caused by the explosion vessels had anything to do with the success gained. On the contrary, the success is attributed to causes purely imaginary. Credit is given to me for the vigorous and gallant attack on the French line of battleships ashore, and for my judicious manner of approaching them, and placing my ship in a position most advantageous to annoy the enemy, and preserve my own ship, which, continued his lordship, could not be exceeded by any feat of valour hitherto achieved by the British Navy." The plain fact is, and it will by this time be evident to others besides nautical men, that the just quoted piece of claptrap was considered in the light of a sop to my supposed vanity, sufficient to ensure my holding my peace on the subject of the fleet, not having even contemplated an attack, till forced into it by my signal being mistaken for being in distress. Instead of being praised for what my plans really effected, I was praised for what was neither done nor intended to be done. Instead of adopting a judicious manner of approaching the enemy so as to preserve my ship, I drifted the Imperieuse in like a log with the tide, and stern foremost, for fear of being recalled, and then went at the enemy with a determination not to persevere, but to lose my ship, if the Commander-in-Chief did not relieve her before she was riddled with shot, this being my only hope of forcing on an attack of any kind. My motive was, no doubt, fathomed from seeing me attack 3 line of battleships simultaneously. Not a moment was to be lost, and for the first time since the French ran their ships ashore in terror, 2 British line of battleships and some frigates approached the spot where the enemy's vessels had been lying aground ever since the previous midnight, helpless, and, as every French authority admits, hopeless of escape, had the slightest effort been made to prevent it. In place, then, of attacking these with a single frigate in such a way as to preserve my ship, I here avow that I rushed at the enemy in the bitterness of despair, determined that if a portion of the fleet was not sent in, the Imperieuse should never again float out; for rather than incur the stigma which would have awaited me in England, from no fault of mine, but because it was not expedient that plans which had been partially successful should be fully accomplished, she should have been destroyed. This despatch, inexplicable as it was felt to be, naturally suggested to the public mind in England that, despite its assumption of a great victory, the result of the victory was by no means commensurate with the tone of exultation assumed. The French fleet was not destroyed, and it was equally manifest that, if but little had been effected, it was owing to the time which had been suffered to elapse between my first signals and the tardy aid reluctantly yielded in support of them. By that kind of intuitive perception characteristic of the British press, it was agreed that there had been mismanagement somewhere, but where was not to be gathered from the Commander-in-Chief's despatch, in which everything by favour of the Almighty, as the despatch most reprehensibly set forth, had succeeded. There is something very revolting to a truly religious mind in these derogatory phrases, which couple the beneficent author of our being with the butcheries of war. Under no circumstances are they defensible, but when the name of the great and merciful Creator is made subservient to an attempt to palm off as a great victory that which in reality was a great disgrace, even to the human means available, there is something shocking in the perversion of language which should only be uttered with the profoundest reverence, and on occasions in strict coincidence with the attributes of the sacred name invoked. In this case, fireships had been denounced as horrible and anti-Christian, yet explosion vessels, engines of destruction tenfold more diabolical, had, by favour of the Almighty, succeeded. It is not surprising, then, that the press began to criticise the despatch on its own merits. The following remarks are extracted from a Times leading article in the paper of the 25th of April, 1809, by way of specimen. "None felt more joy than ourselves at the destruction of 4 French vessels in Basque roads. We have, however, been given to understand that there are some people conversant in these things, whose satisfaction is not quite so complete as was our own on the result of the action. Lord Cochrane's first signal, as we learn from the Gazette, to the Admiral of the fleet, was that 7 of the enemy's ships were on shore and might be destroyed. The question which hereupon naturally suggests itself to the mind is, why then, if 7 might be destroyed, were there only 4? The despatch proceeds, "I immediately made the signal for the fleet to unmoor and weigh." Indeed, had Admiral Lord Gambier to unmoor at the time he received this intelligence? Did he not expect this might be the case? Or with what view was Lord Cochrane sent up the roads? We are not much acquainted with naval matters, and therefore ask for information. To reason by analogy, if a military commander, knowing the enemy to be near, should send forward a detachment to reconnoitre and to attack, if possible, he would at least keep the rest of his troops under arms, that he might be ready to advance at a moment's warning, and to sustain his own party when necessary." The most honest account I have ever seen of the termination of the action is written by the venerable and gallant Admiral Graviere, who was present at the attack. It will be found in the Revue des Deux Mondes for 1858. From this, though incorrect in stating that I commanded a division, I make the subjoined extract, which shall close the subject.
Un esprit de vertige semblait s'être emparé, dans cette affreuse nuit, et dans les journées qui suivirent, des plus braves capitaines. Des vaisseaux que l'ennemi n'avait pas même attaqués furent abandonnés par leurs équipages, et des hommes héroïques partagèrent la faiblesse commune. La mollesse de lord Gambier, le courage et le sang-froid de quelques-uns de nos officiers préservèrent seuls l'escadre française d'une ruine totale.
Extract ends. End of chapter 23. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. With thanks to Nekati B for reading the French bits. End of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 1 by Thomas Cochrane.